Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see what if Harry Potter's soul bond awakened a legendary destiny. Here's a quick glimpse. As Hogwarts itself intervenes, Harry jumps between past and future, altering history, uncovering secrets, and forging an unexpected bond with the last person he ever imagined. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. Harry woke abruptly, shaking off sleep and the remains of a surreal, haunting dream. Where am I? Harry surveyed his surroundings, a chilly small box of a room, the walls and ceiling solid stone. It smelled like a cellar. Shockingly, both ankles were tightly shackled to the floor with a bit of chain. In one corner there was a small door of bars, like a prison, beyond which everything was dark and vague. Harry looked down at himself, disgusted. He was filthy and lying in some sticky sludge, his muggle clothes were ripped and he was barefoot. He felt bruised all over, had a headache throbbing at his temples. Then he felt a pain worse than even his headache, the side of his jaw felt like it was on fire. He reached up to touch it, but it was swollen and inflamed, and he flinched and whipped his hand away. What happened to me? The portal, the woman, and those men with wings. Footsteps slowly approached in the hallway. Harry tried to look brave, but he was scared. He was really scared. He'd done something truly stupid, and now he was in another world all alone with no idea what was going on. Somebody stepped up the other side of the bars. It was a man, wearing some kind of stiff uniform with a bright blue symbol was stamped on it. He stared at Harry for a few seconds. "I expected you to be bigger," the man commented, then turned and marched away before Harry could respond. "Hey!" Harry called after him. "Where am I? Let me out of here." There was no response. "Somebody help me. This is a mistake." But nobody came. Harry sighed and laid his head back down again, somehow tired. His mind drifted, and images flickered through his thoughts. Ron and Hermione, who were on their way to meet him, sitting in the common room in front of a warm fire telling tales of the summer. A different image intruded. The strange winged woman, her beautiful face watching him with an unfathomable expression. Harry's eyes drifted lazily open, but the image remained. He must have drifted asleep because a woman was standing above him, looking down. It wasn't the same woman, but she also had graceful brown wings. She was biting her lip viciously. "If we let you out, do you promise to cooperate?" Smeared with filth and horribly embarrassed, Harry opted for sarcasm. "Well, that depends. Do you plan on beating me and holding me prisoner? Because I won't cooperate for that." "No, we will not harm you, only take you to somewhere clean. These holding cells are extremely filthy, and you look injured." She suddenly looked concerned. "We must tend to your injuries. Will you cooperate?" Harry stretched his shackled legs out in front of him. She pulled out a key and then hesitated, giving him a stern look. "And you promise you won't take that amulet off?" Harry looked down. Sure enough, the ugly rock was back. "I promise," he agreed wearily. She unlocked the shackles and Harry got to his feet, a bit unsteady. "Follow me." As they left the room, they were accompanied by a man with the same stiff uniform. His face was hard and emotionless. Harry kept an eye on him as he followed them closely. They walked up a stairway, and the air became fresher. They walked into a long hallway and stopped at a large, heavy door. "We'll give you some privacy now. Clean clothes are on the bed. Knock on the door when you're finished. Understand?" "No," Harry said irritably. "First tell me where I am and what happened to me. I came here by mistake, and I need to get home. My name is Harry Potter, and I need to get word to Dumbledore where I am." She frowned at him. "You'll have to ask someone else. I don't know any Dumbledore. I'm sure somebody will speak to you once you're cleaned up." She pushed him through the door. It was a clean room with a low bed, a chair, an enormous, water-filled bathtub, soap and fresh towels. There were no windows. Behind him the door closed and Harry heard the lock click. He dipped his hand into the water. It was comfortably hot. Not wasting any time, Harry folded his clothes into a pile on the chair and stepped right in and sunk deep into the water. As the warmth soothed his aching body, Harry tried to think optimistically. "After I get all the dirt off, I'll find somebody who knows how to get me home. They can't keep me here without reason." Still, he couldn't forget the click of the lock on the door, and the pain in his jaw didn't abate. Harry scrubbed himself with the soap, astonished by how dirty he was. The water became filthy, but Harry stepped out clean, wrapping himself in soft towels. Harry dried off and dressed himself in the simple clothes they had left for him. They were a little big, and he still didn't have any shoes. Harry rapped on the door and then stepped back as it opened. The brown-winged woman peeked in. "I've brought you a healer. Be nice to her." "Of course," Harry said. "What did they expect me to do?" She stepped in, followed by a girl about Harry's age. She looked like a porcelain angel, with a small pair of white wings that looked hardly strong enough to fly. "Hello," she said, grinning at him delightedly. Harry couldn't help smiling back. "She can't have a bad bone in her body. My name is Cod. Where does it hurt the worst?" "Here." She reached out and touched his face. Harry gasped, but it didn't hurt as much as he expected, and a numb, cooling sensation spread through his jaw. Harry was amazed. "How do you do that without a wand?" "A what?" she said. "Sit down." Harry sat down on the bed, and she placed both hands on his face. It felt like cool water was running through his whole body, and all his aches and bruises went away. Eventually the pain in his jaw was just a memory. "You had a bit of a hole here," Cod said, pressing on the side of his gums. "And it was infected. You had a blood-beast claw in your mouth when they found you," added the other woman. "What?" Harry said. "What is a blood-beast claw? How did I get injured? The last thing I remember are those winged men. And I didn't have anything in my mouth when they found me." "In the woods," she continued. "You must have bitten it off." She and Cod looked impressed. Harry frowned. "Were there woods? When was I in the woods?" But he could almost remember them, the tall trees, the small scurrying animals and dark pools of water. But wasn't it a dream? The brown-haired woman brought Harry a large platter of food. There was cold meat, some odd nuts, and a long red vegetable. "You said I could talk to somebody now," he reminded her. "Eat first. You must be hungry." Harry sighed and ate the food, washing it down with a sweet milky drink out of a wooden cup. Now that he was clean and longer hungry or in pain, he was tired again. Everything was so different, and he was tired of being scared. He wanted to go home. When he got up, he was slightly unsteady, and followed the brown-winged woman complacently out of the room and further up the stairs. The uniformed man and the angelic Cod followed closely behind. When they opened a door to another empty room, Harry stopped. "No," he insisted. "I want to talk to somebody right away." "As soon as possible," the brown-winged woman said soothingly, but Harry didn't believe her anymore. He tried to shake off her hand, but he felt weak and woozy. "You drugged me," he accused. He could feel a bitter aftertaste on his tongue. "Why am I being held prisoner? This is a mistake." "There is no mistake," she said quietly. "You are dangerous, and we have to treat you with caution." "How am I dangerous?" Harry asked. "I haven't done anything." She shook her head. "It's strange, how you know so little. Yes, you may look weak and pathetic right now, but this is not your true form. You are one of us, and silence take care of our own." Harry tried to focus through the effects of the drug. "One of you. Is this a joke?" She glanced down at the ugly amulet. "Hardly. Something was very important, but Harry is having difficulty grasping it." The amulet. The amulet meant something. The man pushed Harry firmly inside the door, and closed it. He was too weak to fight him, but he took a firm hold of the amulet and took it off, throwing it aside. Inside the room was a large slab of stone with a mattress on top. Harry made it to the bed and lay on his back, staring up the ceiling. He felt so calm, so tired. Harry woke some time later, lying groggily on his back. He was thoroughly uncomfortable. No, it was more than that. Something was really wrong. I blundered into an otherworldly portal. I'm being held prisoner and nobody knows where I am. That wasn't it either. Something was physically wrong with him. He felt like his arms were wrenched behind him. Then he moved his arms, and realized they were fine. These were new sensations, overwhelming ones, as if he had two pairs of arms. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. It's not possible, but it was. The floor seemed to drop out from underneath him. Carefully, Harry sat up. For a long time he sat still. He didn't need to look. He could feel them. Eventually he did look after all, just for confirmation. He had wings. They were black, feathery, massive. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The amulet. The amulet must have been doing something. But how can that be? I never saw it before yesterday. Another thing occurred to him as he looked around the room. He could see Everything had been blurry since losing his glasses in the portal, but now suddenly everything was clear. Almost too clear. The door was open, but there were bars across the doorway, through which Harry could hear voices. He could see the amulet on the floor where he had cast it aside. Slowly, he got to his feet. It felt like he was in somebody else's body. The weight of his wings pulled his center of gravity far back, and he almost had to strain forward to stand upright. He could feel muscles stretching that he didn't even know he had, from his chest all the way back along his wings. He took a step forward. It wasn't unmanageable. Bending over was another hurdle, trying to keep from falling down as he crouched to pick up the amulet. He stood up and inspected it. It was a rough, opaque rock. He didn't see anything special about it, but as he turned it over in his hands, his fingers began to tingle and his back itched. The feeling only intensified, and Harry flung it away again, and then sighed with relief when the feeling went away. Definitely the amulet. Taking it off made me grow wings. But why? Harry walked over to the doorway and peered through the vertical bars. What had looked like a normal hallway the night before was really a row of cells, now that the doors that had been covering the bars were all open. The cells were all staggered, so that he could see two doorways across from him, but he couldn't see inside. "Hey," he called loudly. "Hello? Anybody there?" The murmuring in the hallway grew silent, but there was no response. Harry called out a few more times, and after a couple minutes the murmuring started up again as he was ignored. Harry paced, twitching his new wings as he became accustomed to their weight and presence. A noise outside brought him back to the door. A man had appeared in the other cell doorway to his right. Like him, the man had massive black wings. He was punching the bars with his head hanging. The bars weren't affected, but neither were his fists. Given the force he was lashing out with, he should have shattered bones, broken skin, blood. He looked up, and Harry held his breath. He looked right at Harry, and his eyes were flickering with uncanny light, like candle flames, and there was something about that light, something hypnotizing, disorienting, that drew Harry in. "Merlin," he whispered, blinking and looking away. "What is wrong with him?" "He's cursed," someone said. It was the voice of an old man, and it was very nearby, but Harry couldn't see him. It must be coming from the next cell. "Cursed?" Harry asked eagerly, desperate for information. "Who cursed him?" "Dark Eyes, of course." "Who is Dark Eyes? And who are you? Where are we?" "My name is Auden, but I'm far more interested in who you are, considering you don't already know the answers to those questions." "My name is Harry Potter. I go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "What planet?" Auden interrupted. "Earth," Harry said, and frowned. "What planet am I on?" "Origin." "Continue. How did you get here from Earth?" Harry quickly explained everything starting from when he heard about the portal and went to take a look at it, up until he came through the portal and met the golden-winged woman, at which point the old man interrupted again. When she said it was impossible for you to have come through a portal, she meant it literally. "No portals can be opened in the pit." "But I did," Harry insisted. "What is the pit?" "The pit is the ancestral home of the Silence, a species of people with wings here on Origin. It's a very deep, wide hole in the middle of a mountain. We live in a cave system along the pit. Currently we are in the keep, a prison beneath the pit." Harry continued with his story, the men who grabbed him, passing out, his sudden injuries, and finally taking the amulet off and waking up with black wings. Auden was silent, but it was a long thoughtful silence. "I think I should start by telling you about Origin and the Cursed. Then you will understand. It's a bit of a story." Harry kneeled, awkwardly folding his wings and leaning forward when they got in the way. If they were going to stay, they would take some getting used to. It starts with the mythology of our gods. Before Origin existed, there was a huge void where the 6 gods lived. Then they made a large space that kept the void out, and created Origin. On the years that the gods lived on Origin, its surface changed to suit their personalities, creating a diverse landscape. The gods were then nameless, but all refer to them as we've come to know them: the Green Lady, the Hermit God, Mind Ruin, Wrath, Intuition, and Dark Eyes. 5 of them created their own species of people to live on Origin, and the gods themselves moved into the sky above. The 6th god, Intuition, didn't wish to create her own race and disappeared. The god who created the Silence is Dark Eyes, god of darkness. He created the mountains and caves where we now live. The gods later started creating other bubbles in the void, filled with new worlds. They didn't want the worlds to be isolated in the void, but there was no way to travel between them. The gods decided to pick a species that would go through the void itself and create temporary portals for the others. Dark Eye's creations were the obvious choice since we can fly. However, we weren't quite suited to withstand the terrible void. Dark Eyes said he could make a few changes that would fix this problem. He left. Wrath, god of destruction, followed. Dark Eyes selected men from our population for these changes. Since the void is windy, he made their wings larger, and their bodies extremely durable. For the impenetrable darkness, he enhanced their senses and he gave them the ability to pierce the barriers between our worlds and the void and navigate instinctively through. With a bit of magic, 2 holes could be lined up and patched together to make a portal. The void is also ice cold. So cold it freezes your body instantly, and as you are unable to move back, you freeze to death. It only takes a couple minutes. Harry was a bit unnerved by his detailed description. Auden's voice suddenly sounded very defeated as he continued. So Dark Eyes and Wrath lit a fire inside their new portal guides, which burned unceasingly to keep them warm. The 2 gods then returned them to the mountains. When they woke up in the morning, changed, they were marked. Sometime during the night their wings had turned black. It caused quite a stir as nobody knew what had happened to the marked ones, but they were suddenly able to do extraordinary things: disappear and reappear somewhere else, break large stones in half, that kind of thing. Initially they were revered. But it didn't take the people long to discover that sometimes the fire inside them would grow too hot, and when the heat reached their brain it caused temporary insanity. The insane were filled with rage, reduced to nothing more than animals, yet the changes made rendered them nearly invincible. Their own people called them cursed. A mistake of the gods. The hermit god, god of knowledge, had been uneasy with the radical changes, and the 2 remaining goddesses were skeptical of them as well. They met in the sky for an urgent meeting, but by the end they had only confirmed what they already knew: the fire was necessary. Mind Ruin, goddess of beauty, and the Green Lady, goddess of peace, hurried to remedy the situation. They selected a portion of the female population and gave them the power to heal, so they could help any wounded. This time when the people woke in the morning and saw more people had been marked, they were terrified, but they soon came to be adored and were called the gift of the gods. The silence created a system that would enable the cursed to still create portals, but not give them enough freedom to chance hurting someone. They found ways to subdue the madness slightly and built a prison, the keep, to separate the cursed from the rest of the population. There was a long pause. Do you understand, Harry? Harry reached over his shoulder and touched his wings for the first time, feeling the bird-like feathers and the muscle and bones underneath. Simultaneously he could feel his fingers through his wings. He shuddered. This is the keep, so you must be one of the cursed. But I thought I was human. There is to be an explanation. You told me you felt hot, and you passed out. You woke up later with injuries and no memory of how you got them. Sounds like classic cursed madness. You must have been a silent all along, and it was somehow subdued with magic. Harry thought about his birth certificate, the records of his parents traveling to Origin. My mother was Muggle-born, so that means my father must have been a silent and nobody at Hogwarts knew. The cursed were supposed to be strong, indestructible. Could this have something to do with why Voldemort couldn't kill me? The problem is that most of the time cursed are ordinary silence. But when we lose control of our emotions, there are terrible consequences. For this we are condemned, and locked underground, even though they need our abilities. The healers too are as psychologically unstable as we are. Both of us have miraculous powers, both with serious drawbacks. They can bring people back from the brink of death and heal any wound, but they are fragile and can't physically defend themselves or fly for any substantial amount of time. But then again, they don't need to. What happened to them physically only reflects what was done inside. They have a deep-rooted fear of almost everything in the world. They have episodes in which they hide to avoid all people and situations. Yet they are loved and our faults are never forgotten. Harry felt sick. Are they going to let me out? I don't know. There are ways they allow us among them. Of the many levels that form the keep, the closer you get to the surface the more the prisons are replaced with comfortable rooms. And that doubles as a symbol of their privilege. Those who stay there leave the keep on different conditions and travel to different worlds creating portals. I used to be one of them. We are in the deepest level of security. I've been here for a very long time. Why did they put you here? Harry inquired. Because I'm many hundreds of years old, and as you become older you become more powerful and they eventually stop letting you out altogether. There is no one left my age anymore. Did you say 100? Yes. 2600, to be precise. A door somewhere opened, and Harry could hear many footsteps approaching. He couldn't see them until they got closer. It was a group of men in stiff uniforms, guards, and they stopped in front of his cell. Harry Potter, you have been requested into the presence of the Queen. Do not try to resist. The Queen, she will have to listen to reason, and get word to Dumbledore somehow. Harry felt a surge of hope, and nodded. They unlocked the barred door with a large old-fashioned key and he stepped out. They didn't touch him but stood around him on all sides. Harry couldn't help feeling relieved as the bars closed behind him. As they led him down the hall, Harry turned his head to look into Auden's cell. The old man didn't look as old as Harry thought he would, perhaps 60, and a fit 60 at that. His hair was a dark iron gray. He gave Harry a dark, serious look as they passed. The walk out of the keep was long. They went up many flights of stairs before Harry could see a faint glow ahead, and they stepped out into fresh air and glowing mist. There they stopped. Harry looked around. For all he knew it could have been the very spot where he lost consciousness. They had emerged from one of the arched doorways that had made him so uneasy. Now he knew why. Several of his guards jumped gracefully into the air and flapped their wings, rising into the air above him and looking down. Harry couldn't help feeling thrilled, watching them. To fly on your own power, without a broom, it was a wonderful thing. He flapped his wings once experimentally. Watch it. One of them yelled angrily, and they all moved several steps back to give him room. Harry tried again. It was such an alien feeling, muscles flexing and feathers catching wind. He lurched up, less gracefully, but with success. His feet left the ground and he hovered with the others, feeling a strange giddy excitement. This is like a dream. Until now it was just a nightmare. Did my father have wings? Is this where my parents went to on the other side of the portals? They look so normal, in all their pictures. The rest of the guards joined them in the air, and they moved upward. Harry followed, almost instinctively. His wingspan was wider so they left him plenty of space, but stayed all around him. They flew higher, and higher, until he couldn't see the ground through the mist. Harry soon got used to the pace. The motion was like flying on Buckbeak, and the Thestral was similar, but not as smooth as flying on a broom. Yet to see nothing below him, the walls of the pit seemed to go up endlessly. Soon the walls of the pit were dotted with cave openings and ledges, and occasionally large symbols like the ones on the guard uniforms. One of the guards looked younger than the others, and when Harry looked at him he smiled. He then flew a little closer, ignoring glares from several of the others. "We are allowed to talk to you." No, the young guard said. "It's just considered bad form." He chuckled. "I never did care about form." "So you're the wild one." "The what?" "That's what they're calling you." "Hasn't anybody told you what happened?" "No. You're the first cursed to escape the pit in hundreds of years." "Not only that, but they couldn't find you for 2 whole weeks, in which you lived in the wilderness." "You really don't remember any of that?" "I heard they only found you when you got into a fight with a bloodbeast and saved some little girls." Harry was about to deny that it was him when he remembered the wound in his mouth, and the bloodbeast claw they had mentioned. 2 weeks, he said in disbelief. "I know," said the young guard. "That's a pretty long time to have cursed madness." Which of course wasn't what Harry meant. It had been 2 weeks since the night he went through the portal, 2 weeks since he had been gone from Hogwarts. Impossible. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. It felt like yesterday. But he had the dream memories of the trees, and the water. It had to be true. Harry Potter, huh? I've never heard of that family before. I'm new here, Harry said, still dazed. New? That is so dark, the young guard said, impressed. Dark. It means good, or amazing. Why, dark? We were created by the god of darkness, weren't we? Do silence, worship dark eyes? Harry asked. The young guard gave Harry a strange look. Well, he's never asked us to worship him, has he? How do you now know this? How can you be new? You're a silent, and a cursed one at that. No offense. I've been wondering that myself. The guard shrugged. The queen probably knows. Is there a king? The guard shook his head. There's always been a queen, ever since, well let's just say with males, there's a chance that they're born cursed. The queens only ever have daughters, one of the gods must have made it so. So whoever the father of the next ruler is, it doesn't matter if some great-great-uncle was cursed, the queen can choose whoever she wants. And there's no chance the heir to the throne is born cursed, because they will always be female. And females can't be cursed. How are the cursed, or should I say why, are some born like us? It runs in families. There really aren't very many cursed. It's hereditary, but that doesn't mean all males in the family have it. Usually it's the eldest born son, but it's not a rule. Sometimes it skips generations and then shows up later. Slowly flying upward was beginning to wear on Harry. His wings felt cramped, and the close proximity of the guards made him feel boxed in. He wanted to flap harder, fly faster, really stretch. We're almost there, the young guard said. The queen's levels are right in the middle of the pit. We started down at the bottom, right above the keep, and we've flown past the levels for the keep security and the academy. Above the academy are some random levels, storage or whatever. Then come the workrooms for the workers. They're a diverse bunch, basically anyone who makes or builds things. I don't really know very much about those levels. I go to the academy. Above the queen are the mages, the educated, the schooling level, and above that it's all civilian homes, right to the very top. Up ahead an extremely large cave opening came into view. It was 10 times as big as the others and extremely wide, with a huge ledge. Harry saw other people for the first time on their trip. Winged people were landing and taking off from the large ledge. When they saw Harry and his entourage, they cleared the ledge for them to land. Like takeoff, several guards landed and took positions standing around, then they waited for him to land, which Harry managed to do without embarrassing himself too much. Then the rest of the guards landed and surrounded him. Harry sighed. I need this queen to help me. I have to cooperate for now. He followed them inside, and then leaned over to his new friend. If a sympathetic prison guard can be called a friend, what do I do next? We'll enter the queen's hall, which is usually full of people, you'll be announced, and then you bow to the queen. I'm not bowing to the queen, Harry stated, and the young guard gave him a shocked look. She's not my queen. Until now nobody would even talk to me, and I was kept locked in a cell. I'm very politely going to ask her for help, but I am not bowing. It's not her fault you were locked up. You were dangerous. The young guard shook his head and sighed. Well, do whatever you want. It was nice to meet you, Wild One. The hallways curved and up ahead was the brightest light Harry had seen since the day he left Hogwarts. Or could remember seeing, anyway. The pit had glowing mist, and the keep was lit by torches, but this was bright true light. The big tunnel widened further, and they walked into a large room. It was smaller than the Great Hall at Hogwarts, but still impressive. A great number of people were scattered all about talking amongst themselves, but a clear pathway parted them down the middle. Harry and his guards walked down the path to a large open area in front of several long tables where many people sat, all facing them. Behind them was a platform with a throne made out of solid stone. To compensate for its hardness, the throne was decked with furs. Many small shiny pillows in every color were stacked and spilled down from the throne, which looked like it was made for Hagrid and was big enough for the queen to comfortable sprawl, leaning on her elbow on one of the oversized armrests. Queen Heiress, we present to you the Wild One. Around the room there was a stir as people stopped talking and turned to peer at him curiously. Harry was surprised to recognize the face of the queen. It was the golden-winged woman who he had first met at the portal. Now she was very elaborately dressed, and looking down at him with a very cold expression. So, Harry Potter, we meet again. The third queen of the Silence sat in her chamber with her eyes closed, deep in concentration. Dark eyes, please hear me. For the sake of our people, I need your help. She held her breath as she waited to see if there would be a reply. When none came, she sighed and decided to go to bed. But when she opened her eyes, it wasn't her bed she saw before her. She still felt like she was sitting in her room. She could feel her chair as she tightly gripped the side of the seat, and the warmth of the fire, but she appeared to be suspended in the sky, origin miles and miles below her. She couldn't make out individual trees, only the streaks of their shadows, and rivers wound like threads between them. She tore her gaze away from the view and looked up. Before her was a man, casually standing on nothing. His long cloak was untouched by the wind and tendrils of black hair lay motionless on his shoulders. His hood was casting his face in mysterious shadow. True to his name, his striking eyes looked out at her calmly, nothing but dark pools of black. Something moved in her peripheral vision, and the queen whipped her head around. A woman stood to her right, a fitted green dress hugging her body, and her bare feet stood on nothing but air. Her hair was a warm brown and curled about her face and down her shoulders. At Queen Asia's glance she smiled. Asia smiled back and then turned her head to look behind her and to her left. A circle of men and women enclosed her. On Dark Eye's other side was Mind Ruin, wearing a flowing purple dress that folded around her feet as if she were standing on solid ground. The sleeves were long and sweeping, and reddish gold locks of hair were thick down to her waist. Her face was draped with many white veils. Mind Ruin's beauty was so incredible that any mortal who looked upon her face would go mad. Although Mind Ruin's face was hidden, she seemed kind to Asia, who smiled at her too. The hermit god, who had a spot next to the Green Lady, had a long silver robe and unkempt hair, but it was Intuition standing next to him who made Asia pause. The opposite of Dark Eyes, her eyes were entirely white. Her hair was straight and white as well, almost as long as Mind Ruin's. Mind Ruin's hair sparkled, but Intuition's was as blank as parchment. Her face was very pale, nearly the same white as her cloak, fastened shut with what looked like many small bones. Asia peered timidly at the god on the other side of Mind Ruin, Wrath. He was shorter than Dark Eyes but muscular and dressed in heavy red armor. Although he was very handsome, Asia was frightened by him and turned back to Dark Eyes. His black eyes were intimidating, but at least he was her god, and he had granted her an audience. "Thank you," she said softly. "What brings you to me?" At his voice Asia relaxed considerably. His voice was low and calm. "It concerns the cursed ones," she said slowly. He didn't react in any way. "We have found plants in Aya's forest that calm them down, but they are tearing the caves apart. Holes are knocked in stone walls and doors simply shattered. There have been fatalities, and several cursed ones have gone missing. They even attack each other. The rest of us have no defense against them, and the people are frightened. Soon they will be all over Origin like a destructive storm." Dark Eyes listened carefully throughout, and then gave her a small nod. "It will be taken care of." Asia couldn't believe it. Just like that. It was like a boulder had been taken off of her shoulders. The pit itself is now indestructible. The doors cannot be broken down, and the cave walls cannot be changed by force, only magic. Within the mountain porting will not be possible. I'm very grateful. He gave another nod and the scene started dissolving. "Green Lady," she cried out. Everything solidified again, the gods' eyes fixed upon her. She shivered. "Green Lady," she asked timidly. "Could I speak with you a moment?" "Yes, dear." Her voice was like a whisper of wind. "I am now pregnant with my heir. Like the queens before me, I worry for my child, and what will happen if it is born cursed. Is there anything that can be done? Or do I ask too much?" The Green Lady left her spot in the circle of 6 to walk up to Asia. Reaching out, she actually touched Asia's cheek. Asia's face tingled. "You have nothing to fear. You have a daughter. From her on, no sons will be born into your line. Daughters will inherit the throne." The Green Lady gave a mischievous glance toward Dark Eyes, but he made no sign of an opinion either way on the matter. She then winked at Asia, and suddenly they were all gone. Many generations later, the descendant of Asia, Queen Eris, woke up abruptly in the middle of the night. She didn't know what had woken her. Would she have woken up anyway, or was it some kind of premonition, a nudge from the gods? Could it be the faint red light shining on the outside of her eyes that stirred her? Whatever the cause, she was awake to see her portal indicator crystal pulsing with a faint warning light. She blinked at it sleepily, confused. Portals couldn't be opened in the pit. The porting point was just outside the range of the crystal, which meant that there had to be some kind of mistake. Eris rolled out of bed and placed her hand on the device. It began to pulse more urgently, and she felt it tug in her hands. Eris threw a cloak over her shoulders, easily aligning the slits in the fabric to her wings. At the door she paused. What if it was a mistake? Should she set off a state of emergency? Should she send guards down to take a look? No, she had to see for herself. She had to know. She twisted a ring on her finger, one that alerted her head of security. He would send guards after her. They could find her location through the ring, or through any number of other tracking spells she had on her person. There wasn't time for anything else. She ran to the main shaft off the pit, leaping off the edge without pause and circling down. A moment later her folded her wings and plummeted downward, something she hadn't done since she was a teenager. How long did it take a portal to establish? As long as the passage between worlds. She couldn't have much time. Eris followed the crystal to the floor of the pit, almost dead center. She dropped the crystal in the pocket of her cloak and waited. Surely nothing would happen, though if it did, she was taking a big risk. She didn't have any dows to defend herself with, but hopefully the guards would be here soon. Something appeared in the mist before her. Unbelievable. Eris stifled a gasp, shocked, not sure whether to retreat or walk closer. Instead, she waited. It looked like a teenager, except he had no wings, a half-person. Eris frowned. Only cursed could make portals. He seemed bewildered, and didn't seem to notice her. As she watched, he patted his pockets and touched his face anxiously before walking in several small circles. In any other circumstance Eris might have laughed and how silly he looked, but she knew he was trying to find the portal. It didn't seem to be there anymore. He looked around and finally noticed Eris. He squinted at her, blinking, as she approached him. She could see his eyes were green, a color not common among silence. "How did you get here?" Eris demanded. "I accidentally went through a portal." "Impossible," she stated. The more she talked to him, the more Eris became convinced he was harmless, and the more irritated she became by the mystery. Dark Eyes had blocked portals from being opened in the pit, so how had he gotten there? He followed her, arguing, over near the sides of the pit floor where the mist was thinner and the guards would have an easier time seeing them. "So can you help me get home?" he asked, folding his arms, and that's when she noticed it, a small detail that changed everything. He was wearing a silent disguise amulet. He was a silent, probably cursed. But was he lying? Or did he really not know? Fortunately, she could hear her guards coming closer. "You are home," she said. When he denied it, she pointed out the amulet. "Who's out there?" he asked, hearing the footsteps in the mist. "There's nowhere to run, cursed," she told him, backing up. Safe. She would be safe now. But then he took the amulet off. That was her big mistake. She never should have pointed out the amulet. The guards arrived then, and she warned them. They carefully apprehended him, and when he slumped in their grasp, unconscious, Eris breathed a sigh of relief. The magic from the disguise amulet wore off, revealing exactly what she expected. A pair of pitch-black wings unfolded from his back, curse-marked. "Queen Eris, get to safety," one of the guards suddenly yelled, stepping back with red and blistered hands. The black wings flapped once, catching air like unfurled sails. With one violent shake, the rest of the guards were thrown off, and the cursed stood alone. He looked around at him all, green eyes flickering with angry light. It was all over in a minute. He spun around, slicing with his sharp feathers, dealing crushing blows, and her guards crumpled to the ground. Eris walked backwards, stumbling, and closed her eyes. If he came after her, there was nothing she could do to defend herself. Dark Eyes, Enna's not ready. It took her a moment to realize the cursed wasn't coming for her. When she opened her eyes, he had disappeared. Looking upward, she saw him hurtling upward through the mist, at a pace she could never hope to match. On the ground, a red splatter of blood caught her eye and she looked away, holding her breath. Queens didn't whimper. "So, Harry Potter, we meet again." She was just as beautiful as he remembered her. When he looked up into her eyes, he realized two things. First of all, that they were gold, like her hair and wings, and second, that she didn't like him. "I will speak with you," she stated, getting to her feet, tumbling several small pillows off the throne. She stepped down off the platform, her ornate dark blue gown gliding behind her. There were several doors along the wall behind the platform, and she entered the nearest. Harry followed, but just before he entered the door a man blocked his way, looking seriously into Harry's eyes. He was short and somewhat older, but had broad shoulders and an angry face. He looked dangerous. "I'm Chief Nathan, of the Queen's security." His voice was stony and gruff. "I'll be watching you closely, cursed. Make sure you show proper respect to your queen." "Not my queen," Harry thought, but said nothing, giving Chief Nathan an equally hard look. "If you ever do anything to hurt her, I will kill you myself," the chief stated before stepping out of his way. Harry entered the room, while his escorts stayed outside. Chief Nathan closed the door behind him and stood by the door. The queen sat down at a long conference table, and gestured to him to sit down across from her. Harry did, folding his hands in front of him. You didn't mention that you were the queen. It didn't seem appropriate at the time, she said. I am Queen Eris, of the Silent Empire. And you are Harry Potter. The woman who saw after you in the keep passed on the name you gave her, and I had someone look into it. There is no mistake. You are one of us. You were even born here. Harry knew it was true. There were the records of his family traveling through the portals, the lack of his birth certificate, and the very real weight of his own wings on his back. I never knew. I've never even heard of Origin or the Silence. My parents never had a chance to tell me. I don't believe they would have, Eris said. That was the point of the spell hiding your identity. I will explain. Finally. Your father was born here, a Silent, into a well-known trader family called the Rashadan. His name was James. As a child already, he was interested in the human world and human magic and went to Earth to learn more. It was originally planned as a short trip, but he ended up staying for many years, and when he returned, he went by his new name, James Potter. He brought back with him a human woman, your mother. I don't know anything about her or what your father did on Earth for so many years. Your parents traveled back and forth between Origin and Earth several times, and after your birth they moved to Earth permanently. What isn't recorded is the fact that you are cursed. She leaned forward to peer at him intently. Curse-marked black doesn't appear on an infant Silent's wings for several months, but somehow your parents must have guessed, and they fled before the curse showed. Fled, Harry repeated. Yes, if we had known you were cursed, we would never have let your parents leave with you. They knew that, so they hid it. I had one of my mages take a look at that amulet while you were away. The spell on it was stronger than your average disguise amulet. It relied on the fact that you didn't know what you were to repress your cursed nature, and even hid the amulet itself. The layers of the spell came unraveled after you went through the portal and the amulet was revealed. I don't believe they would ever have told you about Origin or your father's people, it would have weakened the spell. Your father gave up his home and his family for that spell. Harry let out a long slow breath, trying to steady himself. So I'm half silent. Nobody on Earth knew my father wasn't human. Dumbledore didn't even know. How could Dumbledore not know? I need to get word to Albus Dumbledore, Harry said finally. He should be on this world. He will know what to do. No, Queen Eris interrupted him. He needs to know where I am. Harry insisted. Dumbledore will get me back to Hogwarts. No, she repeated. You are one of the cursed. You belong here. It's my responsibility to make sure you don't hurt anyone else. Anyone else? Harry wondered. You will not be able to escape again, and I will not invite trouble by stirring up humans. I have too much to do without adding more to it. She glared at him, and Harry had a sinking feeling. He had been wrong. She didn't dislike him, she hated him. He wouldn't be getting any help from her. Harry gripped the edge of the table, fighting a rising tide of panic and hopelessness. I didn't bring you here to tell you your life story, Eris continued, I brought you here to offer you a choice. We have a certain system when it comes to the cursed. Either you cooperate, or stay locked up. I have a job for you. Which will it be? The job or the keep? It was all going too fast. Harry didn't even have time to digest the truth about his father and himself, or the fact that he was trapped, but he had a sudden thought and latched onto it. In the keep I would be locked up. If I cooperate, maybe I will have the chance to escape. The first one, Harry said, dazed, and noticed that his grip had left finger imprints on the wooden table. She nodded and got up, businesslike. Harry could see that she had filed him away, and wouldn't give a second thought to whether he wanted to be here or not. Follow me. They went through a back door, Eris and Harry followed closely by Chief Nathan. They went down a long hallway up down a stairway to a large, elaborately carved wooden door. This is the Queen's level, Eris said. On the other side the door the halls were wider, and on either side the entire length was lined with rows of small rocks. Each rock is a protection charm, she explained. The final test to becoming a mage is creating the strongest protection charm you can on one and placing it here. The Queen's level is the safest place in the pit. They walked for another minute through twisting and turning passageways before finally stopping at a door. Go through here and introduce yourself. If you get along, you'll have a job as a bodyguard, Eris said and knocked on the door. Without waiting she opened it, ushered Harry through. And then closed it again. Harry was in a large, pleasant room. The ceiling was high and there were many glowing globes, giving it a bright and airy feel. The walls were covered in colorful drapes, as was a large four-post bed. In the middle of the room was a large collection of couches and small tables. Unlike the stone floor he had seen everywhere else, the floor was covered in patterned rugs. Not another one, somebody said softly. Harry looked to his right and saw a girl, seemingly dismayed to see him. "Excuse me?" Harry asked, unable to keep from staring. She was strikingly pretty. "You should go," the girl continued in her soft, vulnerable voice. Harry shifted his weight awkwardly, not sure what to do. "Who are you? Please leave." Harry turned to go. "No, wait." The girl looked confused. "You're younger than the others. Did my mother send you here?" "Your mother? Queen Heiress?" "Yes, she did," he said. "So she's a princess." Harry felt stupid for not seeing the resemblance right away. They were similar in appearance, but yet so different. It was the same beauty as the queen, but softer, without the angry edge. Her colors were also lighter. Paler skin and our hair, and her wings were completely white. Harry raised his head in surprise. "You're a healer." She fluttered her small white wings nervously. "Yes." Auden had said that the healers were damaged, fearful, as unstable as the cursed in their own way. Was this Ares's heir? Harry felt a moment of pity for the girl. "I'm Harry," he introduced himself. "My name is Enna. Does my mother want you to be my bodyguard?" "Yes." Enna sighed. "She wants me to leave my rooms more often. She thinks that having a bodyguard would make me feel better, and that a cursed would be best. But the cursed are scary too." Harry thought about the man in the cell across from him. With his furious, flickering eyes, it made him almost woozy, and so he put it out of his mind. "Yes, they are," he agreed. "Are you sure you're cursed? You don't seem as scary. There's something different about you." Harry twitched his black wings. "Pretty sure." She smiled at him, a small shy smile, and like with Cod, Harry couldn't help but smile back. "Healers really are the opposite of the cursed. That cursed made me feel terrified, intimidated, but Enna makes me feel good. No wonder the healers are loved and the cursed are hated. Except I'm one of the hated." That thought made Harry feel deeply uneasy. "I wonder what kind of bodyguard I would make. Exactly how strong am I, anyway?" "I would like to be your bodyguard," Harry said finally, and realized that as far as jobs went, it really didn't seem so bad. "If not, I will have to go back to the keep." "What's it like, the keep?" She looked at him inquisitively with her naive golden eyes. "It's not very nice. I don't like it there." Enna frowned. The door opened and Eris stepped in, looking at them questioningly. "So, Enna, do you accept this one?" She looked torn, biting her lip, but then she looked at Harry's face and breathed a sigh. "Very well, mother. Good. Come along, Harry." Harry felt reluctant as they left. Enna seemed so nice, and in contrast Eris seemed to be permanently scowling. She quietly led Harry back out of the Queen's level, and he stared at the rocks lining the hallways as they went. They looked like normal rocks, but something told Harry it would be a bad idea to try and touch one. Eris brought Harry back to his escort, and then left without a word. The young guard from before smiled to see him. "Hello, Wild One. My name is Harry." "Oh, I'm John." His escort led him to another ledge on the side of the enormous pit. They repeated the same procedure as before, half of the escort jumping off the ledge to hover around protectively. Harry jumped confidently into the air, followed by the others. They began to fly down. "So how did it go?" John asked. "Okay, I guess. She told me my father was a silent, and that my parents hid what I was with spells. And I'm going to be a bodyguard. Dark, cursed or good bodyguards? I wonder who you will be guarding." It wasn't a question, so Harry didn't explain. "But aren't cursed dangerous?" "I don't get it. There will be people around watching out for you. They're professionals. Don't worry about it. We aren't returning to the keep, are we?" Harry asked, peering downward. "If that's the case, maybe I'll just make a run for it now. If only there weren't so many guards." "No, we're going several levels above the pit." "What's there?" "You know, I'm not quite sure," John admitted. "It has to be better than the keep, right?" They landed on a small ledge, and then entered single file into a small cave doorway. Inside was a small plain room filled with benches, and a woman with slightly reddish wings sitting at a desk in front of a wall of stone cubbyholes. She motioned disinterestedly toward a bench. Harry and John took a seat, but the others remained standing by the door gloomily. "You do whatever you want, don't you?" Harry asked. John didn't seem like a regular guard. John nodded, grinning widely. It's because they know who my grandfather is. Did you meet Chief Nathan? He's your grandfather? Harry asked, astounded, and John nodded. Harry couldn't imagine two people more different. Of course, my grandfather would never give me any special privileges, John confided quietly. But nobody knows that. I pretty much do whatever I want. Your grandfather hates me. Since you escaped, he probably sees you as uncontrollable and dangerous. He takes protecting the Queen very seriously. Just then a man breezed through the front door. He handed the woman a thin folder, and she flipped through its pages. Harry Potter, she murmured, scribbling a bit with a feather quill, which Harry found a bit amusing. It looked to be one of hers. She reached into one of the stone cubbyholes and pulled out a glass vial and opened it. The liquid was black, and as she stepped over to hand it to him, a thin stream of smoke trailed behind it. She then returned to her desk, watching. What is this? Harry asked, peering into it. No thanks. Drink it, she ordered. It won't hurt you. When he was a child, Harry had gone to the Muggle doctor several times with the Dursleys, as few times as they could get away with without the school complaining. Her demeanor and the room itself reminded him of the doctor's office, cold and impersonal. He preferred Madame Pomfrey. But I'm not sick. What is this? He sniffed at the cup. It smelled odd. Cooperating is my only chance to escape, Harry reminded himself, and then swallowed the black liquid in one gulp. What does it taste like? John asked. It tastes rather minty. Like what? Mint. It's a plant. Oh. They sat in silence for a few moments. Harry suddenly felt sleepy, and John caught him as he began to slump forward and pushed him back to lean against the wall. You can go now, the woman said, shuffling papers again. He'll be all right, then? John asked. He must have received a pretty interesting look as a response, because John got to his feet quickly. Never mind. I'll leave now. Bye, Harry. His footsteps faded. Time passed. Voices were coming to Harry as if from far away. He blinked his eyes open for a second. He was in a different room, but everything was so blurry he squeezed his eyes back shut. Suddenly somebody grabbed him, picking him up and slinging him over their shoulder. Nearby a woman, possibly the same one as before, was yelling angrily. Hey, you can't. Just take him. Who do you think you are? Harry was set on his feet, and looking down he had a moment of panic where he thought he was about to tumble off a great cliff. He stood quietly with his eyes half shut, remembering that even if he did, it wouldn't matter, he could fly. He didn't need to be afraid of heights, ever. Not that he had been before. Quidditch proved that. Can you fly? A new voice asked and Harry shrugged. With a sigh this person grabbed Harry around his chest under his arms and stepped smoothly off the ledge. They flew up, higher and higher until the sound of one pair of wings multiplied into many, and Harry looked around again to see there were other people flying busily up and down around them. This was the first time Harry had experienced this, usually it was dead silent when flying through the pit. Finally Harry was set down on another ledge, and his mind cleared a bit. Who are you? He asked, bewildered. The person next to him looked amused. He didn't look much older than Harry, he had very dark eyes and wings dappled with shades of gray. He looked a little familiar. My name is Gray. He smiled. Come on in. Gray turned and walked a couple steps to the entrance of a small tunnel entrance. He stopped there and looked behind him to see what Harry was doing. Harry followed, though a bit unsteadily. He wanted Gray to explain more but the taller boy walked too far ahead of him. Walking into the tunnel Harry realized he was following wherever his kidnapper led him, but on second thought, they're all strangers here. What's the difference between kidnapper and rescuer? It was a rather long tunnel. A minute passed before Gray was silhouetted by a light ahead. Harry walked out of the tunnel, squinting against the light to look around the room. It was possibly the most welcoming place he'd been to so far. The holding cell had been horrendously uncomfortable, his new cell was not much better, and although Anna's room was luxurious, it was a too much so for Harry. But this room, which was definitely a living room, had comfy-looking sofas, low tables, and shelves with all manner of things, some of which were spilled off onto the floor or shoved into corners. You can sit here, Gray said, pushing Harry on one of the sofas, and then stepping back. He looked very smug. Why did you bring me here? Harry asked. Gray slumped down next to him, wings folded to one side. Because those people are all idiots. Gray said. I felt responsibility to look out for you, you're my cousin. My name is Grey Rashadon. Harry opened his mouth to say something, though he wasn't sure what it would be yet. Instead he had a sudden coughing fit, and the mint taste of the black potion burnt in the back of his throat. Catching his breath, he looked down to see the armrest was on fire. A couple seconds later, the fire was gone. He peered closer. It was a little charred but not much. Did I just imagine that? No. You lit a fire, but I put it out. Grey leaned on his elbow casually. We're all used to that kind of thing. I don't understand. Harry felt stupid. Wrath's fire. Wrath, god of destruction, created it when helping Dark Eyes make the cursed. You coughed some up, but I know a spell that extinguishes fire. So Dark Eyes and Wrath lit a fire inside their new portal guides which burned unceasingly. Auden's voice swam through Harry's head. Then Dumbledore's. A place entirely different from our own, therefore a cornucopia of fascinating things we have never encountered before. A new landscape, new applications for magic, and a society entirely unique from us. So, how did you do the spell? Where I come from you need a wand to do magic. Harry asked. I know. We've got several of those lying around. We don't need one though, we use these. Grey reached into the front of his thick long-sleeved shirt and pulled out another amulet. Harry leaned forward to look at it closely. The amulet that had disguised him was plain and rough-looking, but this was something else entirely. The chain was long, elegant and much thinner, and from it spun a few delicate tendrils clasping around the top of an oval stone. Harry wasn't sure of the metal. It looked a lot like gold, but there were variations in its color. The stone was about the length of his thumb, and half that much wide as well as pretty flat. The surface was as smooth as marble and a speckled blue. That's beautiful, Harry said, impressed. It's called a casting stone. Does pretty much the same thing, but more convenient. Grey tucked it back in. So, Harry shifted uneasily. You're my cousin. That's right. How did you know I was here? And how did you find me and get me away from them? Harry was amazed. We were notified at some point. I think it was once you'd escaped, and rumors of the Wild One were everywhere. Everybody kept asking what your identity was but didn't get any answers. One of the educated showed up to tell us that it was James's son. We were more than a bit surprised. Everyone thought you were dead. I've been with my mother's sister. I don't like her or her family very much at all. And I didn't know anything about origin, not even its existence, or these. Harry shrugged his shoulders to indicate what he was referring to. We thought that might be the case, since you were very little when they died. And my mother said your parents never spoke of our world while on. Where was it? Grey wrinkled his brow. Oh yes, of course. Earth. So I do have family here after all. How many of you? Harry felt like bursting out with excited laughter, but contained himself and gave a small smile, biting the inside of his lip. Right. Hold on, they're sleeping. Grey got to his feet and went back to the door they entered through. Lightly he touched a large slash mark on the wall next to it, and it disappeared, flat stone wall seamlessly replacing where it once was. Harry looked around and saw 2, possibly 3 more of these marks around the room. Harry liked Grey already. Grey had a very blank, calm expression on his face through most of their conversation, a bit like Hermione when she wasn't intently listening to something. He spoke so seriously it was surprising when he suddenly broke into a smile or looked amused. Harry couldn't help but be awed by him. His cousin had walked right in and taken off with him, in front of everyone there. No wonder he had looked familiar. Their resemblance wasn't strong, but still there. He even had messy black hair, although it was much shorter than Harry's, so it was almost impossible to tell. I should try that, Harry thought. Reaching the mark directly across the room, Grey touched it as well and a door opened next to it. Mom, Dad, wake up. Ren. He wandered into it, and his voice echoed. I've found him. Get out here. There was a sound like sand running through an hourglass, a sound which Harry was familiar with from house points shifting around at Hogwarts. He also recognized it as the sound when one of the invisible doorways appeared or disappeared. Sand through an hourglass, like every particle of the stone wall is moving around against each other as it shifts out of the way. Grey, why are you shouting? Came a sleepy female voice. You better stop or I'll tie you up and toss you off the ledge. Don't doubt I'd still pull you with me somehow. Grey said, I've found Harry. No joke? Asked the female voice. You know I wouldn't joke about that. Help me wake Mom and Dad. What about him? Better not. Harry was curious. Who's him? There was the sound of more shifting rock and Gray called out again about Harry. Harry shifted nervously. There were voices talking back in the darkness of the tunnel that lay behind the doorway, but a girl wandered into the room, rubbing her eyes and peering at him. Harry. Yeah, Harry replied, uncomfortable. She too had very dark eyes, but her shoulder-length hair was light brown and a little wavy. And her wings. Hey, Harry started, surprised. I haven't got any wings. The girl finished for him. Yes, I know. She yawned, and didn't answer the question. She was younger than Gray, closer to Harry's age, possibly younger. She sat on the other end of the sofa where Gray had before and watched the door, waiting expectantly. Harry wondered if he had offended her. He probably had. 30 seconds later Gray returned, trailing his parents, who stopped and stared at him. Harry stared back. He wasn't too surprised to see the woman didn't have any wings either. The man looked a lot like James, but his face was rounder as well as several other differences Harry couldn't immediately identify. Gray looked a lot like him. The woman, Harry's aunt, he supposed, clapped her hands to her cheeks and opened her mouth as if she was squealing silently, and then came and hugged Harry tightly. He sat stiffly, unused to hugging. Finally she stopped and squeezed in between her daughter and Harry himself, hand over her mouth. You really are alive, she said happily. Indeed, affirmed the man, who hadn't moved from the door. I'm your Aunt Amanda, she beamed at him. That is my husband Lexian, and this one is your cousin Ren. She put her hand on Ren's head. And Gray's introduced himself to you. Harry nodded. How did this happen, Gray? She asked him. He shrugged stoically, but his mouth twitched a little, resisting a smile. Did some spying, looked into some paperwork, and tracked him down. Then I just picked him up and took off. Ren chuckled. Amanda did the opposite, she frowned and looked concerned. Picked him up. He was passed out in a chair on one of the lower levels. Harry's uncle Lexian finally spoke up. Did you get to him in time? The room went silent. Then Gray shook his head sadly and they all looked at Harry. What? He asked, bewildered. Amanda took one of Harry's hands, and slid up his sleeve. Harry gaped. What on earth? On Origin. Ren corrected. Harry slid his other sleeve up. Each forearm was now encased in a wide metal band that stretched from right above his wrist to right below his elbow. They were dull silver and thick. Twisting his arm around, he saw that there was a circle of writing imprinted around the middle. Harry couldn't read it. What does it say? He asked. Gray walked up and inspected them too. They're spells. Because of those, we can't remove them. Only someone of very high authority can arrange that. I'm very sorry. They're called gates. Lexian added. They keep you more or less under their control. You can't port at all. Provided you're not in the pit, where you can't port anyway. Harry gazed dumbly at him. But I did, he said after coming back to reality. I ported in, as you called it, right next to the keep. They quietly contemplated this. Gray finally spoke. That's extremely odd. According to legends, dark eyes made porting impossible inside the pit. Our legends are very accurate. Nobody's ever been able to do it before, so it's considered a fact. Gray would have been uneducated, if he weren't already a mage. Amanda said proudly. If anybody would know, it's him. He's studied everything, even all about Earth and the other worlds. When they were very young I would tell them all about Origin outside the pit, so they both have interest that kind of stuff. Have you heard of Hogwarts? Harry asked Gray curiously. Gray rubbed his chin. Yes, I think I have. It's a human mage school, right Mom? Amanda nodded. Yes, James and Lily went there. They brought back all kinds of crazy things too, casting sticks and whatnot. I'm sure we've still got tons of it around here that we got after James and Lily left. They left most of their stuff, so as their closest relatives we got all of it. She gestured to a large pile of books stacked high in the corner, where boxes sat closed and small objects were shoved against. Oh dear, had I known you were coming I would have cleaned up a bit. It's okay. Harry shrugged. I like it here anyway. It's kind of comforting to have clutter around, makes it feel more like a home than just a room. Harry thought of the burrow, which was even messier and parts were falling apart. It had the same effect. So, he wondered, my parents lived here. Why did my dad go to Hogwarts if he could just use a casting stone? Your dad was interested in other worlds, kind of like Gray here, and our family visited Earth at some point. Lexian said. He was extremely curious about how their casting sticks worked. So while we were visiting different countries, my parents said he could stay, and somehow got him admitted into Hogwarts. He was only to stay a couple months, but when it was time to leave he didn't want to. He said he'd made friends and it was more fun than studies. He talked about flying, except not with his wings, which I still don't understand. So from then on we were in limbo between Earth and Origin. My parents and I would stay there for a while, or he would visit us. Lexian was about to say more, but Amanda shushed him and held up her hands. Explanations tomorrow, now it's time for sleep. Ren grunted in agreement. Hey, I'm wide awake, Harry said with a smile. No surprise, you just woke up. But I've been up for days looking for you, and the rest of us could use some sleep. We have a couple extra rooms stored away somewhere, I'm sure we can dig one up. Follow me. Gray waved him over and walked through the open door. Harry got to his feet and the rest of his family was right behind. My family, people who aren't the Dursleys, who actually care enough to watch out for me, who knew my parents better than anyone back on Earth could have. This is a dream come true. It's almost worth suffering in the keep to have found them. The light was dim just like the rest of the pit. Harry was still amazed how well he could see in the dark. Lexian disappeared into his room, and Amanda lingered a moment, watching them. She caught Harry's eye and smiled before following him. It was Ren who leaned against the wall, watching as Gray staring up at the ceiling intently. Harry stood uncertainly, not sure what they were doing. Well, the best I can find. Gray said finally, pointing at the ceiling. He moved his hand downward onto the wall and in front of him, and a black rune trailed off the ceiling, several feet behind the pointing finger, but then it rolled to a stop. Think you can remember what this one looks like? Gray asked. Harry leaned forward and inspected it. Fundamentally it resembled a yin-yang symbol, but not quite. He looked at the other symbols on the walls around them. None was anything like his, so it shouldn't be a problem. He nodded. Alrighty then, Gray said. Ren yawned loudly. That's all very fine of course, but it's rather obsolete considering he doesn't even know how to open the doors. Gray looked irked. Obviously I was going to teach him that next. Obviously. She repeated. Look here, Harry. This symbol means. Right, she interrupted loudly. What now? He said stiffly without turning. To look at her. That's rather fine as well, but it wouldn't work because he doesn't have a casting stone. Ren turned away and said airily, good night then, boys. Have fun with that. She opened a door for herself. You wouldn't remember anything if you'd been up for 3 days running around the entire pit, either. Gray said loudly. The door shut. Gray shook his head. Well, it's not like that's a hard to fix problem. I'd open and shut it for you, but then you'd be trapped inside, unfortunately. How about, he opened the door. We leave the door open but put up a barrier that you can walk through but not see or hear through. That should give you privacy, we just won't come in until you come out. A sheet of black covered the door completely. Sounds okay, Harry said. As Gray left for his room, Harry stepped right into the darkness of his own, but once he was through he saw it wasn't dark at all. He looked around. A faint glow filled the room but he couldn't find its source. The furniture was simple. Bed was pushed into the corner next to a dresser, a table with several chairs and the floor were strewn with clothes. He pushed them aside with one foot, and unsure what to do next, lay down on his stomach on the bed. It seemed like the corner of his bed near his left foot was lower than the rest of the bed, but he didn't care. Whatever, Harry thought, suddenly sleepy after all. Harry! Someone yelled. Harry woke up, blinking his eyes. It was dark all around him. Then somebody smacked one of his wings really hard, and he realized he had them folded around himself like a cocoon. He opened them slightly, wary. Damn it! Ren appeared, bouncing on her knees on the bed beside him. Be careful, you cut me. With what? He asked, confused. Her finger was bleeding. These. She pointed to the tips of his wings, and he spread one slightly and she then pointed at the exact feathers. They're sharp. You could have taken my finger off or something. He blinked around the room, where the glow was now bright. Whatever happened to me having privacy? As if I listened to anything Gray says. She scoffed with a shrug. Harry laughed a little. Do you even like Gray? She looked at him as if considering something. You wouldn't understand. You don't have siblings. Harry suddenly remembered he was an outsider here. Ren saw the look on his face. Hey, stop that. I didn't mean it like that. What I mean is that I like him, but I'd never admit it. Except for now because you've tricked me into it. Don't tell anybody or I'll tell them you sleep beeping your thumb. But I don't. Yeah, I know, she said nonchalantly. Harry just shook his head, amused. He stretched, and then stopped to wrap a hand around one of the gates on his arm. Ren sat cross-legged and reached over to do the same. Weird, she said, looking up to smile at him. Don't worry, we'll get them off. Harry gave a half smile, still concerned. I got a completely different impression of you last night, he told her. You looked like you wanted me to leave. Ah, well, don't mess with me in the middle of the night, I'm rather irritable. You won't be so lucky as to have me leave you alone the rest of the time. At daytime you're acceptable prey. Harry laughed again. He liked Ren too, although she was quite unlike Gray. If you don't mind me asking, why don't you have wings? She shrugged. Well, your mother didn't and neither does mine, they were both human. So there's always a chance to not be born with wings. It's a large possibility, maybe 1 out of 4. You and Gray both did but I didn't. It doesn't mean I'm unlike you in any other ways, I'm a silent in every other aspect. Why are we called silents? Harry wondered. The other species of origin live all over. And are often in contact with each other, but Dark Eyes people live only in the pit. Our ancestral name was the Silence, but since we held ourselves apart the other species referred to us as the Silence and it stuck. So is being wingless much of a problem? Harry wondered. Ren looked uncomfortable and Harry wished he hadn't asked. Sometimes. I need help getting places of course, and people sometimes take a while to accept me. She stood up. You missed breakfast. Are you hungry? No. Well, let's go outside anyway. Gray left some of his clothes outside the door so you can change out of these ratty things. She shook his sleeve and he looked at what she was wearing. It was a pair of loose pants that billowed slightly before coming together at her ankles, where she had several toe rings on her bare feet. On top she had what could be a dress if it didn't have long slits from the hip down each side. It went to her knees and was dark purple. The top was loose and had designs stitched onto the front and it cinched in at the waist by a black band of cloth. Next to hers his clothes were definitely ratty. I'll meet you in the living room, she said and left. Her foot appeared back through the barrier as she pushed in a folded pile of clothes with it. Harry walked over and held them up. Dark blue pants and a loose 2-layered long-sleeved shirt. He tried them on, they fit pretty well. On the back of his shirt, just like his keep clothes were 2 long slits so when he pulled it over his head it slid neatly around his wings. On these though there were clasps on the inside where they could be folded over each other and held together until you couldn't really tell anymore. It took him a while to get it together behind his back, and then he hesitated at the door. It all felt so odd to him. He was not yet over the shock of being here at all. He sighed and stepped through and walked down the hall to the living room. Ren was sitting in the living room alone, sorting through a box of string and colorful beads. She looked to be decorating one of her shirts. The shirt already had streams of color twisting across it, and she leaned over it intensely, biting her lower lip slightly. She was biting her lips slightly, and Harry couldn't help but smile to see her. The sound of sifting sand filled the room and Harry knew without looking that the door to the hallway was open. Gray walked in, looking around shortly before joining Ren at the table. That's looking nice, Gray said sincerely. Thanks. She barely glanced up before going back to her work. Where you? Gray sighed. Yeah, and he's not happy. Gray shrugged. Would you be? Who are you talking about? Harry interrupted. Is it him you mentioned yesterday when I got here? They looked at him. Well, Gray shifted uneasily. His name is Alexander. Ren interrupted. Our older brother. Your other cousin. Harry blinked, surprised, but Gray still looked uneasy. When do I meet him? They looked at him in silence. What's wrong? Harry asked. Ren murmured something to Gray, who nodded reluctantly, and they motioned for him to follow. Upon getting to his feet, Harry felt a little unsteady but masked it as he walked confidently behind them into the hall. They walked past the doors he already found familiar, which remained closed, and further down the corridor they stopped at an area in the wall where Harry could make out a dark splotch on the wall. It took him a moment to realize it was a door marker like the others. Gray touched it lightly and it opened. It seemed to take longer to open than the others did, since a moment later Harry still stood watching it open, eyebrows raised in concern. What's going on? Why didn't they tell me about this Alexander before? Is he sick? The room inside was huge, much larger than the one Harry had stayed in. On the far side someone was sitting at a desk. Alexander. Ren called hesitantly. Alexander got to his feet and walked toward him. He looked at Harry, and their eyes met. Gray and Harry looked similar, but between Alexander and Harry the resemblance was uncanny. Alexander was quite a few years older, and he seemed to be all of the things that bridged the gap of Gray's and Harry's looks, if you could merge their faces together. Harry wanted to smile warmly but he was too confused. I still don't understand. Why didn't I meet him last night with the others? Harry wanted to ask Gray, but after a moment's trying he came to the conclusion that he simply could not break his gaze. His eyes were locked on Alexander's and turning to look at Gray was simply impossible. Alexander stopped. Crouching slightly, he snarled, showing his teeth. Shocked, Harry took a step back, and heard himself growl in return. All of a sudden Alexander disappeared from view as the door shut in Harry's face. Ren stood next to the door marker, having just closed it. Alexander is like you, a portal guide. Gray said, and Harry tried to clear his head. He sat down where he was, right in the hallway, and Gray and Ren sat on either side of him comfortingly. It seems to work like that. Ren said. The firstborn is usually the one who's cursed. In my family, Alexander got the full silent heritage, Gray got a happy middle ground, and there wasn't quite enough left over for me. I'm too human. What do you mean, too human? Gray said disapprovingly. You're too Ren, if you ask me. This is my home, this is where I was born, and without wings I just don't fit in. So, Harry finally came out of his silent reverie. Portal guides can't have normal interactions with each other. Pretty much. This is exactly what Alexander was trying to prevent by staying in his room. Cursed just aggravate each other with their presence. It gets really nasty. But he's my cousin, I wouldn't want to hurt him. We know Harry. Ren said soothingly. We know. But we just tested that, and you saw what happened. Speaking to Gray, she added, let's not mention this to Mom and Dad. Agreed. Gray grimaced. They wouldn't be happy we tried that without them here. Harry wasn't really paying attention. So before you said Alexander wasn't happy, what did you mean? You know, he wants to meet you and knows he can't, and he's been stuck in his room. Gray told him. Hey, cheer up, Harry. Ren elbowed him, seeing his expression. It's not your fault. I just felt like I belonged here. Harry said wistfully. But I can't belong here because I'm keeping Alexander locked up in his room. That's not fair, this is his home. The three sat quietly in the hall for another minute, Ren and Gray giving Harry his space. So how does he get to stay here and not in the keep, exactly? Well, mages do things a little differently, Gray explained. We're kind of like the wizards in your world, only the muggles know of us and we live side by side. Muggles, Harry corrected. Right, I should reread my Earth book. So cursed among the regular people get sent to the keep, but among the mages they live in their own homes. Unlike the doors most people have, we have our shifting walls, and so if a cursed were to have an episode, they couldn't escape and hurt anyone. Mages who are cursed can't use their casting stones when they go mad. Other mages can protect themselves with magic, so we're not in any danger. Alexander just never leaves home without an escort. Except now he can't even leave his room, because of me, Harry pointed out. Don't worry about it, Ren insisted. He wanted you to be here, just like the rest of us, and he's got a huge room with all his things in it already. You're welcome to stay as long as you like, Harry, and we can set up a big room for you like his and you can take turns coming out for meals so you never get stuck in a room together. It could work. She means stay here. Harry hadn't considered that. Through the hall the sound of shifting stone came from the front room. Harry, Gray, Ren. Aunt Amanda called from the front room. Harry could hear several objects being placed on a table. I went and got food, we can eat in a few minutes, alright. Okay. They responded together. Silence. Eat one large meal a day, generally. Gray told Harry. But there's always food available, you'll find yourself being more hungry than the rest of us, because of your high body heat. The three cousins walked into the living room together and took seats at the table. They're searching for you, Lexian told Harry. We were questioned. You probably shouldn't go out without hiding your face, Harry. They don't have the right to come in here and actually look, but the Queen is very possessive about the portal guides and won't give up easily. There has to be a way for me to escape, Harry said. There's only one way in and out of the pit, Lexian said solemnly. And that's the top. They'll be watching for you there. But you're right, there has to be a way for us to smuggle you out. I understand that you probably want to get back to your life. There was an awkward silence at the table. Yes, that's true, Harry thought. I need to get back. But wasn't this exactly what I was looking for, if not better? Real family. What if I leave and never see them again? Harry put his head in his hands. The Queen treats me like a prisoner. I can't go back to the keep, I just can't. And there are people worrying about me. I want more than anything to get to know you all better, but I have to find a way to get word to Dumbledore. And I'll never be able to stay here in the pit like this. He gripped the gates on his arms. Lexian nodded. Of course not. We wanted to go get him his casting stone, Ren said pleadingly. He can't even open doors without it. Lexian nodded. Just disguise yourselves somehow. And keep a close eye on Harry. He then went to go help Amanda, who was bringing food to the table. The food was similar to what he had eaten in the pit, which put him off slightly. Harry just looked at it curiously. Harry, you need to eat. Amanda admonished. Harry shrugged. I'm just not very hungry. They sat in silence for a minute. As Harry picked at his food, he got the feeling they were all watching him. We're not going to poison you, Harry. Lexian said vehemently. Harry looked at him in astonishment. I didn't think you were. Lexian sighed. Sorry, Harry. He got to his feet and left the room. Amanda sighed loudly. Harry frowned, wondering what had upset his uncle. I'm here one day and I've already messed up my cousin's life and made my uncle mad. It's okay, Harry. Amanda told him. Lexian is having a hard time with this. See, Lexian and James had a very close relationship. She pointed at Harry. You, Harry, look a lot like your father. I've heard, Harry said. It just brings back painful memories. He wants you to be happy here, though, trust me. It was hard for both of us when your parents left. Lily was my best friend and only human companion. It hasn't been the same all these years since she left for good. She smiled kindly. It's a gift to have you among us, Harry. Harry felt a stir of emotion. Thank you, that means a lot to me. Let's go, Ren said excitedly. I want to get your casting stone now. How exciting. How are we going to disguise ourselves? Harry asked. He waved one of his huge black wings. Slightly to one side, careful not to wave it near anyone, remembering how razor-sharp they were. That's why when I first flapped my wings and tried to fly, they jumped back and looked at me angrily. They thought I wasn't being careful enough. I'll have to watch out. They will be watching the main shaft. Grace said. But this is a big mountain. There are endless tunnels winding through it, there's too many other ways around the main way. They can't watch all of them, so I doubt they're trying. I know some we can get around. We can wear some big cloaks, and me and Ren can walk on either side if you like. We're guarding you. Nobody is going to provoke you intentionally or anything, so we should be safe. Ren ran to dig through a pile of clothes, throwing a few weighted up pieces of material out of it. She shook one out. A little wrinkled, but good. Harry left his food and went to try one on. It was rather like a long black cloak from back home, only with a huge slit from the upper back down, and strings to tie it back together below. He shrugged one on, and Ren tied the back for him. How do I look? Harry asked, pulling on the hood, and wished he still had his invisibility cloak. He'd fly right out of the pit. Particularly suspicious, Ren said, but the cursed are always up to something, so no one will think anything of it. Amanda put a large plate in the middle of the table, leaving all the food on it. This will be here, Harry, when you do get hungry. Harry went and gave Amanda a hug of appreciation while Ren and Gray put their own cloaks on. She hugged him tight. One more thing, Ren said, taking one of Harry's hands and rolling back the sleeves of his cloak and tucking them behind the metal gates on arms. What are you doing that for? Harry asked with a frown. He hated looking at them. They're your ticket, Harry, it means people won't report you. No cursed is ever of the keep without gates on, otherwise it wouldn't be safe. Harry still hated them. Amanda waved them goodbye, and they went out to their doorstep. Normally I carry Ren, Gray said. But it would be much easier for you to do it. Oh, Harry said apprehensively. Don't worry, Ren said. I trust you. She smiled at him encouragingly. I could climb on your back, if you think you can be careful enough with your wingtips, or you could hold me in front. I'd be afraid of dropping you, I think, Harry said, and kneeled. Ren laid her upper arms over where Harry's wings grew from his back, and over his shoulders, grabbing her left wrist with her right hand. It feels odd when somebody touches my wings, Harry thought. I'm still not used to them being there at all. Ren gripped his waist with her knees, and Harry got to his feet, extending his wings experimentally. He could barely feel her there at all, and she didn't get in the way. Ready, Ren said. Gray flew off, and Harry followed, relishing the stretch of his wings. They flew to a ledge not too far away and stepped in another cave. Ren let go and jumped down to her feet. The three then went through hallways of what looked like storage. The ceilings were low and it smelled moist. In a back room, they found a hole low to the ground. Ren kneeled and crawled through easily. Harry followed, having a harder time with it as he tucked his wings as close as he could to his body. Gray brought up the rear, tucking in his own wings and squeezing through the hole with less difficulty. There's a whole web of tunnels in this mountain, Gray said. Most of the time you can get by ducking your head down, but sometimes you have to crawl. There's places where the tunnels dwindle away entirely, just keep getting smaller and smaller and then you have to backtrack. It's easy to get lost. Luckily, you are in the presence of the Tunnel Queen, Ren exclaimed. Not being able to fly, I spent a lot of my childhood wandering through here, I know them inside out. That's the only reason we can get to where we're going undetected, most people just get lost. It takes a hell of a lot longer to get where you're going, so no one bothers. Gray said, and Ren glared at him. But it's very useful, he added. Ren patted him on the head. Good Gray. Hey, he complained. Harry laughed. Are we going, or are we going to stand around poking fun at each other? Ren strode off into the tunnel. Being shorter than both of them, she walked straight off, but Harry had to duck his head, which wasn't much of a problem. The problem was that the tips of his wings extended up over his head, and he had to really bend his knees and lean forward. It did take a hell of a long time. Harry's neck and back were so cramped after a while that he simply followed Ren as fast as he could, hoping to be out of there soon. Ren slithered before him effortlessly, at home in her element. Ow! Gray complained from behind him painfully. Ow! Harry agreed. We're almost there boys, stop whining. Ren told them, and eventually the tunnel started widening, and she stopped abruptly. Stop, we have a problem. What? Gray asked, exasperated with the situation. This is the best tunnel for where we're going, but it doesn't have a ledge. It ends a small hole that comes out the wall of the main shaft of the pit. She pointed out the obvious, I will fall. I need to try to get behind Harry somehow. Harry squeezed to one side of the tunnel, leaning against the wall. Ren pushed her way around him, which moved him backward somewhat into Gray, who had to take a few steps back. I'm glad we've become so close, Ren said to Harry, right in his ear. Me too, he said, laughing. Once she was behind him, he kneeled for her to resume her previous perch, and then continued in a crawling position with her on his back. Harry wasn't used to being touched so much, it was bizarrely intimate, but born of a necessity that he could understand. Maybe it was just a family thing. He couldn't remember being carried when he was small, but he knew that was something that families did. Are you tickling the back of my neck? Harry demanded, feeling fingers brushing him teasingly. No, of course not, Ren said, doing it again. Whoa, Harry said. He'd reached the opening of the tunnel. It was what she said, a small hole on the side of the sheer cliff of the pit. There weren't any ledges nearby. You have to push yourself out and quickly open your wings so they catch air. Gray explained. I suppose that's kind of an advanced move, isn't it? I'm taking the crash course. Harry commented. Please, don't take that phrase literally, Ren said, and they laughed again. Ren tightened her hold on him as he kneeled on the edge and shoved off. They plummeted for a few feet, then Harry got his wings open and caught the air, flapping a few times up and away from the tunnel opening. Woo! Ren whooped. That was fun. Gray pulled off the same maneuver and he caught up to Harry, both flapping lazily in the still air, holding their position as if they were standing face to face. Harry tried to work out the tightness of his wings from the tunnel. Up there, now, Gray pointed. We're going to the clan's storerooms, your casting stone will be there somewhere. I have one already, Harry asked. Yeah, it was made for you when you were born. You would have gotten it when you started training with it, but you weren't here, so it will still be in storage. Gray told him, I think I can find it. They found a ledge up above them that was big, not quite as big as the ledge in front of the Queen's Hall but nearly. The storerooms aren't guarded or anything? Harry asked. No, Ren said, casting stones don't work for anybody but who they're made for, there would be no sense for anyone to steal it. They walked into the cave, and Harry was impressed. It was a large round room with many openings all around it, and in the center was a round pool with a ledge for sitting and dipping your feet into. This is nice. Cool off with me, Harry, while Gray rummages around. Ren jumped down from his back and ran over to the pool, splashing into it. Harry waited until she had taken a seat before joining her, putting his feet into the cool, clear water. That feels refreshing, he said with a sigh. Gray around the doors, reading words inscribed above them before picking one and disappearing into it. That tunnel killed my back. Sorry, you want me to massage your back? Ren asked, bobbing her feet on the surface of the water, gleefully creating little splashes and ripples. Honestly? Harry asked. Yeah, I mean, you have to carry me back, you might as well not be all cramped up and uncomfortable. Ren pushed his shoulder so that he turned a little. Consider it as me watching out for my own safety. Now spread your wings a little and keep them out of my way. She held up her thumb to remind him of the cut. Harry grabbed her hand and looked at it. It's nearly healed already, he said. Of course, she said, I may not have wings, but I'm still a silent in every other way. Mother takes much longer to heal than I do. Harry followed her instructions and closed his eyes in bliss as she kneaded the tense muscles of his back. So you like to decorate your clothes, right? Harry asked. Yep, she said. I make them and decorate them, it's fun. I've traded shirts for all kinds of things. Harry. Gray's voice echoed to them, slightly distant. What? Harry groaned, not wanting his massage to be disrupted. I think I found it, it's not labeled very well. Can you come so I can check? Harry groaned again, and Ren stopped, jumping into the pool, which was as deep as mid-thigh. She didn't seem to mind getting wet. She splashed at him, now get. I'll stay here and play. All right, he said, brushing water off of his face. I'm going. He went through the door Gray had gone through. Over here. Gray called, and Harry followed his voice down further, passing by open doorways filled with shelves and boxes. He found the one that Gray was standing in, next to a small pile of boxes. Gray opened one, and held it up for Harry to see. Oh, was all Harry could say. Wow. It was a small perfectly round sphere of a stone, a brilliant clear green like his eyes. It's beautiful. Gray held it up its long, thin silver chain, and Harry ducked his head so Gray could put it on him. Beautiful, but more than that. It's like I know it already, Harry tried to explain. Good, that's why I had you come back here. I knew by the look on your face that this was it. Several indistinguishable voices floated to them down the hallway, and both listened carefully. Ren's voice could be heard also. Quick as they could, Harry and Gray gathered up the boxes, including Harry's empty one, and shoved them back on the shelf. With long steps they strode through the hallway back to where Ren waited. Wait here, Gray whispered as they got to the doorway, firmly stopping Harry with a hand on his shoulder, and stepped into the room. Ah, there he is, I was wondering how you got here. 3 boys stood around Ren, wings slightly flared in a circle. She was glaring at them. They had different shades of mottled wings, but all 3 had the same haughty expression, and 2 of the 3 were larger than Gray. Get away from my sister, Gray said immediately. Are you sure she's your sister? The one who had spoken before said. Oh right, you're part half person yourself. That never matters to anyone, Gray said, why do you care? I don't, I was just wondering how the crippled one got here. I flew in better style than you did, Ren said, making a gesture with her hand unfamiliar to Harry. Harry decided it was a rude gesture by how their faces contorted with anger. How exactly can anything be considered that? He asked. Harry didn't wait any longer, stepping into the room. He felt his face was slightly flushed. I flew with him, Ren said, pointing at Harry. The 3 boys took one look in his direction, and after one shocked second they stumbled away from the pool, running outside where they scrambled off the ledge. That was effective, Gray noted dryly. Are you okay, Harry? Ren asked, looking at him with concern. Getting to her feet she walked over and took his hand. It's okay, I don't mind. They're just ignorant. Harry didn't answer. He was feeling slightly dizzy. Come sit in the pool for a minute, okay? She pulled him over to the pool, and he sat right in it this time, and Ren joined him. He closed his eyes. After a minute he felt immensely better, the cool water draining the tension from him like the massage had. He opened his eyes, finding Ren looking right at him. "Are you okay?" she asked again, voice slightly shaky. Harry nodded. "I feel fine now." "Okay, good, time to go home," Grace said, and they got to their feet. "Ren, you stand here in the middle, Harry you go way over there, and I'll go on the other side, and we'll flap our wings as hard as we can. Well, I will, you just flap a little, okay? You and Ren need be dry so that no one slips while flying." Harry followed instructions and the round room soon felt like the inside of a small tornado. This is probably what sitting in Aunt Petunia's clothes dryer would feel like, Harry thought. It didn't take long until they were ready to go. They did their same trip in reverse. Getting back into the hole in the side of the cliff was harder than getting out. Harry had to duck in quickly without bashing Ren on the top edge of the tunnel entrance or cutting her with his wings, but he managed it. The tunnel trip seemed shorter than before, and Harry felt relief as he landed on his aunt and uncle's ledge to go into their family cave. "Let's do another crash course," Ren said brightly. "In magic. First we need to teach you how to open doors." The rest of the day went by quickly as Gray and Ren tried to stuff Harry's skull with all the knowledge that would fit about casting stone magic. It was very different. It relied on thought to cue the magic instead of words, so you had to be very careful what you were thinking. He wore his stone on its chain under his shirt. It was pretty, but needed to be in contact with his skin so he wouldn't be wearing it out where anyone could see it. As he fell asleep in the guest bedroom, door properly closed, Harry ran his fingers over the green stone's smooth surface and smiled. When a noise in his room woke him abruptly a couple hours later, he wasn't smiling. A cold breeze blew through his room, and his skin was tingling, alive. As he peered into the darkness, he was almost positive he saw was someone standing, looking down on him by the end of his bed. It wasn't Lexian, it wasn't Amanda, it wasn't Ren, and it wasn't Gray. There was a strange pressure in his head, like the beginning of a headache. Harry's throat tickled, and he coughed, spitting a fireball onto his bed. Harry's pillow burst into flames, right next to his hand. Harry jerked his hand away, but he'd felt only the heat and there were no signs of burns. "Well, the fire is inside me, I sure hope it wouldn't burn me." Before he could properly take a look at who was standing next to his bed, something leapt on him. Its claws scratched at him through his clothes, digging into his skin without breaking the surface. They felt like icy cold daggers. Freezing cold breath blew over his face, and he looked up into the alien eyes of the creature attacking him. It looked like a white lizard the size of an alligator. Yelling, Harry wrestled it, flipping over and off the bed. They landed with a thump, Harry on top. Someone else tried to grab him from behind, but Harry abruptly remembered his extra weapons and flapped his wings urgently, feeling his wingtips slice into flesh as someone swore. His attacker from behind persisted, trying to grab his wrist and pull him backwards. Harry fought them. The grip on his wrist reversed directions, going with the force Harry was using to resist. Harry's face slammed against the ground and he was stunned temporarily. He was given only split second to recover before the white lizard came at him, claws out. Harry sluggishly managed to hit it, though he felt like he was going in slow motion, and they rolled across the floor a couple feet before running into the wall of the cave. The sudden stop of momentum jarred both of them, but Harry was a step ahead, closing his hands around the lizard's throat. Under his fingers, its neck felt strangely delicate, and he choked it until he heard bone crack. The lizard stilled. Harry rested on the hard stone for a moment before remembering his other attacker, the one who'd been watching him as he woke. Sitting up and looking around, he found the other one was gone. "He probably left while I was distracted by the white lizard." He gave the lizard a second glance. "It's dead. I killed it." There wasn't any time to think about that just then. Harry ran to his door, to find it open. "Oh, Merlin." Out in the hall, he yelled a warning, dropping to his knees. That same strange feeling hit his senses once again, the cool tingling. It was vaguely familiar. "I think, maybe it's a portal opening. But you can't open portals in the pit." Harry found his family around him suddenly, touching him with concerned hands. "What's wrong, Harry?" Amanda asked urgently. Ren ran up to them then, eyes wide in panic. "Alexander's door is open, and he's gone." Lexian got to his feet, face pale. Glancing down at Harry regretfully, he said. Gray, get Nathan. They sat next to the front door in a row, Lexian, Amanda, Gray, Harry, and Ren. Since the minute Nathan had showed up following Gray, their home had been bustling with Nathan's people. They searched Alexander's room for any clues, but Alexander was truly gone. His bed was a tangled mess. Harry looked at it once and had a sinking feeling, recalling his own nighttime encounter. Someone stood in front of Harry, asking him questions. Nathan walked up next to the man. Behind them, two more carried the dead lizard body out of Harry's room. You killed it pretty dead. The other man commented. Nathan just looked at Harry quietly. He's making me uneasy, Harry thought, agitated by the stares. I'm sorry about your son, Nathan said, addressing Lexian and Amanda. We're going to keep searching, but we have no idea how they got into your home, yet alone how they escaped and kidnapped a cursed young man. That body will be taken for study. The body? Gray asked. Do you know what it is? Nathan shook his head. No. He looked over his shoulder, and shuddered. That is the strangest thing I've ever seen. Finally he turned his eyes to Harry, saying quietly, you know you need to come with me, right Harry? Harry said nothing. No. Amanda said. We've already lost one family member tonight. Please. Nathan gave her an indecipherable glance, something in between pity and dislike. The Queen lets you mages get away with almost anything. But you know a household can only support one cursed. He would have to go to the keep, even not under these circumstances. Clearly even the cursed are not safe here. He motioned for Harry to follow him. Ren reached out and grabbed Harry's hand, squeezing it. She let go as he stood up. Harry looked at them, wondering if he should try to escape. His family was too shell-shocked to help him, but he didn't think he could do it alone. They looked up at him from their dejected little line. Every face was pale. They kept their eyes on him sadly as Nathan walked him to the door, and out of sight. Harry's heart wrenched. He did nothing, for now. The Queen has been informed of tonight's events. I'm going to put you in a room where you can sleep, and early in the morning we will have a meeting concerning your future. They soared down the pit, picking up speed faster and faster until they were very deep. First Harry thought they might be going to the keep, but they stopped before they got that far and Nathan led Harry a short way inside the mountain. The room he gave him was small but comfortable. Harry didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and when they went to fetch him in the morning he was sitting on his bed. Come Harry, it's time. Nathan said, opening the door. The blankets Harry had sat on restlessly all night were clearly not slept under. Harry got up and followed him. They didn't have long to go and didn't even have to fly. From a set of stairs they went up 2 floors into another room. It was large, making the medium-sized table in the center look small. Seated at the table was Queen Eris, and a man Harry didn't know. He was very tall and thin with closely cropped facial hair, and sharp eyes. He looked Harry over speculatively. I don't like that look, Harry thought. I have no idea what he's thinking, but he looks at me like a thing, not a person. Both at the table nodded at Nathan in acknowledgement, and Nathan guided Harry to a seat, and sat in the last chair himself. Harry wasn't sure what to do with himself. He was torn between staring at the table and wringing his hands nervously or glaring. He settled on gazing at them calmly, unmoving. They look a little unsettled when I do that, don't they? We just had the summary of last night's events. What attacked you last night Nathan wouldn't know about, because he's in charge of security in the mountain, all of the pit. This is. She gestured to the tall man on her left. He's in charge of everything else. He's the headmaster of the academy. He handpicks the young ones that enter there, and organizes off-world missions and other travels out to the rest of Origin. What attacked you is called an ice lizard. Is said. His voice was low and commanding. They have mysteriously been cropping up around Origin for months now, but never in the pit. It should be impossible for them to enter here, but somehow this one did. The upside is that we now have a body to study. It went to the educated. He looked satisfied. It should have known better to attack a cursed. No one has ever killed one before now. We're quite impressed, the Queen added. It seems you've proved yourself capable, even of handling an attack in the middle of the night. So now the question is, what to do with you? You agreed to cooperate, but then I had to spend the last 2 days looking for you. Harry suddenly remembered Enna. He had agreed to be her bodyguard, instead of going back to the keep. I wouldn't call that cooperation, she continued stiffly. In a normal situation, we would put you back into the keep to think things over. Harry shook his head with disbelief. Think things over. I just wanted to get to know my family. You don't seem to understand the gravity of your actions. Is said mildly. Your cursed nature has been repressed for all these years, so you're used to being responsible for yourself. But those days are over. You have to realize that you can no longer control everything you do. You can hurt people without meaning to. If you won't take responsibility for that and be more careful, we have to do it for you. Harry remembered the woozy feeling when looking into the eyes of another cursed, and his voice shook with frustration. But I can't just stay locked up all the time, there has to be another option. There is, Eris said. If you take the job I offered you, you have too much potential to just lock you up in the keep, so I'm inclined to give you a chance. Let me explain the situation, Harry. She leaned forward. The queen traditionally has one daughter, and that daughter becomes the next queen when the queen retires. Somewhere in the bloodline of the man I chose to be the father of my child was a healer, and Enna was born. You've seen her. Harry nodded, understanding. Enna being a healer wasn't in the plan. Healers are for healing, not for ruling. Is said quietly. The queen looked pained. The problem with the gift of the gods is that they seem to lack courage or willpower. She's gotten used to her quarters and their many protections, but she hesitates to even go to the hall. Nobody has seen her there in years. Even if she does come, she's too shy to sit in the front by the throne and be recognized as my daughter. She can't rule from her quarters. Something needs to be done. We've decided to assign her a complete hand. Is said. Harry was confused. What? A hand? What in Merlin's name does that mean? What do you mean, a hand? He asked. A hand is the term we use for our military units. Is explained. Each unit is a small, personal army of the queen. They're called hands to signify that they do the queen's bidding, reaching like hands for her, but also because they traditionally have 5 members, like 5 fingers. A 5-person army? Harry asked, slightly skeptical. This is what the academy is for, is said, ignoring Harry's tone. The people I've hand-picked every year at graduation from studies, go through the academy and are trained in depth to fill different capacities in a hand. There are classes on being a leader, and classes on how to follow your leader, training with potions and fighting. After academy their teachers, having known them best, organize them into hands. Then they start doing missions for me. This is how a hand works. In the center is a cursed. They don't go to the academy. The cursed is the main fighting force of this little army. The rest of the hand serves to control and direct that force, and the other things they were trained to do. I've approached my teachers, and told them that even though this semester of the academy is not complete, I'd like them to pick 4 of their absolute best students about to graduate and pull them out early. I've given them a day to deliberate, although most of them knew their best students already. We want you, Harry, to join them. With this hand Enna will more than effectively protect it, and hopefully this will give her confidence. It's time for her to learn to become queen. That won't happen for a very long time, but it will probably take just as long for her to learn effectively. It's more than time for her to start. So, Harry repeated, digesting this, you want me to become part of one of these hands? Yes. The best you've got. He repeated again. Yes, is said patiently. I suppose I don't have a choice in this. Harry said dejectedly. Of course you do. The queen said, we wouldn't trust someone who doesn't want do the job. You can choose between staying in the deepest depths of the keep, or going places with Enna. When you're not needed, you will stay in one of the nicer, upper levels of the keep. Is that why the keep is as nasty as it is? Harry asked suspiciously. The keep is built as it is to be most effective. Is answered, slightly annoyed. It's under the pit itself to be furthest away from where the cursed could cause any harm to the rest of society. That's depressing. Well, of course I accept, Harry said. I don't want to go down into the keep. Not if I want to escape you. He held up his hands to show the gates. That's what these are for, right? So I'm safe for people out of the keep. You've been planning this. Not planning, the queen corrected, considering. This isn't a done deal, Harry, we'll see how it goes. When do I meet the other people? Harry asked. Now, is said, very soon. We'll bring some extra chairs in here, and you can wait. I'll be back to speak to everyone when they're assembled. The 3 stood up. I'll be seeing you soon, Harry. The queen said. She Isn't Nathan left the room, leaving Harry in his chair. Sure enough, a few minutes later 2 extra chairs were added. A man dressed in the same uniform as the security in the keep walked in quickly, not looking at Harry, put them down and left. About half an hour passed before the door finally opened again. Looking up, Harry was mildly surprised. "Hey John," he said, grinning. "Hey Harry," John said cheerfully. They clasped hands in greeting and John down next to Harry. "So what happened? Where have you been? It's been crazy. 1 minute I leave you in that room and then I spend the next 2 days looking for you with my grandfather. Then, suddenly, there's all these rumors about attacks and dead bodies, and you show up again. So, are you going to share what happened? That black stuff knocked me out for a long time." He held up his arms. "They did this." John raised his eyebrows. "Whoa, let me see." He inspected one of the gates, tracing the letters. "Spells," he said wonderingly. Harry could tell John wasn't a mage. "Then when I woke up, I found myself being carried off." "No way." "Yeah, and it was my cousin. He took me to my dad's family that live here." Harry was feeling better just talking to John. "So I was there for a while, which was, I gotta say it was nice. Then while I was asleep something attacked me but I fought it off. While I was distracted someone kidnapped my other cousin." "No way." John shook his head. "Dark." Then he grinned slyly. "Let's mess with people, okay?" "What do you mean?" "Here, I'm going to sit right next to you, like we're old friends." He scooted his chair closer. "Tuck your wings in tight. They'll think we know each other from the academy, and since it's not that bright in here they'll figure your wings are dark brown, not black." "Dark," Harry said, testing the word out. "Now you've got it." John slung his arm around Harry's shoulder. "I have a question for you," Harry asked. "Sure. How long do silents live? I met someone in the keep who was 26,000 years old." "Really? That's pretty old." John looked impressed. "Of course there's really old silents here and there but you don't ask them how old they are. We can be killed, though we're immune to most sicknesses and poisons and it takes a bit of effort to do someone in. If nothing happens to you, you can live as long as you want to live. That would be immortality," Harry pointed out, shocked. "No way." "In theory," John said, shaking his head. "But no, we may not have a set lifespan like the other species but we all die eventually. It just works differently. Silents seem to live on willpower. When you get older you eventually lose that willpower, and you die. Sometimes it happens sooner instead of later. That guy you met in the keep must have amazing willpower to continue living after all this time." Harry nodded in agreement. "Auden is probably the toughest person I've ever met. But there's a drawback to that. I guess Dark Eyes was the only one to choose this form of life for his species for that reason. If there's something that is a big enough shock or trauma, we simply suicide. People probably don't think about it before it happens. But say for example their loved ones die, they have this moment, where they understand their loss completely, and think they don't want to live. It's just a split second, but it's enough. I can see how that could be a problem," Harry said, realizing, couldn't that start a chain reaction? John nodded. "Yes. Sometimes small chain reactions start and a whole family will be wiped out after the death of one family member. The educated worry that there are certain people who would cause chain reactions that could wipe out large parts of the population." "The Queen," Harry suggested. "Exactly. For that reason, they try to have a new queen in place before the old queen gets too old. But our queen is pretty young right now. Do you know what we're here for?" Harry asked. "I wonder if they told him about Enna." "Nope." John shrugged. "But I have to admit, it's pretty dark. Everyone at the academy is going to be so jealous that we got picked for a special assignment right out of school." The door opened, and a girl had caught the last part of their conversation. She looked at them appraising Ly, and Harry tried to make his wings look as small as possible like they planned. "I think John intends to randomly say, by the way, this guy is cursed, and shock everyone. He's a sneaky one." The girl was average height, but muscular. She had an intense, focused expression, her hair was auburn and back in a ponytail. Her wings were a surprising shade of red, and she was wearing practical clothing. She sat in a chair across the table, and folded her arms. John, behaving like John, gave her an exaggerated wink, but she didn't respond. Harry was a bit taken aback, but was spared the uncomfortable silence by the door reopening. It was another girl, smaller and more delicate looking, and she had a wide smile. Harry liked her immediately. She was pretty, and her long hair was woven into dozens of small braids. Her wings reminded Harry of a tawny owl, and her hair was a similar light shade of brown. Her smile was contagious. Harry found himself smiling back. Unlike the first girl, she wore a simple but pretty dress and a belt with beads woven into it. She had small earrings sparkling on each ear. She sat at the table with a certain amount of grace. The first girl glanced her over too, reserving judgment. "Good," she said, scooting her chair forward and sitting up straight. "Now that we're all here, we can introduce ourselves." John grinned, suppressing a chuckle, squeezing Harry with the arm slung over Harry's shoulders. "I'm John," he said confidently. Harry volunteered next as they all looked at him. "I'm Soraya," said the pretty smiling girl. "Vosen," was the first girl. "I do potions mostly. I was top in theory, history, and nonviolent techniques." Soraya shared. "I've done a lot of escort work," John was saying, but the door was opening. Another boy walked in. He had a very muscular physique and confidence. He moved like a fighter. Vosen blinked at him. "You are Axe." The boy looked out over them, and everyone was confused for a second. "But that makes 5, Vosen protested. "Aren't there 4 of us?" "A hand has 5, John pointed out, removing his arm from Harry's shoulders. "Yeah, but that includes our cursed," Axe said, still standing near the door. "Exactly," John said. He gave Harry a little nudge. Rolling his eyes, Harry shook out his wings from their cramped position, spreading them to full span. Their blackness and immense size said it all, and the 3 others in the room stared. Harry had made extra sure to be careful where he put them. He felt confident he could maneuver his wings around and avoid injuring anyone. John, sitting close to him as he moved, didn't flinch. "You're cursed." Soraya had been sitting right next to Harry, and she involuntarily leaned away. Her voice was small and intimidated. "Meet my buddy Harry," John said gleefully. Harry folded his wings back up. The others stared at them. The door opened. It was John, Soraya, Vosen and Axe all looked surprised and odd. "Good," said. "You're all here. Take a seat, young man." Axe sat down, and took the last chair. "You all know me," said, and they nodded. "He's a legend," John murmured to Harry. Continued, "I regret you will not be graduating with the rest of your class. We're going to be moving you through early. I asked your teachers to each pick the best students they have for a very important task." They all sat up straight with pride and everyone smiled, even Vosen. "You won't be going on missions, you will have a regular assignment and be working together for some time. Let me start by explaining your assignment. Queen Eris has a daughter Enna who's not often acknowledged because she's not in the public eye. She has anxiety about leaving her quarters. We want to assign her a hand that is with her at all times. We chose you because we need the best for Princess Enna, and also because you're close to her age. By having the same people around her she can build trust. She's met Harry already. None of you have been in a hand before or worked with a cursed, but you are well trained and I have confidence this can work out." John shot Harry a glance when said that Harry had met the princess. "Which one of you is trained to be a leader?" asked. Vosen sat up straight, saying, "I am. She will be in charge. Since we are trying to put together the best team, we also got one of the best cursed for you as well." Gestured at Harry. "This is the wild one." "Oh, darkness!" Vosen exclaimed, and they all looked floored, except for John. Harry could feel their eyes all on him, and was embarrassed. He looked straight ahead at and didn't react. "I really think I dislike being famous. And being famous for being violent and escaping into the wilderness is much worse than being famous for living through Voldemort's death curse. I want you all to get to know each other," told them. "You need a relationship that works, so figure it out. Harry's room is on level 1 of the keep, you should find it pretty easily. It should be the only empty one, just ask the guard, just walk him over there and hang out, or go get something to eat, it's up to you. Good luck," he said, getting to his feet. "I will contact you soon." He left, leaving the door open, and they could hear his footsteps down the hall. "Wow, Dark, a princess," John said, and everyone nodded. He elbowed Harry. "You never told me you met the princess." "Yeah, she's really nice," Harry said. "She's really pretty." "Of course she is, Queen Eris is stunning. John's eyes widened. You know each other? Vosen asked, eyes flicking back and forth. We've met twice, John told her. I've escorted him around, and we always got along pretty well. Should we go? Axe asked, pointing at the open door. They got to their feet, and walked out of the room, starting down the hallway. John knew the way, and so he stepped forward to lead them, leaving Harry to stand with the others. John turned around once and smiled, but the rest of the time he was focused on where they were walking, so the trip was silent. Harry could tell when they reached the keep, it was deeper and darker than where they'd been before. The air got colder. They're nervous, I can feel it. It's making me nervous. The walls felt like they were pressing in. I hate the keep, I really hate it. Harry started feeling odd, a little hot, a little dizzy. He pulled at the neckline of his shirt, agitated. Soraya looked at him strangely, but they continued in silence. They reached a guard, who looked them over, and pointed to one of the first doorways. Each step toward the door was hard. Locking myself into my own prison, he thought morosely. John stopped by the door and turned, leaning against the wall to watch them walk over, opening the door and holding it for them. Harry stopped in front of him. Hey John. What is it, Harry? John asked. I'm feeling a little dizzy. He said. John's face looked like it was on the other end of a long, long tunnel. It looked concerned. You need to lie down. Harry shrugged. I feel like I'm being babysat. These people think I'm a freak. Harry, John's voice changed. He didn't sound like John anymore. Your eyes. A hand touched his back, and Harry snapped. As everything faded away, Harry could feel himself lashing out. Harry felt for a moment that his hands weren't his own. He turned and looked behind him, seeing a body crumpled at the base of the wall. He vaguely wondered what someone was doing down there, but they were too far away to get a good look at. Everything was swimming in front of his eyes. He noticed the way everyone was looking at him, absolute shock. Why are they looking at me like that? What is that person doing down there? Things cleared up for a second, and he felt it might be wise to step in his room and leave these mysteries behind. The door closed with a slam. When Harry woke up some time later, he was on the floor. He looked around. It was a nice room, very large. One corner had a bed and dresser, there were a couple empty shelves on the wall, and then an area with a table and 5 chairs. Very comfortable looking, and the bed was the nicest he'd had a chance to sleep in so far. I wonder why I chose to sleep on the floor. The door had been solid before, but it had bars now. It must have 2 doors, and you can either close both or close just the bars, so you can still look in. You can make it look pretty, and try to hide the fact, but it's still a prison. There was someone out there looking in on him, barely out of view, but they stepped forward toward the bars where he could see them. It was Iz. Hello Harry. Hey Iz. Harry said, getting to his feet and trying to brush some of the wrinkles out of his pants. Iz opened the door and stepped inside, crossing his arms and looking down at Harry in that way that Harry was now familiar with. What is it? Harry inquired, slightly annoyed. You messed up, Harry. Iz said gravely. We're having another meeting, we need to review our plans. Oh, said Harry, trying to remember what he'd done. You can only come along if you drink this first. Iz held out a vial, and Harry looked at it distrustfully. What does it do? It will make you feel a little slow and sluggish. Nothing particularly strong. Iz reconsidered. Actually one of the strongest we've got, but it shouldn't put you to sleep. Iz looked pointedly at Harry. Or you could stay here. Resignedly, Harry reached for the vial. It was small enough to drink in one gulp. He waited, and Iz watched him. Why is this necessary? Harry thought to ask. No one wants to see you at all right now, and it would make them feel much better, in my experience, if you have difficulty coordinating walking, Iz said matter-of-factly. And also because I want this meeting to have a favorable outcome, and if this gets you a pity vote then it's worth the discomfort. He sighed. Why did you have to complicate things, Harry? 2 of the men in dark blue, keepers, came into the room on either side of Harry, lifting him up and propping him on his feet. Let's go, one of them said, and they started forward. Each step became harder and harder as Harry became more and more dizzy. It made him extremely uneasy, as it reminded him of before, when he'd felt out of control. The complete memory leapt into Harry's mind, and his heart sank. What did I do? Eventually they got to a large door, and it opened into a long room with several rows of tables. The table closest to the door was empty. It was this table they marched him to, supporting him from either side. His legs gave out in relief as he sat in a chair, and he laid his head down on the table, tired. Folding his arms and placing his chin on top, he looked lazily at the next table, eyes half open, slumped over the table. Several faces jumped out at him. The Queen, Nathan, who was sitting next to John, and as he took an empty seat next to the Queen. He also noticed Soraya looking at him with panic, but the other people in the room were all a blur. "Calm yourselves, he can't hurt you," said soothingly. "How is he?" the Queen asked. Confused, said, "Now we need to address the question of what to do next. We should have been prepared for this, but we weren't. I know from my work with cursed silence that the ones that are particularly powerful are always more prone to violent episodes than the others, and Harry is definitely that. I wasn't expecting him to immediately react to his hand as he did, and I want to determine what happened." "We were walking Harry to his room as you requested," Vosen said. "When we got to his room he was looking at us strangely, and he told John he didn't feel right, and we were concerned. Axe was standing behind him, and without turning around Harry flung him back into the wall of the hallway. The force split his head open. Axe is now dying. Don't get ahead of yourself," said. "He's not dead yet, but he soon will be," Vosen told him bitterly. "Healers can rebuild bodies to a certain extent, but they can't do anything about brain damage." "Oh no. The fact," Nathan said directly and only to the Queen, "is that their confidence is irreversibly damaged, and we might as well send them home to their families. This arrangement should be called off. The result was failure. Harry needs to be locked up deep in the keep. He's simply too dangerous." His bluntness stunned them into silence. Harry was trying to mash his face into the table and hopefully disappear. They all looked at him, and he peered blearily back. "Hold on just a second," John argued. "Don't discount us like that." "That's right," Soraya said, surprising everyone. She'd been silent up until that point. "Don't lie to yourselves," Nathan said harshly. "It's too late now." "No," Vosen insisted. "So you're willing to try again?" asked. John, Soraya and Vosen nodded. Harry was surprised, from their faces so were Nathan and the Queen. Looked pleased. "Why do they want me?" "Nathan is right, maybe I should be locked away." "Thanks, friend," said quietly to Nathan, who looked as if uncomprehending. "We need to find what caused the problem, this is why I've brought Harry." One of the keepers nudged Harry, who lifted his head. "Harry," asked gently, "what upset you? Did Axe do something?" Harry thought fuzzily. "He touched me," he said conclusively. "Touched you?" the Queen asked. "But I touch Harry all the time." John protested. "That's right," Vosen agreed. Nodding. John would have his arm over Harry's shoulders, even. Nathan raised his eyebrows at John. "We were joking around," John told them. "Exactly," Harry mumbled. They all looked back over to him. "I see," Soraya said. "John treats him like a friend. Axe treated him like a freak," Harry completed. Nodded. "There lies the problem. Harry doesn't want to be feared. Now that we know what set him off, we can try to avoid the problem from happening in the future. We will delay our plans for a couple days, and I want you all to spend time with Harry until you've built some trust." The Queen nodded in agreement to this. "And we're going to need a fifth person for the hand. I'll trust you to find someone," the Queen said. Nathan looked disappointed, but everyone else nodded. Harry was alert and feeling sorry for himself in his room later that day. He'd figured out how to reach through the bars and find the solid second door, and shut it. No one had bothered him. There came a knock. With a sigh, Harry walked over to the door and reached through to the second door, pushing it open slightly. "Yes, it's me." It was Gray, who pulled the door slightly further open and grinned to see Harry. "Gray, come in. Can you come in?" Harry asked ruefully. "Yeah, the guard is going to let me in. I've brought a couple visitors with me, is that okay?" "Sure." The door was unlocked by the guard from the hall, who glared at Harry. Must have ruined his day to have someone almost killed on his shift. Gray stepped in. "Ren, Mom and Dad say hello, and they hope you're well." "How are they?" Harry asked. "Any news about Alexander?" "No, none. We tried to argue for your release, but when it comes to cursed, the Queen's word is law." Gray held the door open behind him, and Harry watched to see who his visitors were. First entered a tall, dark-haired woman with deep brown wings Harry had never seen before. The woman was looking him over carefully, but as she and Gray went to take seats at Harry's table, two younger women came hand in hand through the door and Harry turned his attention to them. "Cod!" he exclaimed, recognizing the blonde healer. The one holding her hand was actually quite a bit younger, and she looked at Harry with wide eyes. Her wings were tucked in stiffly, nervously. "Hello Harry," Cod said, and surprised him with a hug. Harry hugged her back gratefully. "This is Fia," she added. "You've met." "We have," Harry asked, looking at the girl. "Sorry," Fia said. "What are you apologizing for?" Harry wanted to know, very curious now. "Maybe I have seen her before. When you were free, they found you because of me," she explained. "I didn't mean to. You saved my life. But I was so scared." Harry finally understood. They had recaptured him because of her. "You're the one who saw me," Harry said, and she nodded. "It's okay, I'm not angry." "What do you mean? I saved your life." He gestured for them, so sit down, and they all sat around the table. "This is odd," Fia confessed. "I've thought a lot about you, and in my head you've always been, as you were. Now we're standing here, having a normal conversation." She took a deep breath. "Nessie, that's my little sister, and I were exploring. We're really not supposed to go as far as we did, but I didn't care and I almost got me and my sister killed. We were attacked by a blood beast, and it was about to eat us when you appeared out of nowhere and attacked it. You fought it and won, and it ran away. Then you left. She came to the keep when she heard you'd been captured," Cod told him. "She's a brave girl. They directed her to me. I guess we figured out the mystery of the claw." Fia reached into a pocket of her dress, and pulled out a big, wickedly curving claw. "You must have bitten this off the blood beast in the fight," Cod said with a warm smile. "I had it and showed it to Fia." Fia offered it him and he took it to get a closer look. It was silver in tone, hard and extremely sharp. A cord had been woven around the base of the claw to hold it securely, attaching it to large loop. "I made that, if you want to wear it," Fia said shyly. "Thank you," Harry said honestly. "I think I will. I wanted to let you know," Fia added. "That when you nodded at me. Like you saw me and had saved me on purpose. You must have done it on purpose. I think you saw I was in trouble and rescued me, even if you don't remember." Harry was slightly stunned. "I sure hope so. That would be excellent. So there's hope for me yet." Everyone smiled. Fia got to her feet. "I'll go now. Thank you, for being my champion." She blushed, and Cod stood and took her hand again. "I'll walk you out," she offered, and Fia nodded gratefully. "Goodbye Fia." Harry waved as they left. "Goodbye Wild One," Fia said. "Hopefully we'll meet again sometime," Cod added, shutting the door. Gray smiled at Harry. "See Harry, not everyone thinks you're a monster." He winked. "Will you stop sulking now?" Harry laughed. "Thank you Gray." He gave Gray a playful push, who pushed him back. "Boys, behave," the woman said with a smile. Harry had forgotten she was there for a second, and looked at her, surprised. "A joke?" Gray asked, surprised, but for a different reason. "From you. I'm not as boring as you think I am, Gray," she said. "Harry, this is Aunt Madalena, our father's older sister." Harry was now glad. More family. "I was always much older than my two younger brothers, we never had quite the same relationship," Madalena explained to Harry. "I was always very much involved in my work. I work for the Queen. She's a mage. One of the best," Gray said, with no small amount of pride. "Of course I wanted to meet my nephew." Madalena gave him a smile, and touched his hand. "I must say, I'm rather impressed. You've made quite a name for yourself." "The Wild One," Harry offered. "Yes, quite interesting. I know where I've seen you," Harry realized suddenly. "When I was first presented to the Queen in her hall, you were sitting up near the throne. I noticed her because while everyone was looking scandalized, she simply watched me closely." "That's right. You're very observant." Madalena nodded. "I've got something else for you here, something Cod gave me." She handed something to Harry, a small soft pouch. Inside, something was hard and round. He opened it and reached in, and his fingertips tingled slightly as he lifted the contents out. It was the ugly rock on the chain, and as the tingling started to irritate him he dropped it back inside. "I made that," Madalena said. "And gave it to your mother. She came to me shortly after you were born. Babies are born with small fuzzy wings without much color and no one had yet realized what you were. No one really considered it you could be cursed because your mother was human and not a silent. But somehow your mother knew. Later young Alexander proved to be cursed, and that's when people realized you might be as well. However, your parents had already left with you and you couldn't be examined. When your mother first came to me, she wanted a way to not only hide who you were, but suppress your nature. It worked, but only barely. It wouldn't work under any other circumstances, or for anyone else here in the keep. It worked because you weren't in your true form, because you didn't know who you were, nor were you surrounded by this particular society. So you looked human, and had no reason to know or act differently. Your own mind made the spell engage. It can still hide you very well, so I want you to keep it, and I think if you were off origin it would work much as before. I put it into a bag that will block its effects from you so you can carry it safely. Harry was impressed. Thank you. I've had the life I've had because of her. We've got some good news. Grace said brightly. And we came early to tell you to be discreet. I'm going to be part of your hand. What? Harry asked. Really? That's great. All the better for him to help me escape. But you can't tell anyone I'm your cousin. I didn't go to the academy, and having a family member in your hand is unusual. It was Iz's idea, he thought it would make you more comfortable. Of course it will. Harry couldn't help grinning. I'd give anything to spend more time with any of my family. One last thing, Madalena said. Hide your casting stone in the bag. Tie the bag to your belt. I've spelled it so that it can't be lost and no one can take it from you. The Queen doesn't know you retrieved your casting stone, and they would probably try to take it from you. Harry nodded, then wondered, I thought you work for the Queen. Madalena smiled. Family comes first. I have to go meet the rest of the hand now, Grace said. And I think I'll go visit Amanda and Lexian, they must be distraught about Alexander. Madalena got to her feet. I'm glad to have finally met you, nephew. She clasped Harry's hand. I'm glad too, Harry said. Madalena left quietly. Oh, wait, Grace said suddenly, pulling a sack off his shoulder. I brought you gifts. Gifts? Harry asked incredulously. Survival supplies, Grace said seriously. This room is too empty. Grace put the sack down on the table. Here, some really cool embroidered pants, those are from Ren, and a belt, that's from my dad. It's got some gems on it. Mom sent some food, and there's a couple books from me. Harry looked over his gifts, grinning. This is wonderful. Tell everyone thank you. Which books did you bring? Grace picked them up. I dug around until I found the Book of Earth. I thought you might find it interesting. I got you a copy of Legends of Origin. Neither of those were written by Silence, so they have a more worldly perspective. And the last one is Big Book of Spells you can learn and practice with your casting stone. It was written by Madalena, it's a great book. Thanks, Gray. Harry was still smiling after Gray left. The first thing he did was change into his new pants. They fit snugly around the waist, then down his legs loose enough for him to move easily. He took off his shirt, feeling cooler and more comfortable without it. He removed his casting stone, cupping it in his hands for a second, and marveled at its beauty before tucking it into the small pouch. He put the belt through the loops on the pouch and put the belt on. He replaced his casting stone with the neatly woven cord that held the claw. He felt confident in his new attire. Glancing around, he noticed something dark on the far side of the room, and went over to take a look. It was a large shiny piece of rock, polished enough to reflect and use as a mirror. Harry casually wandered over to check out his new pants, and was dumbfounded by what he saw. He stared in shock. I didn't expect to have changed so much. He had grown some over the summer, also his torso was muscular. I must have been running around non-stop the entire time I was free on Origin. I'd forgotten about all the time that passed when I wasn't aware of it. More than that, his eyes were haunted. I've killed people. I've been held captive and treated like a monster. The polished rock was so dark that his wings barely showed up, but their sleek shine reflected, glittering in the air behind him. He moved them, feeling their power, watching how his shoulder muscles flexed in response. He stood another minute staring and taking in his new appearance. My face looks so different without my glasses. Finally he was unable to look anymore, and went to clean away his things into his dresser. Remembering his books, Harry grabbed them and took them to his bed where sprawled comfortably on his stomach to read. Hermione would be proud. Origin was the first world created. Earth was the ninth, and although there are worlds older and larger, Earth is sometimes called the little sister planet of origin. This is because none of the other planets have had the amount of trade and interaction with origin as Earth. The significance of Earth comes from the dense population which boasts some of the most diverse creatures and peoples of all the worlds, second only to origin itself. Earth is the sole creation of the goddess known as the Green Lady, also Mother Earth. Origin was experiencing a particularly turbulent period of history in which most of the races were hostile and fighting all the time. The Green Lady, the goddess of peace, harmony, and nature, was distressed by this. She believed that all the hostility stemmed from their great differences. She then created a new world, little more than half the size of Origin, and called it Earth. She created a new race for this planet, and called them humans. She wanted to bring peace to this new planet by eliminating the differences of the races. Humans had neither scales nor feathers, leaves, hooves, claws, or even much fur. The planet was also inhabited by many small creatures not equal in intelligence to the humans, and was modeled after Origin itself. Keeping Earth separate from the other planets would have been akin to locking a small child in a dark room, so immediately portals were established and Earth became part of the large circle of interconnected worlds. Earth became home to many creatures not created there. Wrath, the god of destruction, had made a very large planet home to violent creatures called dragons, and many dragons came to Earth, along with unicorns made by Mind Ruin, goddess of light, sphinxes and more from many of the new worlds. Earth drew crowds from Origin as well. Many from Origin's 5 races came: centaurs, vinidryads, silence, bloodbeasts, and the Mer. Humans also traveled and a large number moved to Origin. Early in Earth's history the humans lived beside these creatures from other worlds, but at some point the humans had a change of heart, and exhibited violence toward the others. They hunted the dragons and killed them, and many of the otherworld creatures felt unwelcome. Many of the portals were shut down, and few new ones open today. Those otherworldly left on Earth have evolved and changed from their original forms, though they still resemble their off-Earth cousins. Some became extinct, and most exist only in small numbers. Earth's history contains much mention of gods and otherworld creatures. The ancient Greeks revered the centaurs, who have always been keepers of knowledge, and in return the centaurs gave them the stories of the gods. The Greek myths were often exaggerated, but they contained much relevance and hidden truths. They spoke of the centaurs, dryads, and merpeople. Egypt also wrote of sphinxes and others. Many humans still loved their Mother Earth, and she loved them as well, but the race as a whole was a disappointment to the Green Lady. She gave birth to a son, who now watches over Earth as she returns to Origin to be with the other gods in her Vinidryad race. The Vinidryads were successfully peaceful. In a bizarre twist of irony, the father of her son was Wrath, god of war. The two simply weren't meant to be together, but a short relationship between Wrath and the Green Lady resulted in the one we call the double-sided god. The double-sided god is torn between peace and war and is always leading humanity in 2 different directions. He is well suited for his task as he is a reflection of the 2 sides of human nature. On Origin, a section of the human population made a migration home. They'd only lived on Origin for a few generations, and they remembered their roots through stories and decided that Earth was their rightful homeland. Many humans could not comprehend leaving their new home of Origin and stayed. On Origin they were first viewed as a strange raceless and godless people. To the other races they had a lack of identity, and were simply a blank slate, leftovers not yet infused with souls. After a few generations they became established as a new race, and accepted, although the humans and the other races have never had a strong rapport. They interact, but the humans are generally full of fear and distrust. There are exceptions. The outer limits of the human territories often make friends with other races nearby, and the big city the humans built has become a center of trade. Something strange happened to the humans that returned to Earth through the portals. A great number of the women had been pregnant, and as their children progressed through life they exhibited strange abilities. Something had changed these children in the womb, and it was due to traveling in the portals. Once adults, these gifted humans developed their powers and learned how to best use them. They gave themselves a name: wizards, or witches if female. Their offspring were born with the same abilities, and since then there has always been a number of wizards among the regular humans. Non-magical humans felt threatened by these strange powers, and just like the off-world creatures they were unwelcome. Many wizards were killed by non-magical humans in the Dark Ages, but the non-magical humans had no concept of just how many wizards there were, and because the non-magical humans believed they had all been killed, the wizards slipped into anonymity. Today they have again grown in number and live in a vast secret society within that of the other humans. For more on the fascinating study of Earth wizards, see Chapter 3. Their society is very complex, and their ingenuity in avoiding recognition by those they call Muggles, or non-magical humans is impressive. In an interesting phenomenon called Muggle-born wizards, if a pregnant non-magical human is nearby when a portal opens, her baby will one day become a wizard or witch. Humans in the city on Origin, where portals to Earth are created, have powers as well, although they are not as focused as with the wizards and witches on Earth. In rural human territories no such powers exist. The Human City. Legends of Origin. Introduction. An overview of the gods and the 5 races. Wrath is the god of destruction, and also the god of war, and he's associated with the color red. He has a son, the double-sided god, who is the protector god of Earth and humanity. He also has a daughter, Luscious, the goddess of fire and say. His race are the blood beasts. They live on the deserts of Origin. They have fur, sharp teeth, and wicked claws, and are large in stature. They are a violent and hungry species. They live in tribes under the command of chiefs, but all the tribes are all ruled by the chief king. The Green Lady is the goddess of nature. She is also considered the goddess of peace, harmony, childbirth, and is associated with the color green. She is the mother of the planet Earth, and also the mother of the double-sided god. Her race are the Vinidryads, peaceful people who live in the forests of Origin. Dark Eyes is the god of darkness. He's associated with the color blue. His people are the Silence, winged people from the mountains of Origin. He's also the creator of the portal guides. The Silence are the most mysterious of the races, and due to this over time have come to be called the Silence. Mind Ruin is the goddess of light. She's also the goddess of beauty. She is associated with the color purple. Her true name is unknown. She is called Mind Ruin as a way of warning. She is said to be so incredibly beautiful that all who look upon her are blinded and go mad. She has one daughter, the goddess of love. She created the Mer, people with fins and gills who live in the oceans of Origin. They are a beautiful and peaceful people. The Hermit god is the god of knowledge. He is associated with the color gray. He is also the god of history and past. His people are the Centaurs, keepers of knowledge. They have 4 strong legs and run very fast. They live in the fields and hills of Origin. There is long-standing hostility between the Centaurs and the Blood Beasts. They are fairly solitary and live in lone family dwellings. Intuition is the goddess of mystery. She's the goddess of future, and associated with the color white. She chose not to create a race. The gods all have many demi-gods who work beneath them. The gods are paired into opposites. Wrath, the god of war, is the opposite of the Green Lady. Dark Eyes, god of darkness, is the opposite of Mind Ruin, goddess of light. The Hermit god, god of knowledge, is the opposite of intuition, goddess of mystery. Interestingly, an attraction exists between these opposites. Wrath and the Green Lady had a short time together in which they had a son. Also, Dark Eyes and Mind Ruin are said to have a long, turbulent, off-and-on relationship. The 5 races are called thus because they were the 5 races immediately created upon the creation of Origin, and therefore the most ancient of all races. Many other races exist, and the 5 races are no longer the only ones who call Origin home. Magic has always been part of Origin's people. The Silence, the Vinidryads, and the Mer are the 3 magical races. It is possible that the other 2 races have magic, but if so it lies undiscovered. The Blood Beasts have no use for magic, only force, and the Centaurs value practicality and logic over all else. Among the Silence there appear to be a number who have developed magic using casting stones, smooth pebbles that best conduct the magic within them. There are those among the Vinidryads with the power to influence nature directly, and the responsibility to watch over it. They can grow trees and flowers by their voices alone. The goddess of mystery had a friendship with Mind Ruin, and intuition left a single lasting mark upon the races, in a gift she gave to the Mer. She gave some of the merpeople the sight, an ability to see into the future. Harry sat in his cell with Madalena's spell book open on his lap and his casting stone in one hand, concentrating. These spells come really easy, they seem more intuitive than taught, you only have to nudge the magic in the right direction. His casting stone felt like it was humming slightly in his hand. Unfortunately, I've only learned the little spells, and the walls here are impenetrable, or I would be gone. Someone knocked on the door, and Harry sighed. He closed the spell book, put it on his shelf with his other books, and tucked his casting stone into the pouch on his belt. He walked over to the door, asking, "Who is it?" "It's us," John said. "Can we come in?" "That's brave of them," Harry thought. "I didn't think they'd come in here so soon." "Of course," he replied. The doors were both opened, and John stepped in. "We brought someone to meet you," John said, and in stepped Vosen, Soraya, and Gray. "This is Gray, he will be replacing Axe." Harry couldn't help noticing how John winced slightly at Axe's name. "Nice to meet you," Harry greeted Gray with a straight face. "Likewise," said Gray. Just like when Harry had first met Gray, the resemblance wasn't apparent unless you were aware of it. "Nice pants," Gray added. "Wow, they're really dark," Soraya said. "Take a seat," Harry said, moving to the table, and everyone joined him. "The table is getting good use, at least my cell has one." "What's that?" Soraya asked, pointing to his chest. Harry looked down. "A blood beast claw," he said. "They dug it out of my jaw after I was recaptured, I bit it off in a fight." "Oh," Soraya said. "I'd forgotten about all that." There was a couple seconds of silence, and Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "So here's the plan," Vosen said, and everyone looked to her. "I think that we need to just touch base and get in sync with each other's abilities and plan what to do in certain situations. If Harry doesn't mind," she looked to him, "we can meet here and have meetings and study our academy books when we need to. That way Harry can be in on everything that's going on so he knows what to expect." Harry nodded. "I don't mind at all, you're always welcome." "Sounds good," John said, "besides the studying part. I brought a game." Vosen raised her eyebrows at him, a very Vosen-like look. "Okay. You can play your game, if you'd like, this time." Vosen had this calm collectedness about her that made everyone instinctively listen. John grinned and dug into his pockets, pulling out a couple handfuls of pebbles. "It's called Race War." "Oh, I know this one," Gray said, leaning forward. "How do you play?" Soraya asked. "The rocks have different markings on them," John explained. Harry picked one up to take a closer look. "The swirl means silence, the wave is myrrh, the hoofprint is centaur. The 5 parallel lines means blood beasts, I think it's supposed to be claw scratches. The leaf is vinidryad, and the ones without any markings are humans of course. There are equal numbers of each, we mix them all up in the middle and split them evenly. Everyone has a pile of mixed markings, you get what you get. We sit in a circle just as we are now, and each pick one pebble to move to the center of the table to fight the other people. Each race pebble can do different things to the other pebbles." Vosen sighed dramatically and leaned forward on her elbows to pay attention. An hour later, they were still playing. Soraya had lost her pebbles in the war almost immediately, and was leaning back in her seat lazily watching them and playing with her hair. The game had gotten down to a routine where they could talk and play at the same time. John had been telling a particularly funny story about running around the Queen's Hall when he was a little boy tripping anyone who looked important. When it wound to a close and everyone was smiling to themselves, John broke the silence. Thoughtfully, he said, "People keep challenging you, Harry, you know." Vosen glared at John like Harry had never seen, and Soraya gasped. "Hush," she said. Gray looked darkly at John, who shrugged innocently. "What? He doesn't need to know about all that," Vosen told him. Harry, who had sat up very straight all of a sudden, paying attention, demanded, "Don't tell me what." "It's too late now, Vosen. That can't be good." "Not another thing. Well, down in the keep at least, you're pretty famous," John explained, "and there are some hands who could conveniently steal that glory by fighting you and winning." "They do that here?" Harry asked, shocked. "Yes," Vosen said. "I've never been fond of it, myself." "I don't want to hear any more about it," Soraya announced. "It's barbaric, and counterproductive." That was that, and over the next few days Harry forgot all about it. His hand came by frequently, and the tension eased until Harry could feel a real friendship between them. On the one side John was always joking around, and on the other Vosen was trying her hardest to get them to stay focused. Both of them succeeded, because they seemed to have fun and get things done at the same time. Gray was usually quiet, but when he had something to say it was always of value and everyone stopped to listen. Soraya was gentle and happy. They talked a lot about what they had learned in the academy, which Harry found fascinating. One occasion John was late, and when he came in his face was grim, surprising everyone. "Bad news," he said. "What?" Soraya asked, alarmed. "The Queen made an announcement in her hall today, that she will be leaving for diplomatic relations for a short time, and that she will be taking her daughter." Everyone was surprised to hear her daughter mentioned, but they were interested to hear that the Wild One would be accompanying them for safety. People talked about it for a while, and then they requested a discussion. First someone asked whether it was safe enough with you being new and only recently being assigned a hand. Then they mentioned the rumors that you hadn't responded to any challenges, and someone requested that you prove yourself. Everyone else took that up and soon everyone was insisting to see a demonstration of your ability. "She can't possibly consider that," Gray said. Then the Queen kind of smirked. John continued, and said, "Sure, why not, I've been wondering what he's capable of myself." "No way," Vosen insisted, face grim. "Yes way," John affirmed. "But that's not fair," Soraya protested. "We've only been together for a couple days, and there aren't any other new hands because this year's students at the academy haven't graduated yet, so we would be up against someone way more experienced." Everyone looked at Harry, to see what he would say. "What's involved?" he asked. "You just fight another cursed, and then when there's a clear winner the hands have to subdue their cursed and bring them back to the keep," Vosen explained. "Cursed don't get hurt very easily, and the healers can fix just about anything, but there's usually no permanent injuries." "So, I'm taking it we don't have a choice," Harry finally said. "No, we don't," John said honestly. Harry crossed his arms tightly, turning away from them. Soraya was right. "That is barbaric. How can they do that to me?" He fumed. Soraya lightly touched his shoulders, rubbing them. "It'll be okay Harry. If you lose then people will just say it wasn't fair to put you up against someone older," John said. "At least I hope so." Soraya continued rubbing his shoulders and Harry relaxed. "Do you want us to leave?" Gray asked quietly. "No," Harry said, taking a seat. "I'm fine. They have good reason to be wary, I suppose. Can I braid your hair into little braids, like mine?" Soraya asked, grinning. "Your hair's grown out a little, it would look really dark." "All right," he said, "if it makes her happy. I could put some of your feathers into them," she suggested. "Have you lost any recently?" "Yeah, there's a small pile I shoved next to my bed." Soraya walked over to look, carefully picking them up. "Be careful with them Harry, they're valuable," she said. "Really? Interesting to know." "Yeah," John affirmed, "because they're so sharp. They cut like nothing else." "So when's the fight?" Gray asked him. John sighed. "Tomorrow morning." Vosen put her head in her hands. Realizing everyone was looking at her, she sat up straight. "All right everyone, we can do this. Most of it will be Harry, and Harry you don't really have to try or worry about it, it's out of your hands. And the rest of us we need to have a plan for when the fight is done. That's exactly the same kind of strategy we've been going over. It's going to be bizarre to watch, though," John pointed out. Harry closed his eyes as Soraya ran her fingers through his hair, entangling and separating it. "I'm not looking forward to this," he stated. Harry had taken a liking to sleeping late, and was disgruntled by the knock in the morning. He found himself wide awake suddenly as he remembered what was going to happen. It was Vosen and Soraya. "Good morning Harry," they both said, neither looking very pleased. Soraya was sad and Vosen was irritated. They tried to hide it from him, but Harry could tell. Vosen had something folded over her arm, and she held it up. It was a pair of bright red slacks. "Not exactly my style," Harry said, and they smiled. "Normally cursed wear black, as you know, but I suppose this would be considered a special occasion," Vosen said. They turned around, and Harry changed into them. "Done," he said. They turned around, and Soraya held something up. It was a small metal box. "Red paint," she told him. She opened the lid and stuck her finger in it, and traced a large symbol over Harry's chest. "Okay," Harry said. "I really don't think I like this look." Soraya shrugged. When she was done he went over to take a look at his reflection. His hair looked good, Soraya was right about that, and the feathers braided into it moved interestingly when he turned his head. The loose pants and symbol were both the same shade of blood red. I can probably guess what the symbol says. He told them. It means cursed. Vosen twisted her lips. Fine, whatever, Harry said bitterly, and they looked embarrassed. Since they'd entered the room, the atmosphere had been strained and awkward. Harry, if it were up to us, Soraya started, but Harry interrupted, shaking his head. Yes, I know. Do you want me to get you some food? Vosen asked. It would be good if you ate something. No, I'm not hungry. I'm just a little distracted right now. Hey, we're here. John called through the door. Should we come in? No, we're done. Vosen replied. We might as well go. John pushed the door open and Harry stepped out for the first time in the last couple days. The long dark hall was only a little bit less oppressive than the cell, but still he reveled in the change of scenery. That's so depressing, I want out of here. I wish I were back in Hogwarts. He felt miserable, especially about what was to come. At least I'll get even more change of scenery, he thought. That's something. They walked down the hall to the other end that Harry entered and up a short flight of stairs onto a landing with another door to the right, and a dark opening right again. Harry realized what it was and felt a chill. That's one of the doors I saw when I first arrived in the pit. I remember I had a bad feeling about them, now I know why. Harry wasn't sure if this was the same door he and the Queen had stood next to, but he could almost see himself, like a ghost, looking in where he now stood. He wouldn't have recognized the Harry he was now. They walked to the dark opening. When they said, the top layers of the keep, they really meant it. I was close to the surface, it was right above my head. That thought only increased Harry's longing to be free. So close, but so far away. Whoa, he said, stopping momentarily. Yeah, John agreed, and they all stood in the doorway, looking out in wonder. The bottom of the pit had been transformed from an empty bleak wasteland into something else. There were a couple hundred silents standing around a large red circle drawn in on the ground. Searching the crowd, Harry found the faces of Nathan and the Queen. Enna of course wasn't there. Harry wondered what she would think of this, and had the feeling she'd disapprove. The Queen saw him and smiled, but Harry didn't return it. You're the reason I'm here. This is your corrupted system. Don't smile at me like we're friends, you set this up. Harry wanted to march over and have a few choice words with her, but she was surrounded by the crowd and Harry knew he'd never be allowed to approach her. Harry glared. Gray chucked. I saw that look you just gave the Queen. Nice, Harry. He glanced at the others, who weren't paying much attention. My little sister wanted to come watch, just to see you, he said. But I told her not to. Good, Harry said just as softly. His apprehension was becoming overwhelming. Everything is too far out of my hands, I can't control my own life anymore. I know I don't have to worry about what to do in this fight, but this is the first time I know I'm going to be leaving my head, so to speak. This is the first time it's going to be intentional. This shook him deeply. Who am I? Is this part of my life now? Will it always be? Together, Harry and his friends moved forward. Overall the crowd was still, but they reacted to his presence by murmuring to each other, and there were a few scattered cheers. Harry felt the symbol on his chest screaming his identity, and wished he could just wipe it off. They approached the edge of the red circle, and Harry tried to take a closer look but couldn't tell how it was made. It didn't look like paint, it looked more as if the ground had simply turned bright red in a band 2 inches across that formed a perfect circle. It was much bigger than it had looked from the doorway of the keep. They stepped into the circle. Looking up again, Harry saw Madalena approaching them. She winked at Harry. This circle is magically enforced. Once I activate it, you will be unable to leave its interior, she explained. Harry nodded. All right. Madalena pulled a casting stone from the front of her dress, and held it to her hand. It was large and bright purple, and the inside swirled opaquely like marble. She gripped it in one hand, and the other she held up in front of Harry, not touching him. Harry jumped. It felt like the symbol on his chest was being traced over an icy finger. It flashed once, and Harry blinked, surprised. Try it, she said. Harry turned and held his palm out in front of him, but when he reached where the red line was, there was an unseen wall. Madalena smiled, winked at him again, and turned to leave. Vosen, John, Gray and Soraya stepped easily over the same red line, no obstruction. Neat trick, Harry said, and they all nodded agreement, impressed. This is kind of dark, John said. There are a lot of people here, not just the people from the hall. Look, there are some people from the academy, and they're pointing at us. Huh, I'll bet they're jealous. Another murmur went through the crowd, and Harry looked to see another figure in red pants step out of a doorway on the far side of the pit. Like Harry, he was accompanied by 4 individuals. They moved closer, and the crowd parted wide for them to pass. Harry's stomach dropped slightly. The other cursed was older, and battle-scarred. It was odd seeing another cursed. Harry had come to take it for granted that he was different than the others, wings larger and black, and everyone had a respect for his strength and abilities. Here was another like him. The other cursed was stepping closer. Harry turned his head away, seeing Madalena walk toward the other side of the circle. Instead, he turned around to look at his friends, right in front of him but out of reach. John reached through the barrier and they clasped hands, and the others followed suit. Try and have fun with it, John suggested. Sure. Insanity, joy, Harry said sarcastically. They laughed a bit uneasily. Silence, the Queen said, and Harry turned to see her get to her feet. The circle has been made secure. All may be assured of their safety. Now let the fight, Hadar against the Wild One, commence. My name is Harry, he thought, annoyed. He looked across the circle. On the far side, Hadar smirked at him and moved forward. He had a scar through his eyebrow, a gap where the hair had never grown back, and an intense expression. He was taller and bulkier than Harry, and Harry felt that he was lumbering toward him. Ugly, John murmured, and Soraya giggled. Harry glanced in their direction, and they backed up a step. Your eyes are glowing, John told him. Here goes, Harry said, but he thought maybe he growled, he couldn't be sure. Harry turned back to Hadar and decided that he would go meet him in the middle instead of standing off to the side and let Hadar cross all of the circle. Harry looked him in the face, and was surprised to see Hadar's eyes burned with a flickering light. That must be what I look like. Hadar bared his teeth, and suddenly Harry was caught up in an adrenaline rush. He crouched slightly, and in the next split second Hadar closed the gap between them and jumped at Harry. Before he could knock Harry over, Harry struck at his face, which made Hadar pause. While he was pausing, Harry did a vicious kick to one of Hadar's knees. Completely infuriated now, Harry could see all thought vanish from Hadar's glowing eyes, and Hadar became a moving storm of black feathers as he flapped into the air and descended on Harry. Shit. Harry felt a razor-sharp edge cut into his shoulder. I thought I wouldn't be feeling this. It's like I'm on the way out, but not gone yet. It feels like I'm not controlling my movements anymore. A disconnect between me and what I'm doing. It was like that when Axe. Harry tried to avoid visualizing that incident. When my hands weren't behaving. Harry ducked away from the edges of Hadar's wings and then leapt up again, tackling Hadar's legs and bringing him back down to the ground hard. The jarring impact seemed to knock all coherent thought from Harry's head, and everything blurred away. There was a certain point when Harry realized he was becoming aware, but before that the change had been so gradual that it was hard to tell when it started. Things were moving in flashes before his eyes, so fast that he could hardly follow. Is the fight still going on? He wondered. Hadar came into focus, circling him, the look on his face one of savage fury. It is. His face was stinging. Harry could tell time had passed and he'd missed a lot of the fight. Hadar went to cut Harry with his wingtips, but Harry instinctively blocked it and moved forward. Hadar kneed Harry in the chest, and when Harry bent over the pain he tried to grab a handful of Harry's hair. Hadar let go and howled, and Harry could see his hand was cut deeply. The feathers in my hair do more than just look nice. Thanks, Soraya. Hadar went back to circling, and Harry could see he was limping, favoring the knee Harry had taken out in the first minute of the fight. Everything in Harry screamed to go for the throat, to rip at it and take down the one as arrogant as to attack him. No, he thought insistently. You can do that later, go for the knee. The knee. At first he thought it wasn't working, as he went to attack same as before, but when Hadar went to counter Harry's movements, Harry found his leg lashing out during his opponent's distraction. It hit Hadar square in the kneecap, who, howling again, backed away from Harry to get his balance. He wasn't incapacitated yet, but his limp was much worse. Spitting mad, Hadar stumbled toward Harry. Harry let him come, crouched, waiting. At the last second, Harry kicked again, hitting the same spot. Hadar's knee gave out, bending in the wrong direction, clearly very broken. I kicked him really hard, but it barely slowed him down, Harry reasoned. It was only by picking at that weakness that I managed to take him down. Harry hadn't considered beyond this point, and would probably not have made any more advances, considering his opponent down. The wild side of Harry, however, didn't hesitate to leap on his enemy and start ripping at his face and throat like it wanted to all along. Harry watched, no more than a spectator. The rage in him was too much for him to influence his actions any further. This continued for a few seconds before Harry heard yelling, somewhere far away. "Stop the fight!" Someone had yelled, and other voices joined in. They sounded horrified. "That's right. Someone end this already, before I kill him. The wild one is the winner. Hands, you may restrain your charges now." Iz was announcing loudly. Hadar was just about passed out. "I guess he means restrain me," Harry thought. "Please do, this is getting gory." All of a sudden, something bashed him in the side of the head, and Harry was knocked over, off of Hadar. He immediately recoiled, kneeling, and snarled up at the person wielding a large staff who stood over him. It was one of Hadar's hand, looking mad enough to hit him again. "Stop!" Someone yelled behind him, and Harry figured it sounded like Vosen. The man didn't listen, and went to him again. Harry wrenched the bat from his hands and broke it over his knee, splintering it in a million little pieces. "Bastard! Back off!" Gray was saying, striding up to the man, who glared at him in response. Vosen was next to him, and she had something in her hand. She threw it at Harry's face, and he was momentarily blinded, and stood still, shocked. It had looked like dust, but it was like splinters of ice were being shoved into his head. Everything was going numb. Harry sat down suddenly, tired. A moment later she was holding his face in her hands, looking into his eyes. "Harry," Vosen said, "say something." "Ah." He beeped. "Merlin," he swore. "What?" she asked quizzically, and then shrugged it off. "Oh well, as long as you're talking." He said, lying down. Then he was being lifted off the ground and carried. When he next opened his eyes, he was lying in his bed. "Whoa," he slurred, "how did I get here?" Everyone was sitting at the table, looking at him apprehensively. Harry had thought he was feeling the pain before, during the fight, but he'd been only half there and it had only been the tip of the iceberg. "You okay?" Soraya asked. "What was that you threw at me, Vosen?" was all he wanted to know. Vosen smiled. "Ice powder," she said. "I'm very good at making it, it's my own recipe. It's really hard to make though, and it expires really fast. So it's not usually an option, but I was up all night making it so I had some on hand." "Effective, isn't it?" Harry nodded, and they made their way over and stood over him. "Your face is all slashed up," Soraya said, wincing. "And your wrist looks broken." "Yeah," John agreed, then chuckled. "That happened near the beginning, actually, but Harry didn't seem to notice." Soraya was crying. Hey, stop that," Grace said, taking her shoulders. "That was awful," she said. "Well, look at your job," Vosen said. "You're going to have to get used to violence." "That's not it," Soraya insisted, shaking her head. "I signed on so that I could help. I know I can help Harry stay calm and in control, but this is different. All this was on purpose, that's why it's so awful." "She's right," Grace said. "This was wrong. Was that guy allowed to do that?" Harry asked. "What, hit you?" John asked. "You remember that?" "A little." Vosen shrugged. "There isn't a rule that says he can't. Generally when it comes to cursed anything is accepted as long as non-cursed don't get hurt. Of course if we got there first I could have just taken care of it, but he entered the circle before the fight was even called over. And it's not as if he could hurt you that bad, after what you went through by that point, it's not really comparable." "Ticked me off," Harry told them. Vosen raised an eyebrow. "Yes, we noticed. There should be a healer in to take care of you," Gray said, and Harry took a moment to look at him closely. Gray looked concerned, but not terribly shaken. He must be used to it from Alexander, Harry thought. The door opened, and Harry sat up a little to lean on his elbows and see who it was. Iz looked in at them, and smiled. "Well done, Harry," he said, then turned to the others. "The healer will come soon, Harry will be fine. I would like to invite the rest of you to lunch and a little chat about our plans." Vosen shook her head. "No thanks, we'd rather stay and make sure Harry's alright." Harry was impressed. "I know they all respect him a lot, so denying him to stay with me is quite a compliment." "With the Queen," Iz added. Oh, Vosen said, stumped. I guess. See you soon, Harry. Soraya patted his non-broken wrist. We'll come right back. Have fun, Harry said, and they smiled at him before leaving the room. The room felt extremely empty. Harry was used to his visitors now and preferred their presence. The door opened and Cod stepped in. Hello, she said brightly. I requested to take care of you and see how you're doing. Hey Cod, Harry said, smiling at her. I can see why they call the healers, gift of the gods. She's just so pretty and nice, and the healing ability comes in handy. Cad stepped up next to him and started running her fingers over his face and shoulders, and the stinging abated. Next she held his wrist between her hands, concentrating on it, and Harry could see his hands straightening out as the bones knit themselves back together. She ran her hands once down each of his arms, legs, and once over his chest, and Harry could feel injuries he hadn't even noticed he had gotten melting away. All this took a couple minutes, and Harry spent the time watching her peaceful face, her eyes closed. She opened her eyes. How's that? Much better, thank you. Harry said, then thoughtfully wondered, I want to ask you a question. If I wanted to visit another cursed in the keep, could that be arranged? You want to go deeper into the keep? She asked, surprised. That's a new one. Not really, I just want to see someone. She shrugged. You could ask your hand or the keepers to take you, but your conversation would probably be listened in on. If you want a private conversation, she winked at him. I could probably make that happen. Really? Harry queried. Sure, hold on. She over to the door, opening it and leaning out, and he could hear her talking to the guard. She came back, happy. I told them to move you, smiling pretty, and they didn't ask why. Okay, remember the cell I was in before this? Could I just go there for a little bit? Cod laughed. Okay, wildly silly one, whatever you say. He got up, feeling brand new, and she took his hand as they went out and walked down the hall together. The guard followed them. There wasn't any space to fly under the ground, so they had many stairways to go down until they were in some of the deepest levels of the keep. Harry could feel his mood sink as if the weight of the ground above them was pressing down on it. They walked past Auden's cell, and Harry could see Auden sitting in the middle of the room with his back turned. The guard from that floor, unfazed, opened the cell next door. By Cod's presence they seemed to assume that he was meant to go there. I'm going to walk along the floor and see if anyone needs medical care, Cod told him. Sometimes they neglect to tell me when someone's hurt themselves. She walked off down the hall, looking into cells. He could hear her talking to the men inside, and their grateful voices. They were pleased to see her pretty smiling face and healing hands. Hey, Auden, he called. Auden, you hear me? Hello, boy, Auden greeted him. Harry could hear him move to the doorway of his cell, and knew that once again that they were sitting next to each other but out of sight. What did you do to get put back down here? I didn't, Harry explained. I asked to come here for a little while so I could talk to you. You did? Auden asked, amused. What an interesting thing to do. I have a couple questions. There are things I don't understand. Well, start by telling me everything that has happened since we last spoke, Auden said. Harry took a deep breath and recounted everything. Auden listened silently. Why could I see what was going on during the last part of the fight? I thought I wasn't supposed to. Harry asked. Auden deliberated for a second. It happens in various degrees to all cursed. I'm impressed that you moved beyond just watching and managed to influence your primal state. There's a little bit of you left in there when you're changed, it's not always conscious but there. What about Fia, the girl who visited me and brought the claw? Did you know that no cursed has ever attacked a healer? No, I didn't know that, Harry said. They are so non-threatening that to the primal mind they seem to not even exist. With the little girls, it must be the same thing. There's nothing scary about two frightened little girls. The blood beast was a different story. You may have meant to rescue them, but probably not, as you don't remember it, right? I might. Harry thought hard. When he'd woken up in the cell, he'd had a few flashes of memory. Maybe just a few seconds. What's happening to you? I'm afraid to say that you've been doubly cursed, in my opinion. It's something I suffer from myself, and part of the reason I'm considered so dangerous. I've always had a degree of control during my episodes. With time yours may develop further as well. Don't tell them. Why not? Harry asked. Isn't it useful that I could be aimed better? You would think so, Auden said. But nothing terrifies them more. An out-of-control cursed has no motive. But if you chose to, you could direct your anger to benefit your own desires. You're taking their weapon away from them for your own use. Is that really how they see us? Weapons? Harry asked dejectedly. Yes, Auden said firmly. Also, it's a terrifying thing to remember hurting people, that's why I find the awareness a burden. You see everything but can't always stop yourself. The primal state behaves in a way that is beyond what we can deal with sometimes. Harry was nodding to himself. You see things you just don't want to. He had another question, so explain to me how it works with cursed interacting. It has to do with being in eyesight, right? From the beginning I've had no problem talking to you, it's because we can't see each other in these cells, right? Partly, Auden explained. It helps if you don't look another cursed in the eyes. If you look at his hair, for example, it's a much better bet. But it also depends on the control of the cursed involved. I have very good control, and as we've covered before, you're developing some. When you look at me, I'm calm and you're okay. If you look at another cursed that immediately gets riled up, you will react to that. So it really depends on the cursed with which you're interacting. Distance is also important. If you're far enough away, or even if you're a little bit far away and there's a good barrier between you, it dulls the effect. So why don't cursed just wear blindfolds or something? It's a good thought, but it doesn't work. Being blinded just irritates most cursed to the point where they might as well not be wearing them. Though if you're going to be leaving the pit, you might as well get used to the idea of wearing a blindfold. Really? Harry was perplexed. How come? The sun sickness, Auden said simply. Not everyone gets it, but it's better to not risk the sun sickness. Sometimes, when cursed look into the sun, something happens, they are driven to self-destruct. They go crazy, but instead of the insanity being directed outward, it's directed inward. They suicide. Sometimes they get this intense drive to escape and nothing can stop them and they fly away, usually up. They're never seen again. Whoa. Is there anything about the cursed that isn't extreme? So when we leave the pit we're blindfolded during the daytime to prevent the sun sickness, Auden concluded. You're very lucky it didn't happen to you while you were in the wild, after you escaped. It seems to usually happen to more powerful cursed. Thanks for the help, Harry told him, then something else occurred to him. Wait, do you think you can tell me how to port? I don't know how. We were made to do it, so it's not hard to figure out. There are two different kinds of porting. There's simple porting, where you disappear and reappear anywhere on the same planet, though it helps if you can see where you're going or if you've been to that place before because you have to be able to visualize it. You won't be able to do it with your gates on, that's what they prevent, nor will you be able to create real portals without permission. All you do for that is visualize where you want to go, and tell yourself to go there. It just works. You can bring anyone with you that you have body contact with, wrapping your wings around is the best way. Now real portals are trickier. You go through the same process of visualizing, only you visualize blankness, nothingness. If it helps, you can visualize being beyond the sky, above the atmosphere where everything is empty. You will find yourself in the void. The void is a terrible place. Icy cold, and difficult to fly in. Don't ever port someone with you into the void, they'll die within minutes. Besides the gods, we're the only life forms that can survive inside the void, and you've seen the price we have to pay. We need to struggle to exist anywhere else, even our own home planet. Inside the void you have to fly around until you find the right spot to fly out of. Flying across the void like that is pulling a thread between the two worlds. You'll be able to open a portal and people can step through and instantaneously find themselves on the other side. But when I stepped into the portal at Hogwarts, Harry protested, it wasn't instantaneous, but I didn't really feel the void as you describe it either. Well, you must have just redirected the portal momentarily, Auden said thoughtfully. It would still be the same connection between the two worlds, and where you get out on the other side is irrelevant, really. It's just strange that you managed to come out into the pit itself. That's still a mystery to me. Thanks again, Auden, Cod. Harry called out into the hall. Coming, she answered, and walked up to his cell. You ready to go? Harry nodded. She motioned to the guard, who let him out. Walking by Auden's cell, Harry saw that Auden had moved back to the middle of the cell again, but he winked at Harry as Harry glanced in. Harry smiled. He's a good guy. He doesn't deserve to be locked up down here for so long. As they walked back up with the guard, Cod reached out and took his hand again, holding it until they were back on his floor. She walked him in and they said their farewells. She had only stepped out a second when she was back, her face white. Nathan and his people are down at the end of the hallway, she said. I'm glad we came back when we did. If we'd been gone when they came to look for you, I'd be in very much trouble. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Harry said regretfully. It's okay, just don't mention our little venture, alright? Of course not. Thank you again, Cod. She bestowed upon him a sweet smile and held the door open for Nathan as he walked in. Nathan had his usual steely expression on his face. Good to see you on your feet, he said unconvincingly. You're requested by the princess. Really? Harry wondered. That's nice, I suppose. We'll be leaving for her quarters immediately, Nathan told him. Oh, okay. Unresistingly he followed them out. I really hate that man, he realized. I knew I hated him, but I really hate him. I'm reaching my limit, my tolerance for this controlled life is about gone. I need to find the way out of here. Harry was glad to be summoned when they went outside to the now empty bottom of the pit, and he knew he would be able to enjoy the freedom of flight. The red circle was gone, there was no sign of the huge crowd that had been there just that morning. The escort surrounded him and they moved into the air. Harry stretched his wings, smiling. They moved up. Minutes later they passed the huge ledge that marked the Queen's Hall. They didn't enter there, but continued to a side entrance that was much smaller. Harry recognized the long strange hallways filled with enchanted stones that led to Anna's rooms. They got to the door and Nathan knocked, and then opened it. He stepped back for Harry to go in by himself, and then waited outside. He closed the door after Harry stepped in, and Harry looked around the large room. Anna was on the other side, and he looked at her carefully, nearly having forgotten how beautiful she was in person. Her face was concerned as she crossed the space between them. Wild one, she said softly. What is your real name? Harry. Harry, they said you were fighting. Anna frowned. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, Harry said, surprised by this show of concern. I wonder who told her. You could have been hurt. She insisted. What possessed you to do something like that? Harry looked at her blankly. Fighting is what I'm supposed to do if I'm going to be your bodyguard. I don't think I've ever met anyone more sheltered in my life. And clearly she doesn't have her details straight. It wasn't my choice, he told her. Your mother ordered me to. What? Anna's brow wrinkled. Why would she do that? She looked vaguely dazed. Harry shrugged. Maybe you should sit down, he suggested, and she complied. Your mother, the Queen, gave the order that I was to fight. On purpose. Anna squeaked, eyes wide. Harry sat in the chair next to her. Yes, Harry said patiently. Oh my, she mumbled. This was quite a different Anna than he had met last time. The first time they had met she had been a lot more forward, today she was withdrawn. Is everything okay? Harry asked her. I mean, last time I was in your rooms you demanded to know who I was, that's quite a change in manner. She blushed. I'm sorry about that. I was angry with Mother, and behaved thoughtlessly. I wasn't expecting you. I shouldn't have been so rude. It was quite all right, he told her. You don't have to be shy, I was okay with it. I'm not always happy with your mother either. Really? She said, surprised, and then blushed again. Well, I suppose making you fight people would be part of that. Harry nodded. I'm corrupting you, aren't I? He asked with a smile. She laughed lightly. Maybe you are, I'd rather have the truth though. Sometimes I think they don't tell me everything that goes on. Could be, he implied. How could they do that? You? Anna added angrily. How could Mother do that? Harry didn't answer, sitting quietly and looking at her. Her eyes lit up when she was mad. So, he said finally. Since you've said it's okay that I'll be your bodyguard, what do you think about leaving your rooms and traveling? Anna tilted her head thoughtfully. I don't know yet. I think I'll figure it out. It's a little scary. Harry made himself comfortable in the chair, leaning back and sinking in. They talked for a while, and she got bolder, telling him about what she did in her quarters. He told her about his new friends, the Hand. There came a strong knock on the door, and both looked over their shoulders at it. Do you want me to check who it is? He asked, and Anna nodded. He got up and went to the door, opening it. Hey guys, he said, smiling widely at John, Vosen, Soraya and Gray. Gray raised an eyebrow at him, looking amused, standing in the back. Nobody else looked amused at all, they looked exasperated and frazzled, and Soraya looked worried. Harry, Vosen said, relieved. We came back, and you were gone. Oh, Harry said, comprehending. They didn't tell you that I'd gone anywhere. You can't tell someone a million times to go everywhere with someone, and then move him when you're not looking. John said, angry, and Harry examined him, very surprised. The look on John's face was uncommon for him. Harry was used to his light-hearted friend finding a joke in everything. Well, there you are, he said, relaxing and redeeming himself slightly. Vosen still looked angry. I was just meeting with the princess, Harry told them. The princess, Soraya said, and her eyebrows rose. Everyone looked suitably impressed. You want to meet her? Harry asked, and they all nodded. Enna, the people I told you about are here, he called over his shoulder. Can they come in? I suppose, she answered, and Harry turned and walked in with the others following. Everyone, this is Princess Enna, he introduced. Enna got to her feet and smiled shyly, turning slightly to hide behind her shoulder. This is John, Vosen, Soraya, and Gray, he said, pointing to each of them in turn. John had a look of dawning comprehension on his face. Oh, he said. I understand, Vosen said. John nodded. Everything makes sense now, she's a healer. No wonder she never comes out of her rooms and we've never heard much about her, Gray said. We've never had a healer queen before. Enna hadn't heard their low conversation, and looked flustered. Well, sit down, she said. They all gathered together on the comfortable seats. We just had a meeting with Iz, explaining what's going to happen next, Vosen said. I think you've suitably proved yourself, Harry, John said with a grin. Everyone who wasn't there has heard all about it, and everyone who was there is still in shock. There were rumors about the Wild One before, but now everyone has heard of you. We leave tomorrow, Vosen announced, and Enna looked apprehensive. Catching onto this, everyone immediately started talking, trying to reassure her. Harry had stayed standing, and Gray had loyally stood next to him while everyone else sat. Harry took advantage of the moment and their raised voices to nudge Gray, then take a couple steps back. Gray followed casually, and Harry turned his head to talk to his cousin in a low voice. Gray, today really hit it home for me, he said mournfully. I can't stay. I need to go home. Gray was nodding. I saw it too, he said. We need to get you out of here. We can't count on any help from the others, they've been brainwashed for years that the system in place is the best thing that's ever happened to the pit. Don't worry, he winked at Harry, Ren's been working on something. The revered queen, fierce as an icy wind, the wild one, a dangerous enigma, and a princess unknown to her own people were accompanied by the legend that was Iz. These travelers through the pit drew a crowd unlike any other. The crowd didn't just fly around and stare, of course. Their respect weighed stronger than their curiosity. But as Harry was propelled upward by the stroke of his own powerful wings, he saw them gathering. Harry had never been very far above the Queen's Hall. His aunt and uncle's home wasn't far, and the place where the casting stones were kept was only a little above that. Until then the caves were few and far between, casting a sense of privacy. Gradually that changed. Suddenly the atmosphere was much different, the faces of the people watching them changed. The cave openings and their small ledges, doorsteps, were now all over the place. On every ledge people sat, families, their faces turning to watch them. Parents sat with children, feet dangling in the air over their ledges. In the lower area near the Queen's Hall, people looked toward the Queen with calm respect and familiarity. Those were the aristocrats, the mages, the educated. These people were giddy with awe, they swung their feet merrily, and whispered among each other, holding their children up to look at their queen. It was an entirely different animal. Harry watched them out of the corner of his eyes, careful not to look too close and scare them. He wasn't looking at a small section of the society, either. After he and his companions flew by caves like these for an extended period of time with no end in sight, Harry came to realize that this is what your average silent was like. Maybe there is hope for this race after all. They look happy and innocent. I doubt they have any idea what lies at the bottom of the pit. Iz went in the lead, face tilted up toward the sky and the future. The Queen, lagging slightly behind him, smiled graciously at people, her stunning beauty stealing the sound from their throats. They watched wordlessly. Now. The princess smiled at no one. She was sheltered by beating wings, no one caught more than a glimpse of her. She and Harry flew upward facing each other but not touching, surrounded by his hand and an escort of Nathan's people. Nathan himself followed. Nathan was going to stay behind and was to be in charge during the Queen's absence. He went with them now to bid them farewell. The actual traveling party included Queen Eris and Enna, Harry in his hand, an aristocrat woman with dark hair, and an older educated gentleman. Finally the homes passing by became sparse, and the walls on either side of them, although distant to begin with, forming the massive irregular cylindrical hole that was the pit, widened slightly. Harry looked dead above him and saw a black expansiveness. "It's the sky. Nighttime," he murmured. "Everdark." Harry looked over his shoulder to see Gray. He tilted his head in question. "We're in Everdark," Gray continued. "The planet rotates such that this whole mountain range is never touched by sun. It's always night here." "Dark Eye's idea?" Harry asked, and Gray nodded. "How many suns are there?" "One. Earth was modeled after Origin. There are some bizarre planet variations out there, but Earth was meant to be an improved, downscale version of the first planet." "Emphasis on meant," noted, Harry said, but softly, filling his eyes with sky. It was a big velvety surface, as if he could reach out and touch it. "Why not? I have wings, let's find the end of the sky." Harry's exultation of the night sky was shadowed by a slight claustrophobia. Bodies pressed all around him, and even stronger was the pull of Enna's eyes on him. He met her pale gold eyes. She looked terrified. "Have you ever seen the sky before, Princess?" he asked, and she shook her head mutely. "So big," she whispered with wonder, so softly he almost missed it. "So wonderful," he said, just as quiet. She was looking at him again, an unreadable expression on her face. They reached the lip, the edge, and landed together in a group. Harry took a moment to look around. They were on the very tip of the biggest mountain he'd ever seen. However, he still got the feeling that the pit extended down and beyond the height of the mountain, deep into the ground. The entrance of the pit was so different from this end. For a moment Harry was lost in a fantasy. He imagined approaching this spot from the opposite direction. He felt like he must be playing his story backwards. First he would climb the implausibly immense mountain range, though there wasn't much chance of that, Harry could tell. The only way to bypass the sheer cliffs was to fly. Stop sabotaging your own fantasy, Harry. After he climbed the sheer cliffs and stood on the very tallest point, he would find the inky black circle, hundreds of yards across, a bottomless hole. The edges were rough and crumbly. Looking at them implied falling into the darkness forever. That's what it would look like for anyone else, Harry acknowledged. The way it makes sense to approach it, but I'm coming from the belly of the beast. It's night out there, too. Gray's voice broke into Harry's thoughts, and Harry had the sudden startling need to turn and hug his cousin, a big, scared, grappling hug. What would I do without Gray? Logical, practical, loyal Gray. When it's daytime outside of Everdark, it's like a halo of light on the horizon that gets brighter the further you fly. It's beautiful, really. To the other side we're just big shadow. I wonder if I will ever see it. Harry said for Gray's ears alone. Their fellow travelers stood on the platform at the top of the mountain looking around themselves with a similar sense of distracted wonder. On second thought, Harry thought Enna might be listening in on their conversation, but he couldn't be sure. Gray said, noncommittally. "This is the porting point, by the way. If we were going anywhere other than Origin, this is the point where porting is possible." Harry crossed his arms to press the palms of his hands to his gates. They felt cold, hard, too real. They were dressed to impress. The Queen wore a long golden dress that suited her perfectly, a crown, small clear gems sparked in her hair, and beautiful dappled fur was draped over her shoulders. Enna matched her exactly, a smaller, paler version with a circlet in her hair. Iz had his own outfit on, layers of brown and blue, as did the two thus far unnamed companions. Vosen and Soraya had simple practical clothes in light violet and John and Gray male versions of the same clothes in dark purple blue. All had layers for warmth, from the Queen's fur to the jackets his hand wore. Harry was the odd one out. He was mildly self-conscious. He was wearing pitch black trousers with his belt and pouch, and he was bare-chested. He could feel the chill, but it was a distant feeling. The cold was only a thin shell, it didn't affect him. Inside he was warm. Wrath's fire. "Hey Dark Eyes," he thought jokingly, hoping the god wouldn't actually answer. "I'll trade you for a coat." The queen had bid her farewells to Nathan, and he and his men moved to the edge of the inky pit and dropped out of sight. Harry shuddered when he saw how the darkness in the hole swallowed them without delay. "Take wing," is said in a ringing, commanding voice, and they bent their knees to launch upward. "No," someone said in a voice, not so ringing, that caught their attention immediately nonetheless. Everyone stopped and looked at Enna. "I won't do it," she repeated stubbornly, softly. "Mother, I want to go back now." The queen looked at her speculatively. Harry saw something in her eyes. The woman had an inner strength that rivaled the impregnability of the pit itself. She was a force to be reckoned with. To her, Enna was a peculiar creature, something beyond her comprehension. "What is this?" she seemed to be thinking. "Where did this person come from?" It was a long unnatural silence, as everyone expected the queen to react. She just looked at her daughter. Enna must have seen the same thing in her mother's eyes. She was shrinking inside herself. She looked more and more awkward and uncomfortable until eventually she just looked downright ashamed. Harry bit the inside of his cheek. "She can't help her nature," he wanted to say, and glare angrily. "She can't help her nature any more than I can help mine." "I'm sorry, Enna. That is not an option," Eris said calmly and directly. Enna's lips parted in a silent gasp. She didn't move. Taking action, Harry stepped forward and folded his arms around her. Reacting to the hug, she reached up and rested her hands on the back of his neck, and Harry found it hard to breathe. This was the closest he'd ever been to her. Enna struggled momentarily when she realized his intention. When she'd put her arms over his shoulders, he lifted her up slightly, so that her feet dangled above the ground. With a sigh, she went limp. Harry hoped she'd given in, and not fainted. Harry found the queen looking at him approvingly. "We can move on, then," she said. "Take wing," is called again, and they all leapt up, moving the air below them with their wings. Harry found Enna to be even lighter than Ren. She was seemingly weightless. When they moved away from the tip of the mountain, there was nothing but endless space below them. It was both the most exhilarating and terrifying sight he'd ever seen. In the pit it was different. Everything was dark and closed in. Here the world was an endless playground. Were he free to fly the skies? It was discovering another dimension, the third dimension, after being two-dimensional nearly your whole life. Harry knew he could fly much faster, but they were pacing themselves for a long flight. "Imagine, it's like we're walking to our destination. No broom, no flow, no train, just our own strength." They flew as much in a group as possible, but had to space themselves to leave room for their wingspan. And Harry found that on top of that the disruptive wake in the air from the other silence in flight got irritating, so they spaced themselves even more, all following is. Harry and the queen were vaguely in the middle, though not very near to each other. "You could do all of this in the blink of an eye by porting, you know," Gray called. "I've been reading up. Apparating is similar, isn't it?" Harry nodded. "Why aren't we porting, then? Too large of a group, I suppose. We would need more cursed, and it's not worth the risk of having them along. It's not that hard of a flight, after all. We've got to stretch our wings sometimes," Gray said sarcastically. "The pit is a bit confining, you could say." Once the mountains were behind them, the area below them was blanketed by forest. They flew over the forest, which continued on as far as Harry could see to both sides, but ahead was a distinct line where the dark forest came to an abrupt end. "The divide," Gray announced, spotting it as well. "That's about where they found you, you know." It was a jolt when the realization hit Harry that he'd been here before. He didn't remember it, but he'd lived here. This had been home to him for a time. "What must I have been like? I've glimpsed that other side of me, but I don't think I could ever fully grasp what it is." Harry struggled to find familiarity within the landscape. He had to have taken this exact same route last time. They flew over the divide, and everything turned into grasslands. The grass was tall and rippled in the wind. They flew further yet over the grasslands, before starting to slop downward. Far ahead Harry saw figures standing in the grass. They got larger and larger, and Harry could see then that they were centaurs. It wasn't until they landed gracefully in front of these centaurs that Harry saw that they were not centaurs. Well, they were, but unlike any centaurs Harry had ever seen. They were larger, sleeker, and while the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest looked like ponies, these were like massive gazelle. Harry was very impressed. "Well, these are the original centaurs. What we've got is what's left of a small isolated breed that's been dying off for centuries. Thank you, Book of Earth. Anna lifted her head and looked around. Thank you, she said in his ear, almost inaudibly. Harry put her down, and the Queen came and touched her shoulder. Anna nodded that she was all right. They walked forward through the thigh-high grass. It got yet taller as they walked onward. Harry parted it, and Anna followed a step behind him in his wake. The Queen fell into step next to them. Here's the situation, she said. The strange creatures, the ice lizards, have been cropping up here and there. Nobody knows what planet they come from, or how they get here. Nobody has seen one go through a portal. I thought I felt a portal in my aunt and uncle's home the night my cousin Alexander disappeared, Harry said, knowing he'd told her this already. The Queen shrugged. It's a possibility, I suppose. Normally I would say that porting in the pit is impossible and disregarded that information, but there is the mystery of Alexander disappearing without a trace. And there's you. You defy the norm. Well, I certainly didn't open a portal, he said, wondering if she was implying something. No, certainly not, she said with surety. The gates are infallible. I thought Dark Eye's block on porting in the pit was infallible too, he pointed out. There's a thought. I should test these. The Queen ignored him. Everyone is understandably concerned. We have 3 races in the region near our pit: the Vinidryads that live before the divide, the centaurs that live just beyond it, and even further are the blood beasts, but they never come to the divide. They do, however, hunt in the grasslands, which is a problem. Except for the one I bit this claw off, near the divide, Harry interjected. The Queen sighed. Yes, I know. Harry could sense her irritation. She was used to having things where they belong, and he was stirring them up. The Vinidryad villages are spread out all over the place, there aren't any near us. They're not much for action anyway, and I haven't heard from them. The centaurs are ruled by a council of their most knowledgeable elders, and my contact to them told me they're concerned by this unknown variable, the ice lizards. And they say that the blood beasts aren't happy about them either. We want to all touch base, see if anyone knows something we do not, and come up with a plan. The problem is, the elders don't leave their home in the hills. Ever. Especially not to visit the blood beasts, their most hated enemies. There has been animosity between the 2 races from the beginning. The centaurs are a peaceful, intelligent race, and the blood beasts are born for violence. The blood beasts are always sneaking onto the grasslands to hunt, and there are inevitable confrontations between the 2. So if we do have a meeting, I must be there for my allies, the centaurs. Our presence would put a damper on any violence, especially with Harry along. Everyone had drawn together to listen to her in rapt silence. They followed their centaurs' escorts over a rolling hill, and up ahead was another hill, a larger, steeper one. On the side of the hill was an opening, and light was shining out. Sensible place to live, inside a hill, is said. I think I see why we're allies. The entrance was huge, to fit the large frame of the centaurs, and they walked in at a slightly downward slope, coming into a large circular room. The walls were smooth dirt, and every couple feet were neat stacks of stone bricks, acting as pillars. We supply them with the stone bricks, Soraya said softly. My father oversees their transportation to the centaurs. 7 old centaurs were standing around a circular table, looking at them solemnly. The Queen curtsied, and the eldest of them all stepped forward with a smile on his worn face and gave her a hug. Beautiful as always, he complimented. Thank you, Enelor, the Queen said, and moved forward. Greetings, wise. They nodded in response. Queen Eris, a pleasure to have you among us. The light in the room shone from above their table, where a net hung down with a glowing orb in it. Who are your companions? They were looking at Harry, and at Enna. This is, he accompanied me last time I was here. Is and the centaurs nodded at each other in recognition. And this, she said, taking Enna's shoulder so she stepped forward. Is my daughter, the Princess Enna. They all looked impressed. Thank you for bringing her along and introducing us. She's so lovely. She looks very much like her mother. Enna blushed, and stepped backwards. Why did you bring that one? The eldest one asked. He was looking at Harry. He's touched. Harry lifted an eyebrow. Touched? He asked Gray, who was closely standing next to him. Where I come from, people sometimes use that word to mean mentally handicapped. Gray smiled. They can tell you're different, touched by the gods. Yes, the Queen affirmed. He's touched. I brought him along for personal safety reasons. This young man is the only one who actually fought an ice lizard, and killed one. They looked surprised. The first we've heard of as well, said one among the circle. Which brings me to this, the queen said with a smile, and leaving the others behind, went to the table. Harry, Enna, and his hand drew back to stand against the wall, stepped forward. Harry saw the dark-haired woman take the older man's hand and join him. This is Sava, a mage, and her husband Garrick, one of our educated, the queen introduced. That makes sense, she brought a guide and leader, a healer, a cursed, a hand, a mage and an educated. The complete set. The man Garrick pulled something out of a bag and placed it on a table. It was a folded-up cloth. As he unfolded it, something crackled over its surface. No one reacted. Harry wondered if anyone even saw it, but then Gray nudged him. Magic, Harry realized. There's a spell on the fabric. Harry wasn't prepared for what was inside the fabric. When the bundle was opened, there lay a shredded-looking arm, white, scaly, and clawed. This is from the ice lizard carcass, Garrick explained. Perfectly preserved. The centaurs looked impressed, and hoofs thumped slightly as some of them shifted and stepped around in pleasure. For study. A formidable gift. Everyone looked at Harry, knowing he was responsible for the shredding. He looked back stoically, embarrassed. The queen, the three other silents and the centaurs all leaned and conversed, and the younger ones all tuned them out. You're doing great, Harry told Enna, who stood next to him. Gray was on his right and Enna on his left. She shrugged listlessly, but Harry thought she looked a little pleased. He thought it would be fun if they could all sit down in another room and chat and hang out, but this clearly wasn't the occasion for it. They stood silently and respectfully, bored as they were, until the meeting was done. Harry could tell they were done when everyone started moving, stepping back from the table. This man here, Eneladas, the eldest centaur said, pointing to one of the centaurs the silents had met outside, will accompany you to meet the bloodbeasts on our behalf. The queen nodded. Eneladas walked out the door back into the tunnel, the queen followed, and motioned for the younger silents to come. The other two and the rest of the centaurs that had originally accompanied them, 3 more in all, came as well. Eneladas is a very centaur name, Gray told Harry. They tell us that the hermit god's true name is Enelos, and so many of them have names like that. Once they were out of the tunnel, Harry could see that Eneladas had turned to talk to the queen. The wise trust you, and since that is the case, I can trust you as well. Can you pledge that if we enter bloodbeast territory we will be defended if necessary? I can fight, but there will be too many of them. You have my word, the queen promised. You will be safe under our wings. They nodded, and is called the now familiar, take wing. This time Enna flew on her own. The centaurs cantered at great speeds below them across the terrain, which became rockier and drier, progressively nastier. The centaurs came to an abrupt halt, and Harry scanned the ground to see what was wrong. Something was standing in their way, yards away from the centaurs. Enna, Vosen, Soraya, Sava and Garrick, stay in the air. Everyone else down, the queen commanded, landing in front of the centaurs, and Harry and the others joined her. It's only one, Eneladas said. We can crush him with our hooves. And expect not to be attacked. Is asked, and the centaurs were silent. Harry looked closely, interested in what these infamous bloodbeasts looked like. He gripped the large metal claw around his neck in his hand. It was more human than he expected. He could see a toned warrior standing in front of him. Harry thought the bloodbeast looked rather what he would expect a were-lion to look like, shaggy, large, muscular and fierce. Its eyes were angry, it bared his teeth and Harry could see its metallic claws. There's nothing to fear, Harry, you've taken one of them down before, right? He reminded himself. How the hell did I do that? He wondered. We are here to visit the Chief King, Queen Eris announced. Let us pass. The bloodbeast growled. I'm not stopping you, he said clearly. He was wearing pants stitched together from very raw-looking hides. However, he didn't move. Those on the ground had to walk around him, giving him a wide berth, in order to move on. They walked with the centaurs for a short while before taking to the air again. Harry could see the bloodbeast following them from a distance. Up ahead Harry saw a gathering of bloodbeasts, and following Iz's lead they all landed to walk toward them together with the centaurs. The bloodbeasts turned to look at them, men and women with the same expression, distaste. Vosen was looking at the horizon. We have less than 2 hours until dawn. So, Harry thought, oh yeah, the sun sickness. How would I be able to help you, if I'm blindfolded? Harry asked her. Your presence, for one. People know not to start anything with a cursed around. And if we are attacked, once you're out of your head it doesn't matter anymore, the sun sickness only happens when you're in your right mind. Oh, either Auden didn't know that, or because I'm different he didn't think it applies. What happens if you're in between? In the middle of the crowd of bloodbeasts stood the biggest of them all. He was wearing a robe of furs, but other than that nothing marked him as different other than his overbearing aura of authority. Hello Chief King, Queen Eris said. It has been a very, very long time since we've seen one another, has it not? He grunted affirmatively. The queen did not introduce her companions, she did not show them her daughter. Eneladas went to stand with her and everyone else moved back to stay out of the way. Harry stood in front of them to make sure the bloodbeasts could see him. My mother is very brave, isn't she? Enna said quietly. Everyone nodded. Even though they stood to the side, there were still bloodbeasts everywhere, even behind them where they had moved in. You have nothing to fear, Princess, is said. They would have nothing to gain by attacking. They're only trying to intimidate us, it's what they do. Attacking the queen or anyone with her would be suicide and they know it. The whole silent race would come down on them, and even they fear the cursed. They got bored, and it was an uncomfortable wait with so many eyes upon them. All of a sudden the bloodbeast stirred, and Harry looked around for the cause. Out of nowhere one of the bloodbeasts charged. With a flying leap he was upon Harry before Harry even had time to react. What? Why on Origin Wood? Harry was tackled to the ground, slammed into the dusty dirty ground of the desert. He tried to push the bloodbeast off him, but it held on with its claws. The bloodbeast was snarling angrily, with real hate, attacking like a whirlwind, and Harry thrashed him back in response. Around him voices were yelling in alarm, but no one dared approach. The two rolled on the ground, struggling. Harry managed to get on top and flap his wings, slicing the bloodbeast's sides. Filthy blood pooled on the ground, and it grew angrier, clawing at Harry's chest. The claws left long, deep, nasty scratches. It hurt, but Harry was slightly apathetic about it. It didn't much compare to the fight with Hadar. Harry snarled back in response, wondering how soon he would lose his mind and start attacking everyone. Then he noticed something. The bloodbeast had only 4 claws on one hand. He started to laugh, and the laughing released something inside him, something that relaxed him even though the fight wasn't over. This made the bloodbeast angrier yet, but Harry couldn't stop chuckling. In control of himself, he bashed the bloodbeast's head once on the ground, and stepped back as it lay stunned. He walked back to the others and stood calmly. If what is said about the bloodbeasts was true, then they couldn't afford to let this one attack him again. Everyone was looking at him, bewildered. You okay, Harry? Vosen said, sounding shaken. Fine, Harry said casually. The queen's face went from shock to anger. What is the meaning of this? She demanded to the Chief King loudly. It is not my doing, he said gravely. The one on the ground was recovering, and got to his feet, dazed. He was young and very fit, and he put his hands over his sides to stop some of the bleeding. Son, the Chief King demanded. What possesses you? The Chief Prince glared at Harry self-righteously. This one has something of mine. He insisted furiously. He pointed. Harry looked down at the claw on his chest. Of course that's what set him off. He saw me wearing it, like a trophy of victory. The queen had walked back to her people in the meantime and was standing next to Harry. Where did you get the claw, Harry? She asked, and everyone looked at it with interest. I fought a bloodbeast in the forest near the divide, he explained. I bit the claw off and it was stuck in my mouth. One of the healers had to remove it, and she gave it to me. What was a bloodbeast doing on that side of the divide? Eneladas wanted to know. You cannot tell my son where he can and cannot go. The Chief King growled at him. Our territory does not have a boundary, we may go where we please. I want my claw, the Chief Prince insisted still. He can't have it. No. The word was said loudly, and resolutely, and the Chief Prince gazed at his father in utter shock. Harry remembered when Eris had said the same word to Enna earlier that night, almost in the exact same way. No. The prince repeated. No. I'm having a meeting, and you disrupted it. If you were anyone but my son, you would be punished for this. Now go away. The Chief King looked at Harry. You earned that claw in a fair fight, and by our laws that makes it yours. You earned the right to wear it by defending yourself just now. He nodded approvingly. That's our way. The prince looked like he wanted to howl in frustration, and in a moment he was gone in the other direction, taking off into the desert. Let's make this short, the queen said. We need to be on our way. The chief king nodded. Are we going home? Enna asked but Iz shook his head. Not yet, princess. Where are we going next? John asked, sounding excited. It has been a rather excited night, Harry agreed. The city of the half-people, Iz told them. Harry and Gray exchanged a glance. The sun is about to rise, Iz noted. Harry was carrying Enna again. First she'd healed his chest, the first time he'd seen her use her gift. She smiled as she did it, her first smile since leaving her home. First they had accompanied the centaurs back to their lands, and then back over the desert. They'd flown hard to get away from the bloodbeasts, who made everyone uncomfortable. They'd continued flying non-stop, faster than before. I want to see the city, Harry told him, disappointed. Well, that's why we're rushing, Iz told him. We're moving faster than expected due to you carrying Enna all this way, and we thought it would be good to have our feet on the ground by sunrise. The city is just over that ridge. Everyone sped up upon hearing that, and they flew over the mountainous crest and looked down. The land sloped down gently to meet the sea, and blanketing the slope was a huge city. It was really and truly enormous. The buildings were almost all white, simple and archaic looking, and built out of stone. There was a clear downtown area, featuring a few larger buildings. It looks like Italy or something, Harry said, thinking of postcards he'd seen. It was quite unlike anywhere he had lived before. These were the first buildings he'd seen in weeks. The streets looked empty, it wasn't even dawn, but in those houses were humans. Half people, Queen Eris said with distaste, right next to him. He hadn't noticed she was so close, she was gazing down at the city contemptuously. They're better than the bloodbeasts, Harry said to her. Eris shrugged. Enna had twisted her head to look over her shoulder at the city as well. She gasped. The city is big, isn't it? Harry asked. No, she said. What is that? The ocean. Harry asked, understanding. Wow, she said, stunned. So much water. I don't think we have time to go down to the sea on this trip, Enna, the queen said. Enna hid her face against Harry's shoulder. Harry couldn't tell if she was relieved or disappointed. They flew down and landed near the edge of the city. Vosen pulled something out of her bag and handed it to Harry. The front part of it looked like a small face mask with no eye openings, so that it would conform to his face. Also she pulled out a long piece of cloth. Harry handed the mask back, preferring to her to do it. She put it on his face and held it in place while putting the black fabric over it and tying it behind his head. She thoughtfully pushed the many small braids behind his ears and smoothed him against his head to lie flat. It was effective, it looked like a simple blindfold, but behind it, the mask assured that no light escaped around or through the fabric. Harry was really and truly blind. It's a shame you'll never see the sun again, the queen called carelessly from some ways away. We just can't risk the sun sickness. Harry growled in response. Cold-hearted bitch. Harry. Soraya asked from right in front of him. She sounded shocked. HMPH. Harry responded. Someone stepped up on either side of him and looped their hands around his elbows, walking with him, leading him down the middle of the street. Somehow Harry could tell it was Vosen and Gray. The walk through the city was awkward. Harry finally got used to trusting his friend and cousin and moved forward casually, but he could hear the sounds around him of the city waking up, the smells of baking bread, the air warming, and the feeling of the sun on his skin. He wanted the blindfold off. They stopped. It looks like we're here, Vosen said quietly. It's a really big fancy building. It looks like the biggest building in the city. It's a city hall, I think, Gray said. There are a lot of people coming in and out, but they're all moving to the side because they see us coming. Silence wouldn't be a very common sight to the city. Stairs, Vosen warned him. Lots of them. They walked up the stairs together. Harry didn't know where all his companions were but knew they would be near. Harry wondered how Enna was doing without him. Once they entered through the door their footsteps echoed, the air was cooler inside the stone building and smelled of parchment. Who is in charge here? Eris demanded haughtily somewhere ahead. That would be the city lords, said a male voice. I'll take you to them right away. He sounded overwhelmed and a little hoarse. Tell us about the city lords, Iz asked while they were walking. There are 3 city lords, the man told them. The rural lord, who is in charge of anything associated with origin outside of the city. The outland lord, in charge of anything associated with foreigners and the outlands, and the lord of the city. They're usually meeting people and involved with decision making, but I'll call an immediate meeting for your arrival. Is that satisfactory? Yes, Eris said. Tell them that the Silent Queen is here to speak with them over an urgent matter. Right away, Your Highness. A door opened. Will this meeting room suffice? No, it will not, the Queen said briskly. I request something without windows. Without windows? He asked, confused. Certainly, we have something appropriate. They walked further, and turned. Another door opened. Thank you, Eris said, as if it pained her to say those words. Once in the room with the door closed, Vosen undid the knot of his blindfold and removed it. There was a long, wood rectangular table with many wooden chairs on each side. Eris looked at them speculatively. I'll sit in the middle, Enna you sit on one side, and Iz on the other. Sava, Garrick, you can seat yourselves too. Everyone else stand behind us. Harry, glare menacingly. I know you're good at that. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. He wasn't sure if he wanted to be her menacing pet bodyguard, especially since these humans hadn't done anything wrong other than be human. Maybe I should give them a thumbs up and see how they react. A short time later, the door opened and 4 grown men and a woman came in. 3 of the men looked calm and calculating, well dressed. The other man was wearing a long robe, carrying a couple books. He looked frazzled and dusty. The woman wore a long elaborate dress with lots of ruffles, and was draped with sparkling jewelry. The woman looked at Eris appreciatively, taking in her looks and attire. So Philip here tells me that the Silents are ruled by a queen. How remarkable, she said approvingly. The men were thrown off balance that the woman had spoken first, and Eris smiled, liking that. My name is Lord Lyca, said a tall man with white and gray hair. I'm the rural lord, meaning I would normally handle anything origin related, but this is a bit of surprise, isn't it? You've never come to the city before, Your Highness. That is correct, she said stiffly. We rarely see silence in the city at all, Lord Lyca added. I am the lord of the city, said a shorter man with thinning hair. He was bulky, but muscular, and dynamic. I'm called Lord Duran. This is the Outland Lord, Lord Mar, Philip R. head historian, who knows most about silence in the building, and my wife Rosabelle. The others all seated themselves. We have enough chairs, Lord Duran said. He took the seat across from Eris, clearly in charge. The other lords sat on either side of him, the historian sat with Lord Lyca. They seemed very familiar with each other, exchanging a glance unreadable to Harry. The others can make themselves comfortable. Eris shrugged. No, it's what they do. Your Highness, Philip began, but stopped immediately upon receiving a sharp look from Lord Duran. Not now, Lord Duran said. Let our guests introduce themselves first. I am Queen Eris, Eris said. This is my daughter, Enna, next in line with the throne, but that probably won't happen in your lifetime. The humans didn't get it. General Iz, she continued. General Iz, Harry contemplated the title. I suppose that's what he is. Sava and Garrick, 2 of my people, and behind us is one of General Iz's many armies. An army? Lord Mar asked. They look a little young, don't they? They're perfectly capable, Eris assured him. It's a very small army, Lord Mar pointed out. Our armies don't need to be big to be powerful, Eris said calmly. How big are your armies? Lord Mar looked at the table, fishing for a reply. Was an army necessary to bring along? Lord Duran asked, sounding slightly alarmed. Is there cause for one? Eris smiled. It's just personal security for my daughter. Your Highness, Philip said, looking like he was unable to be silent any longer. Is that a... He trailed off, looking at Harry, unsure how to tactfully phrase his question. Yes it is, Iz said, not needing the words. He means me, of course, Harry thought sardonically. Here we go again, as soon as possible I'm going to put my amulet back on and go back to being the regular old boy who lived. Philip paled and put his face in his hands, taking a deep breath. Hold on, Lord Duran asked, irritated and a bit alarmed by the head historian. Philip, what were you going to say? What's going on here? The army, Philip said. I know a few things about silent armies. You can explain, we won't be offended, Iz assured him. The one in black, Philip explained to his fellow humans. Is what the natives call, touched. Oh, Lord Lycus said, knowing the term. Touched by the gods. He looked to the queen. I'm from a far-off human territory, that's why I'm the rural lord. Most of the humans in the city are humans who have lived here for many generations. Mixed among them are outlanders, and those who struggle with the fact that on origin, it's taken completely for granted that the gods are real, nearby, and sometimes intervene. The other lords aren't as familiar with the local lore as I am. So you're telling me that this fellow right here has been altered by the gods themselves? Lord Durand asked, sounding uncertain. Yes, Philip said. He'd never looked twice at Enna. The myth of the healers didn't seem to have gone as far as that of the cursed. The god of destruction and the god of darkness. My point is, he's dangerous and highly volatile. The other humans looked extremely alarmed. I can't even go anywhere without getting attention and people freaking out, Harry thought exasperatedly. Don't worry, Queen Eris said. He'll be fine. She looked pleased. Her smile faltered for a second, and Harry figured she was remembering the circumstances of Axe's incident, because she turned to look at him uncertainly. You will, right? She asked. Harry nodded. He was considerably more tolerant of his situation now that he could look forward to escaping. Her hesitance only increased their discomfort. Harry stood behind Eris and leveled his gaze at them calmly. So what brings you here? Lord Durand asked, changing the topic. Ice lizards, Eris said, getting right to the point. Have you seen any? They were quiet, puzzled. All of a sudden, Lord Lycus slammed his fist on the table, startling everyone. The white monsters, he said. I've been dealing with reports of them for weeks now. So have the other races of origin, the queen said. What do the reports say? Attack, abduction. Only rare occurrences, so no panic yet. You haven't told us about something like that. Durand asked Lyca. I've been trying to arrange a meeting, but you've both been so busy. It took the Queen of the Silence to get you here, Lyca pointed out. We have had an attack and abduction too, and several sightings, Eris said. We don't know where they come from. They're not native to origin. Have there been any sightings in the city? Only on the outer limits. What about your portals, are there people watching them? At all times. Definitely no ice lizards. Lycus shook his head. No. Excuse me, Lord Mar said. I have some guests waiting for me. This is clearly more important, but if you don't need me. Go ahead, Lord Durand told him. I have other business as well, and since we've all met, now, I think you found who you need to talk to about this, Your Highness. I think my daughter may like to see more than the inside of the meeting room, Eris told them, glancing at Enna uncertainly. Enna looked to Harry and smiled. That might be nice, she said. Shall we all find a nicer place to continue this conversation, since it will be less formal? Lyca said. In fact, you can call me Alexander if you wish. He got to his feet and led the way to the door. As they walked forward, Harry caught an odd look on Gray's face. Sorry, Gray, he whispered. Hearing your brother's name must be hard. Gray looked around to see if anyone was listening, but they weren't. He leaned toward Harry and whispered back. No, that's not it. Alexander Lyca is my grandfather, Alexander's namesake. Harry stopped in his tracks. What? He asked quietly. The rural city lord is Aunt Amanda's father. Yes. Does he know? No, he thinks mother is in the countryside somewhere, they haven't spoken in years. He doesn't even know I exist. I can't say anything, especially not, he moved his wings. Like this, he doesn't know about Dad. Oh, that's just, Harry froze. Harry, Gray asked, what is it? Through the door, Harry could see Lord Mar's guest was waiting for him. It was Albus Dumbledore. Harry stepped to the side trying to put the wall in between him and Dumbledore, then craned his knee to peek around at his headmaster. There you are, Lord Mar was saying. Wonderful. We need to move out of the hall now though, we have danger coming through. My students are back that way with the guide and the other teachers, is there something I should know? Dumbledore asked. Wow, Dumbledore is just a couple yards from me, I wonder what would happen. Are we going, or not? Vosen interrupted Harry's thoughts. Yeah, Harry touched his face, remembering Dumbledore in the hall. Blindfold. Too right, she said, pulling it out. When Harry was let out, he could hear voices stop speaking ahead of him, and he would have given anything for X-ray vision to look through his blindfold and see his friends again. The silence was killing him. Move over, Hermione. Shish. Harry couldn't breathe. Keep walking, keep walking. So, should we take your daughter on a tour? Laika was saying. With her security, of course. Enna. Eris asked. What would you like to do? The ocean. She asked meekly. I'm sorry Enna, it's too far away. Enna sighed audibly. I'd like to rest. I'm tired and hot. You there? Laika called to someone. The Queen and I will be going to my office so she can see some reports. I need a nice cool dark room for her daughter, bring her there. I'm just tired of all these voices, and people, I just want to be alone, Enna said after some time walking. Alone? Vosen asked. Of course, we can wait outside. She sounded surprised. On second thought, Enna added, Harry can be there, he's quiet. They stepped into another room, the door closed, and Harry found the knot to his blindfold and took it off. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to find Enna looking at him with searching eyes. Can they hear us talking through the door? She asked urgently. Wondering what she was up to, Harry leaned toward the door and listened. Any sounds from the others in the hallway were completely blocked. No. Harry, I saw the look on your face when you saw that old man with Lord Mar. Who was he? She demanded. You know, Harry said, I like it when you get confident. It seems to happen when you're distracted. I wonder why she wants to know so badly. Seriously, Harry, she repeated, who was he? Harry sighed. I'm not from the pit, nobody seems to believe me but it's true. I come from their world. That man was Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster from the school I go to. Was there a crowd of people down the hall, students our age, and maybe a woman with her hair pulled back under a pointed hat? Oh, she exclaimed. I noticed the hat. It was the strangest hat I'd ever seen. They were there. Those are my friends and teachers. Enna sat silently, contemplating. You really want to go home, don't you? Harry was perplexed. Yes, of course. But, I mean, he was flustered, unsure what to disclose. I'll help you, she announced. You don't want to do that, Harry insisted. You don't want to go against your mother like that, right? It didn't seem like the right kind of mission for Enna. Enna nodded vigorously, sending her long blonde hair rippling. Yes, I do. Maybe if she'd been nice to you it would be different, but she made you fight and get hurt. I know, he looked at her speculatively. Can you keep a secret? Her eyes lit up. Yes, Gray is my cousin. Really? She asked. That's wonderful, I really like him. Hold on, I want him to come in for a second, Harry said. I'll get him. Enna opened the door a crack. Gray, can I speak with you? She asked. There was a baffled silence. Sure, Gray said, stepping in. He tilted his head and raised his eyebrows at Harry, questioning wordlessly. Harry waited until the door was closed. Enna wants to help me escape, he explained. Really? Gray asked, astounded. Harry knew what he was thinking, it was a little out of character for her to do. But it would be even more out of character for her to deceive them. Then she must be serious. You realize this is something that you would have to keep from your mother, and everyone else. If she asks you would have to lie to her, Harry pointed out. Don't you get it? Enna asked. My mother barely talks to me at all. It's not even going to occur to her that I had anything to do with it. No one's even going to ask. She looked a little down. Harry sighed. I would do anything to get out of here. It's been such a gift to get to meet Gray, but I can't stay. The others truly care about him, Gray added, but they honestly believe it's the best for him and everyone if he's a prisoner. It's brainwashed into them at the academy. To Is and the Queen, Harry's just a weapon, a valuable resource that they can't afford to lose. He reached out and gripped one of Harry's gates. So they did these, which are the real problem. If we'd managed to get Harry away before they'd put them on, he might have been home already. They need to come off. Maybe then you could even port yourself home, Harry. That man in the hallway is the headmaster of Hogwarts, Gray, Harry told him. The students are here, I would have been here with them if I hadn't been so foolish as to be where I wasn't supposed to and stumble into a portal, maybe I could go back with them. If they're still here, Gray warned. The gates are going to be difficult. They won't, Enna interjected. Because I know how to get them off. The two cousins looked at her, stunned. Really? They both asked excitedly. I can't do it from here, we need to be back at the pit, but yes. My mother doesn't know I've seen how to do it, either. Stop, the guide said. What is it? Minerva McGonagall asked. Is Dumbledore back with the foreign relations man? Ignoring her, the guide turned around. In the time you've been on Origin, you've seen centaurs, blood beasts, the occasional Vinidreid, and the mermaids down at the ocean, right? Everyone nodded. Well, there's one race you haven't seen, and you're about to, he said importantly. The silence. Hermione asked, remembering. You said we wouldn't see any in the city. I didn't think you would, but I was wrong, the guide amended. I want everyone to move to this side of the hall out of the way, and don't say anything. The students and teachers moved back in the hall to where it came to AT and there would be space to stand aside. Down the hall came Dumbledore and a man wearing a maroon suit. They stood next to the students. Lord Mar says that danger's coming through, Dumbledore told them, looking slightly worried. Silence. Down the hall came a tall man who nodded to Lord Mar, followed by a row of people with large feathery wings. First 2 males and a female, and then a stunning woman with a gold dress and crown, a younger version of herself walking at her heels. Like the girl with the white wings and circlet, the next 5 were about the same age as the Hogwarts students. They were all dressed alike, except for one wearing only black pants. He stood out from the crowd. He was blindfolded, for one. His hair and wings were pitch black. On all of the others their wings, folded against their back, extended from the top of their head to about the back of their knees. On this one, the black wings started above his head and went nearly down to the floor. Unlike the older Silents, who hadn't even glanced in their direction, the younger ones looked at the students with interest almost warily. They stood around the blindfolded one protectively, leading him down the hall. Move over, Hermione, Ron whispered, trying to get around her. Shish, she hissed. The Silents walked away down the hall, and Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. The blindfolded one was one of the portal openers, their guide told them. They actually open the portals at the Portal Central. Those portals are mostly established, but when they need to be reopened or strengthened then one of the portal openers does it. They are the only ones who can open the portals, no one else. It seems to make them mentally unstable, so they're always surrounded with other Silents to watch them. Everyone was awed, looking down the hall where the Silents had disappeared. The wind felt glorious in Lily's hair as it lifted up off her neck and back and blew back from her ears. On either side of her, wings pumped steadily, and below her the ground was moving by quickly. James was sweating slightly where her hands were clasped over his shoulders. Lily looked to her right. Lexian and Amanda were flying the same way next to them. Amanda looked like she was enjoying the ride just as much. Amanda was pregnant, but not showing yet and had taken on little, if any, weight. They appear to have swept us off our feet. Lily called to her. What dashing gentlemen. Amanda responded, laughing. Look, there's the path. They landed with a thump next to a small worn path. It had looked small from above, but was white and dusty as she stood on it. The city is that way, Amanda said, pointing. You can feel the sea breeze already. Do you miss it? Lexian asked her. Not really. The ocean, sometimes. I used to swim in it, and sometimes you would even see mermaids. Amanda turned to Lily. All set, then. Any questions? None, got it all. Lily was dressed in a way that was unfamiliar to her. In the pit she normally wore pants with a knee-length dress over them, but she had a long dress on, out of some kind of unyielding shiny fabric, and a small hat that draped lace down over her face. She pulled a tiny purse out of her bag and hooked it over her arm, handing the bag to James. How do I look? Perfect, Amanda said, thrilled. One last thing, she stepped forward, and pulling some from her pack, applied lipstick to Lily's lips. James was chuckling at her. What? Lily demanded. You look quite, unlike you, is all, he said, and she glared, although jokingly. She looks like a proper lady, Amanda said. Someone whom I would have associated with, 3 years ago. Off I go, Lily said, and headed down the path, walking backwards to wave to them. We're going to go eat lunch on the cliffs, Amanda said. We'll keep an eye out and come down to the path when we see you coming back. Walking through the city, she saw many women dressed like her, and no one looked at her twice. None had the shiny material, but Amanda had told her that was expensive and only very high-class women wore it. Lily could appreciate the city's beauty. The white marble-looking stones reflected the midday sun, and from just about anywhere in the city you could see the ocean due to the sloping land. The sky was clear, the ocean was very blue, and there was one small island far away on the horizon. The downtown buildings loomed above her now. Unlike the rest of the city, they had elaborate trim. Scanning the street, she located a house that had many spiky bushes in front of it with bright purple flowers, and as she walked closer through the crowd she saw a hawk engraved artistically in the stone above the door, exactly how Amanda had described it. Lily walked up the front steps and knocked. The door opened. It was an authoritative mannered middle-aged woman, who looked at her with slight skepticism. "Yes, I want to speak with Alexander Laika," Lily said confidently. The severe look melted away. "Of course, wait here, I'll check his rooms to see if he's in." Breathing a sigh of relief as soon as the woman was gone, Lily was glad that Alexander Laika still lived at this residence. It had been 3 years, after all. When the middle-aged woman returned, she was accompanied by a very tall, thin man with salt and pepper hair, and a face with deep wrinkles, perhaps in his 50s. Lily thought he looked like a nice man. "How may I help you, young woman?" he asked with a friendly smile. "Good day, Mr. Laika," Lily said confidently, smiling widely. "I've been out of town for a couple years, and now that I'm back in town I wanted to visit with my dear friend Amanda. Is she in?" His smile faltered slightly, before returning as if frozen to his face. "I regret to tell you that she's left. She moved back to her mother's town 3 years ago, I'm afraid." "Oh, what a shame. She seemed to like it here, why did she leave?" Lily said, in mock disappointment. She'd added that part just for spite. "You haven't heard?" Amanda's father asked, puzzled. "Well, I asked about her, and people just smiled in a peculiar way and didn't answer. I don't know why," Lily lied smoothly. "Good day then, I have business to attend to," he said curtly, and turned to leave. The middle-aged woman walked her to the door and held it open. It was quite a scandal, she divulged. Walking down the street, Lily giggled to herself. Meeting up with James, Lexian, and Amanda, she retold her experience. Her best friend Amanda was pleased. 2 days later they were somewhere very different. This time, it was a very small rural town with a few small cottage farmhouses spaced far apart. They staked out the area for a couple hours, watching from trees. One farm, a very large one, had several cottages grouped together, and that was the one they watched. Sometime later they saw a woman in a knee-length skirt and patched apron walk from one of the cottages to the other, and Amanda pointed excitedly. "That's her," she said. The brothers stayed hidden in the tree while Lily and Amanda dropped behind the bushes for Lily to change once again. "Thanks so much for the help, Lily," Amanda said. "I owe you a favor." "Not really, this is an adventure. The pit is interesting but, sunlight. Look how pale we are." Lily giggled. "Hopefully your mother doesn't mistake me for a walking cheese. That would be awkward, wouldn't it?" Amanda straightened the bandana over Lily's red curls. "Good luck." Lily sashayed down the garden path through the gate, noting the ripe vegetables overflowing the yard. It was a very welcoming place. Lily decided she liked it better than the city. She knocked on the door, and to her luck, the woman they'd seen from the tree answered. "G'day, Mrs.," she said cheerfully with a practiced dialect. "Can ye help a dear?" Amanda's mother asked. Lily tried to decipher what she'd said. "Yep," she replied. "Does child's time girl still live Haraplace?" She hoped she was getting it right. "Amanda, nah." Amanda's mother shook her head. "She gone ta city, long whiles ago," she explained. "Wit, her da. "Methanks, Mrs., she said with a purposefully awkward curtsy. "Bye now," Amanda's mother said, waving, as Lily went back down the path, then closed the door. When the house was out of sight she ducked behind the bushes and backtracked to the place the others were hiding. "That was fun," she said, and reached up so James could lift her back up to perch with them in the tree. "Amanda, she thinks that you never left the city." Amanda was nodding. "All right. All is well. If they'd been worrying, or panicking, I would have relieved them. If they're not, that's convenient. This is the first time my parents' big split worked to my advantage." "Does it bother you?" Lexian asked. "You never get to see them anymore." Amanda pointed to the lush green farm. "This is where I grew up, Lexian. I had a wonderful childhood. I love my parents very much, but now I've made my own life for myself. It's unfortunate they're not part of it, but things happened as they happened. I'm happy now." She touched her stomach. "I have a lot to look forward to." She tilted her head thoughtfully. "Though, I want to name the first one after one of my parents. After that we can use silent names." Lexian nodded. Of course. Amanda noticed Lily was grinning at them. What? She asked, laughing. I'm just glad to have met all of you. Lily basked in the sun. They did the return trip as one big flight. The others were all extremely exhausted, but Harry didn't feel any strain, and he carried Enna the whole way. She'd fallen asleep on his shoulder for most of the flight, breathing deeply right next to his ear. The uncomfortable bit for him was that he couldn't see where he was flying, but he could hear the others around and ahead of him and followed well enough. When they got to Everdark, Harry didn't know whether to be relieved as he took the blindfold off, or fearful of returning to that particular place. For a moment he was caught up by how dramatic the scene was. Sheer dark cliffs, wings gracefully slowing their rhythmic movement, bringing them down toward the mountain top. The Queen and Iz went ahead, caught up by the feeling of being home. Sava came up next to him, sweaty but smiling. Harry hadn't had a chance to talk to neither her nor her husband Garrick. It's been interesting traveling with you, Harry. Thanks, he said automatically, and then wondered, how so? Well, I've been involved in research involving portals, and I was alerted when you were about to port into the bottom of the pit. I notified the Queen and she went down to meet you, she told him. It's been on my mind a lot lately, and I wanted to see who this person actually was. Maybe sometime we can see if you could recreate that moment, and open a portal again. You'd have to ask the Queen about that, he pointed out. That explains how the Queen managed to be waiting for me as I got out of the portal. Sava nodded. We'll see. Enna, Harry said, shrugging his shoulders slightly, moving her head to rouse her. She asked, opening one eye sleepily. Wake up, we're back. Nah, she protested, snuggling her head back into his shoulder. I like flying with you, she said. What's this? He asked exaggeratedly. She speaks. And here I was, thinking she was still asleep. I am, she replied, squeezing her eyes shut. Aw, look at you two, John said from behind Harry. So cute. John. Harry laughed slightly. I'm doing my job. It is kind of a nice job though, isn't it? I know, John explained, I'm going to make fun of you anyway, aren't I? Catch me first, Harry said, speeding up, aiming for the opening of the pit. Hold on tight, he warned Enna. What are you do? She started saying, but trailed off. Harry wrapped his wings tightly around both him and Enna, and they fell like a rock. The air whistled around them, but inside the cocoon of his wings Harry and Enna were snug. She screamed as they fell, but eventually it turned to giddy laughter. Harry looked up and could see others, everyone but Sava and Garrick had followed suit. Iz and Eris were soaring down in a wide spiral, and Harry plummeted between them in the blink of an eye. By mother! Enna yelled in that split second. The Queen looked down, astonished. Eventually Harry saw the ledge of the Queen's hull down below them, and opened his wings, slowing down insanely fast. He flapped a couple times to gain equilibrium, and landed neatly on the ledge. Enna looked at him, eyes wide and shocked, and then threw her head back and laughed. At that moment someone plummeted by, unable to pull the same abrupt stop. Gray did somewhat a better job of it, and Vosen and Soraya were intelligent enough to slow down considerably earlier, and landed just as John flapped up from below to join them. Soraya smirked at John jokingly. Nobody says anything, John ordered. Not a word. Harry couldn't help himself, haha. Hey. Haha isn't a word, John, Harry explained. John rolled his eyes. That was still pretty dark though, he admitted. So what now? Harry asked, looking at Vosen. Vosen usually had all the answers. We walk Enna to her quarters, and then bring you to the keep, Vosen said. That's right, put me back on my shelf, Harry thought. Then we might meet with Iz, so he can tell us what a terrible job we did, John said, but since it was John Harry knew he wasn't serious. And then the rest of us will probably go home, Soraya said happily. Tomorrow we'll visit as usual. All right, Harry said, putting down Enna. He looked at Gray carefully. Gray winked. When he goes home, Gray and Ren can come up with a plan. I believe this is actually going to happen. They walked Enna back to her room, she smiled at them gratefully and waved goodbye. As they were leaving they ran into Iz and the Queen. Enna is in her room, we're bringing Harry to the keep, Vosen told them, and the adults nodded. Eris added, you can all go home after that and get a well-deserved break. Vosen looked impressed by the compliment. They all flew down further in the pit, solemn now as they reached the keep. Sleep well, Harry. Grace said as they waved goodbye. It was reassuring. Harry didn't sleep well, he wasn't as tired out by the trip as everyone else seemed to be, and he read for a couple hours before lying awake staring at the ceiling. He wasn't seeing the ceiling, in his head memories were playing like a movie. He revisited the times he shared with his friends Ron and Hermione, and walked the halls of Hogwarts. There was a faint knock on the door, and Harry was startled, expecting absolutely no one. He went to the door and reached through the bars to open the solid door and see who it was. On the other side stood Enna, looking delighted to have surprised him. She was wearing a white dress and her hair was plaited into a long pale braid that wrapped around her head. He looked at her uncomprehendingly. "Enna," he whispered, "what are you doing in the keep? Hurry up." Someone snapped from behind her. "We haven't got all night." The person stepped up next to her and handed Harry something soft through the bars, which Harry accepted without a second thought. It was Lexian. He looked cross. "Decent people should be sleeping," he complained, looking over his shoulder. "Right, friend." Someone else stepped up beside Lexian. It was the guard from the hall. Harry was thrown off by the sight at first, something was odd about it. Then he realized that Lexian was dressed identical to the guard, both in uniform. "Too right," the guard agreed, pulling out his keys. After unlocking the door, he turned and shuffled away. Lexian winked. Looking down, Harry found that the soft object had been a bag. He looked back to Enna. She was glowing with excitement. Turning, Harry quickly swept all of his things, including the books he'd been reading and even the pile of feathers next to his bed, into the bag, and Lexian took it from him as he stepped out of the cage. Enna and Lexian walked on either side of him as they headed toward the stairs, past the guard who didn't bother glancing in their direction. At a casual, slow pace, they took the stairs up to the landing. Stepping through the door and out onto the floor of the pit, Harry didn't look back, not even once. He looked up instead. "What's the plan?" he asked Lexian. "We fly to a certain tunnel opening where Ren will be waiting to lead us through a detour around the guards that hover around the Queen's Hall, and then we'll go to our home for a short while." Harry looked Enna over again. "You look like a real healer," he commented as they took off from the ground. She smiled, pleased. He noticed that she flew differently in this space. Enna's wings weren't suited for the gliding and swooping he adored so much, but while he needed lots of room and a direction to go when flying, she was capable of much more delicate maneuvering. Her small wings moved quickly, meaning she could hover much more effectively. They didn't pass anyone traveling through the pit, and found a ledge with a small tunnel opening where he squeezed in. "What's the password?" Ren asked from right in front of him, looking him right in the face, smirking. "It's me, Harry," he told her. "You can see me perfectly fine." "That's not the password," she said, but started down the passageway with Harry at her heels. "It's not the time for passwords," Harry said, asking the others, "Have you heard anything about a password?" "No," Enna said. "It's a joke," Ren admitted. "Not a very funny one," he mumbled, and she kicked his shin. "We're on an important mission, Ren." "Yeah, but it's Ren," Lexian pointed out from the back of the line. "Really? I hadn't noticed," Harry exclaimed. "Shish," Ren admonished. "You're being too loud." She kicked him in the shin again. "This is supposed to be an amazing and stealthy escape," Harry said, amused but hesitant to rejoice just yet. He was just desperately hoping nothing went wrong. A setback after this would crush him. "You're killing it." "Correction. This is an amazing and stealthy rescue," Ren giggled. It occurred to Harry she was probably trying to distract him from having to worry about their progress, and he was grateful. "I just wish she wouldn't kick me in the shins," he thought. When the tunnel wound around back toward the pit, Harry found that they'd come out far above the Queen's Hall, a short trip to his home on Origin, his aunt and uncle's house. "If I were given the chance, it would have become my real home. But I didn't get that chance, and they're never going to give me one." They made it to the ledge unseen, and disappeared, safe inside for now. Amanda was waiting for them, and beamed to see them with Harry in tow. "This is your home?" Enna asked Ren. "I like it, Princess," Amanda said, pleased. "Oh, she's adorable." She enveloped Enna in a big hug. "Thank you, dear." Enna looked comfortable among them. Harry was amazed how all this had come together. "You guys," was all he could say, shaking his head. Enna reached into a pocket almost invisible in the folds of her dress and pulled out a small rock. "This is it," she told them. "It is?" Harry asked, puzzled. It's what? I borrowed it from my mother's room. She keeps it there so no one else can reach it. Well, I snuck in. She grabbed at one of his hands, pulling it toward herself. Hold up your arms. Harry held his arms out in front of himself. Taking the small, seemingly normal-looking rock, she touched it to each of his gates. The markings on them glowed, the spells flaring up brightly before winking out. Silence like doing magic with stones, don't they? Harry commented. It holds our magic well, Grace said from the sidelines. Good to see you, Harry. Harry looked down at his gates. Are they going to come off, or anything? Everyone looked at them. I don't think so, they shouldn't be functional anyone, but you have to get them off separately, Anna said. Harry was momentarily exasperated. Sure, seamless metal fused over my arms. Shouldn't be a problem. Don't be down, Harry. Amanda insisted. You're getting out of here, aren't you? I'm all packed, and everything, Ren said. You're right, Amanda, Harry said. He looked at Ren. What? I said I'm all packed. Ready to go. She held up a bag and slung it over her shoulder. Harry looked at her blankly. Oh, I didn't know you were coming with me. He considered the idea. Are you sure you want to do that? She smiled at him sweetly. Harry, do you honestly think I belong here? I don't know. That's just it. Neither do I. My family is here, but nobody looks at me like a real person. I need to see more than the pit, I need to go places. I need to learn where I belong. She shrugged ruefully. Here, I'm a freak. There's another thing you need to know, Amanda said. We're going to go to the porting point and I want to go with you to the city. It's the time I saw my father again, and introduce him to his granddaughter. I'll come back here, and Ren will continue on with you. And if I can't go to Earth with you, I'll stay in the city. Ren added. What if I can't port all of us to the city? Harry asked. I've never heard of a cursed who couldn't port, Amanda said. If you can't figure it out right that moment, I'll go stay and you can carry Ren and fly there. I should go put this back before anyone realizes I'm gone, Anna interrupted, holding up the little rock. Hold on a minute, Harry said, and then swept her up in a big hug. She felt so familiar to him. She belonged there. Thank you, so very much. I'm proud of you, traveling as far as the city. She squeezed him. I wish you could stay. But I saw the look on your face when you saw the sky, and I knew that you belonged somewhere up there, and not down here. I have one last favor to ask, Harry said. Name it. Will you take care of my hand for me? I think this is going to be rough for them, Harry said. It was one of the things he'd been thinking about. They existed as a unit for the sole purpose of caring for him. What happens if you take the cursed out of the hand? She bit her lip thoughtfully. I think I have something in mind, she assured him. Thank you for understanding me, Harry. Gray and Harry hugged. You need to get going, Gray announced. It's not goodbye forever. It's been a gift meeting all of you, Harry said, and they left. Anna headed down, Gray stayed. Harry flew upwards carrying Ren, and Lexian carried Amanda. The whole time Harry couldn't hear anything but his heart pounding. Don't die, I'd fall. Ren warned. Calm down. It seemed forever before they got to the top of the pit. They moved quickly so nobody could take a good look at them, but the pit was still just about empty. Flying up and out of the pit was like taking a deep breath of fresh air after holding your breath for a long time. It was a relief. You're grinning, Ren informed him. They didn't stop there, but flew off for a minute to a nearby mountain top, and landed on the far side, out of sight. Lexian and Amanda shared a moment, holding both hands. I'll be back soon, she said. Lexian put his hand on Harry's shoulder, gave him a meaningful nod, and flew back toward the pit. Harry was left with Amanda and Ren. Looking at him. Have either of you ported before? Harry asked, and they shook their heads. Okay. Group hug, then. He put an arm over each of their shoulders, and they all squeezed together. He folded his wings slightly over them in an embrace. You know what's funny? If Queen Eris hadn't brought me along with her to the city, I wouldn't have anywhere to visualize right now. He closed his eyes. So, thank you, Eris, for making this fine escape possible. Harry tried to picture every little detail of the city as he last saw it, even the very spot he wanted to be standing, as best he could. His skin tingled for a second, and he opened his eyes to find the three of them standing on the ridge looking down at the city. Wow! Ren exclaimed, pointing at the houses. That's different. How odd. You are in for an eye-opening experience, Ren, her mother told her. The part of the world you've seen is such a tiny piece of the big picture. Harry reached for his belt, untying the little strings that held the pouch shut. First he pulled out his casting stone, and hung it around his neck. Then he put on the disguise amulet. He tried to look over his back to see what was happening as his wings folded up, disappearing into his back. He felt strangely naked. Ren admired the amulet's result. Madalena is a genius. Harry pulled out a shirt and put that on too, covering both necklaces. Together they went down the path, walking the empty streets toward the downtown area. Since the amulet was suppressing your cursed nature fairly effectively, I can imagine you don't have to worry about the sun sickness, Ren told Harry. I'm not, he replied. So how are we going to find him? Ren asked her mother. Grandpa, that is. When I lived with him we lived in a townhouse, but he'll be living in the courtyard now, Amanda said. The courtyard is a large square behind the city buildings surrounded by the biggest, most expensive houses. The lords always live there. She smiled. I can't believe he's the rural lord. He always wanted that position. Tell us what happened, Harry asked. We have a ways to walk. Amanda sighed. My father and I didn't part on good terms. We didn't part at all, really. He never knew I was leaving. Really? Ren was intrigued. You ran away. Amanda nodded. I grew up in a little farming town far away from here. My mother loved it there. My father grew sick of it and decided he wanted to go to the city. Mother simply wasn't interested in going along with him, and they got to fighting so much about it that finally he was decided to go whether she was coming or not. I was left with the decision of which parent to live with. I was about Alexander's age at the time, and I wanted to see something new, so I went with my father. It was a long trip to the city, and it was really hard at first. I had a really strong accent, but the city has such a variety of people coming through here that it didn't matter. My father had always educated me, and so academically I fit in with the other high-class women. I made a lot of friends. My father and I were well respected, everyone thought I was pretty and intelligent. Lord Duran was lord of the city already at that point, a very powerful and influential man. Father's greatest desire was to be rural lord, which has a complicated election process, and he really needed Lord Duran on his side. Lord Duran had a son my age, his name was Jors. I wasn't interested in him, but he was determined that we should be together, and then finally proposed to marry me. My father knew that if Jors and I got married, Lord Duran would guarantee that he would get the position he wanted. He told me he needed me to marry Jors Duran. Amanda sighed. He pressured me about it, and we fought. He was being selfish and thinking only of himself. Finally I had enough, and I left. That's horrible, Ren said. I would hate it if someone told me I had to marry someone. I might even have to stab them. Good for you, Mom. It didn't go that well, actually, Amanda winced. I didn't really know what I was doing, and I left on my own and in a hurry. I wasn't prepared, and I got lost. Lexian was flying over the desert when he found me wandering aimlessly, about to be attacked by bloodbeasts. No way. Dad rescued you. Ren did a little jump, excited by the story. Yes, he did. Lexian said he couldn't leave me in the desert to be eaten, and offered to fly me to my mother's house himself. It was a long flight, it took about a week. I think we started going really slow near the end, though. We got to my hometown, but before I got to the farm Lexian asked me if I'd go home with him, instead. I was a little bit odd, you know, here was a silent of all men wanting to take me home. I had wanted adventure, and there it was. I said yes, and ended up staying in the pit. What about your parents? Harry asked. As far as I know, they have no idea where I've been. They haven't talked since my father left. My mother is the kind of woman to hold a grudge. My mother doesn't know I ever even left the city, and my father thinks I went back to the farm. I'm really happy for him that he got the position, even without me there is a bargaining chip. I heard it was a bit of a scandal when I disappeared. Grace says he doesn't know about Lexian, Harry added. Amanda nodded. Yes, nothing about silence, you too. My father would never understand. And neither of you have that trademark accent from the area I grew up in, so we're going to say I settled in Rutbert. It's a small town far enough away that I wouldn't visit, but close enough that you wouldn't have an accent. Furthermore, it's the nearest human town to the pit. This is the courtyard. she announced, spreading her arms wide. Now my little darlings, use that amazing eyesight of yours and read the plaques on the doors. Find me, Alexander Laika. Right over there, Ren pointed. They were surrounded by fancy mansions, and the courtyard in the center was a small green patch with a fountain on it. They strolled up to the front door, and knocked. Then they waited a long while. It's the middle of the night, Mother, Ren pointed out. Nonsense. I'm his daughter, Amanda said, knocking louder. Finally the door opened and a light shined out on them, and they squinted to see an elderly woman in her nightgown holding a lamp. Are you the housekeeper? Amanda asked cheerfully. The woman nodded slightly, looking out at them disbelievingly. Wretched time of night to bang on doors. The woman said crossly, pushing her white bedhead hair out of her face. What do you want? Can you get me Lord Laika, please? Amanda asked. Have you gone mental? The woman demanded, shaking her lamp at them. Lord Laika is sleeping. Well then in the morning tell him his daughter stopped by, but had to leave because the housekeeper wouldn't wake him. I wish you luck finding a new job. Amanda's smile didn't falter. Oh, said the old woman abruptly, and turned and scurried away into the house, leaving the door ajar. Shall we make ourselves comfortable? Amanda asked Ren and Harry, who nodded and walked in. There was a front hall covered in paintings depicting the countryside, and then a large sitting room with nice furniture. They seated themselves. It sunk in that they'd done it, Harry was free. Amanda, Alexander Laika said, standing in a doorway. Amanda, hello father, she said, taking in his appearance. You've gotten older. Congratulations on becoming a lord. He stared at her, incredulous. What are you doing, coming by in the middle of the night after nearly 20 years? I had to come now, I can only stay a short while and I wanted to say hello. She got up and found herself in the middle of a desperate hug. You have no idea how badly I felt about it all after you left, Laika swore, shaking his head. I'd like you to meet my nephew Harry, Amanda said, stepping back. Laika looked at Harry, surprised. He didn't seem to have noticed that there was anyone other than Amanda in the room. And my daughter Ren. Laika looked at Ren in amazement. My granddaughter. I have a granddaughter. Yes you do, Amanda looked pleased at his reaction. Do I have any more grandchildren? Laika asked. Amanda nodded. I have 2 sons older than Ren, my firstborn Alexander and Gray. Laika looked like there were tears in his eyes. You named your firstborn Alexander. Amanda nodded again. That's right. Ren and Harry, the son of my husband's brother, are going to be in the city for a couple days, and I was wondering if you'd take them tonight. Of course they can stay here, Laika said. In fact, I insist. Amanda and her father talked for another hour or so. Amanda told him about her life and that she was happy, leaving out any bits about Silence or the pit, just speaking about her husband and children. At that time she started looking at Harry pointedly and tilting her head toward the door. I've pre-arranged transportation back, Amanda explained, and promised to visit again sometime. Harry walked her out, waited until she'd said her goodbyes and they walked down the path until out of sight before stepping behind a bush. From there Harry ported the both of them back to the mountain top near the pit, where Lexian stood waiting. They must have decided on a time to meet back here, Harry thought. They waved goodbye and Harry ported himself to the city behind the very same bush, walking back to Lord Laika's house so that he and Ren could plan their next move.